First of all, Ernest, I would like to start out by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates Podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do.
Worthy of all his praise, that still ain't enough. Yeah, you don't know how hard I prayed, and he looked in my grave and he told me get up. Yeah, at times I wanted to give up, told me trust him, even with faith the same size as the mustard seed. Yeah, that was enough to me right where I'm at. Free me from places that I can't go back. Reckless to righteous when Christ is in that. Called on his name cause his power's unmatched. Had me in shackles, said he broke the chain. Killing my flesh, he's my license for that. Renew my mind, so my mindset for that. When it's set up, I got can't be set back. Ready, set, go. Yeah, he made me ready, he set me up, then told me go.
Ooh, FIF Sports, man, we back again. Second live stream of the day. Appreciate you guys pulling up, man. A lot to talk about. We go jump right into it. We ain't gonna waste no time. We got two main topics of the day. One of them just kind of got added in. I just wanted to touch on it. And I might allow you guys to come on the panel and touch on it as well. Salute to Mr. Winters, Tiffany Ned, Joe 12, Steven Torres in there, man. Hey, a lot to talk about today, right? Y'all see the thumbnail. Y'all see what Gary Payton said. This is not a player from this generation. This is a player from one of the previous generations. This is a player who is speaking on his experience defending two stars of that era. And this is not just any defender. This is arguably a top 5 defender of the 90s, right? Nicknamed the Glove, up there with Scottie Pippen as one of the best perimeter defensive players in the league throughout the 90s. I mean, I think he has a ton of experience out there. I think naturally there's a lot of pushback with what he's saying because I think it's just hard to accept. When people are talking about Michael Jordan, it's hard to accept someone saying that he wasn't as nice as at something as we might think he was. And when you're talking about Gary Payton's basically saying that I struggled a little bit more with John Stockton than I did with Michael Jordan. It's up to us to determine how we want to accept that. Do we determine or deem him as credible because he was there, not just there, he played, he experienced it? Or do we label it as some form of hate? We try to find a way to discredit it and not give it any credence whatsoever, and it shouldn't even be considered because just to say something like that just has to be absolutely crazy. These are the things we have to think about when we talk about that. We're going to be getting into that as well. We're going to be playing that segment, but to start the show off, man, I wanted to play something. It was the debate between JJ Redick and Kendrick Perkins. And they were talking about stat padding. And I love this conversation because I don't know what players are supposed to do when they're out there. Obviously, when you play, getting stats is part of the game. It's always been a sentiment. Which intro song, Anti? Which intro song? There was two of them going there. You got to let me know which one you was talking about. But this stat padding narrative, I think is overblown because we've heard people use the term stat padding, and they've now turned players of today that are able to hit statistical anomalies or be great statistically is all of a sudden stat padding. And I think both of these guys made some good points. We're gonna be playing the video. I want to play the video. So when I drop the link and you guys come in, when the gospel one, I got you, Anti. As soon as I get to this reaction, I'm gonna let you know who it is. All right. But I want to play this little segment. The segment's not too long. I want to play this segment so you guys can kind of hear the conversation between the two, how it led up to this. Perk's sentiments, JJ Redick's sentiments, and then you guys kind of let me know who disseminated their point. Who disseminated their points is a little bit best. I've watched some of this. I haven't watched the full thing yet, so we about to check it out right now. Because I think it's an interesting conversation. And the one thing I like about JJ Redick, man, is JJ Redick is bringing a level of reality to these sports shows that they ain't used to hearing. They're typically used to running with odd narratives, and JJ Redick's one of the few that's stepping in saying, I just left the NBA. I just played a long time. I had a lot of success. It ain't what you guys are trying to make it out to be. And he's just giving pushback to some of the narratives. And it's hard to say if a lot of platforms are going to continuously keep inviting him on, because when he keeps cooking like this, man, it's hard to combat the things that he says. There's really no facts to really come back at him with. I think the only people that really go at JJ Redick's talking points, they commonly attack what he says with emotions. But let's go ahead and play this, and you guys let me know what you think.
I'm gonna go ahead.
Y'all think Perk was right for bringing the race criteria into the voting metrics? That's one argument I've yet to hear. Right? I have yet to hear that. We haven't had a ton. We talk about the last 50 years of MVPs. We haven't had a ton of white MVPs. And I don't know if that's I don't know if Perk really wants to die on that cliff right there. I don't know if he has much to stand on right there. I don't know. Y'all gonna have to let me know after I play the clip, man. Jason, hold on, man. I'm gonna get to the clip, man. Yeah, I think he was wrong there. I want to hear how JJ responds to it, because I think this is around the area where I stopped. I wasn't able to continue watching, so I'm interested to hear how JJ responds to it. No, we don't want to hear what you got to say, Molly. That's one person where we don't want to hear nobody. We really don't want to hear what she got to say. Y'all heard it right there. What are y'all thoughts on that, man? About to drop the link, let y'all in here to cook on this. We got this topic to cook on. Obviously, we got the Gary Payton issue that we're going to be talking about here in a second. Oh, yeah, facts, man. Ain't nobody. I don't know why Molly just don't be the moderator. Like, does she not understand that she's just kind of like the moderator, cuts in when it's time to go to the commercial break? She's not there to give her personal opinion. Like, she has the absolute worst takes whatsoever, man. I don't know why she tries to cut in and throw her little 2 cents in. No, because she when she's talking about narratives, she pushes the most BS narratives. I don't know if she's had a real basketball take ever. You said the Jokic hate is like the LeBron hate. I don't know if there's Jokic hate. I think there's a lot of misconceptions about what Jokic does. I think the best point that JJ Redick made, right, if you listen to JJ Redick talk, the best point that he made was when Jokic gets a triple-double, he's 23-0. I mean, it's kind of necessary that he goes after. It's kind of necessary that he puts up those types of numbers. If you guys want to I call that winning. Some people might call that stat padding. I think the people that call it stat padding are the people that can't do it. If you can do it, you're going to do it. The people that can't do it are going to try to label it because it's something that's out of the realm of possibility for them. That is the general consensus with stat padding across the board. Anybody that just yells out stat padding, that's because they just can't do it. Kendrick Perkins cannot do what Jokic does. Not close. Rebound, pass, score, any aspect of the game, he can't do it as good as Jokic. And the one thing I think Kendrick Perkins is missing is that with the MVP award, I think we've all accepted the fact that it's dished out on a year-to-year basis differently. For a period of 2 to 3 years, it might be the best player on the best team. As the NBA changes, as the landscape changes, as the types of teams that are built to win changes, what the requirements might change a little. And this is how Russell Westbrook was able to win his MVP, even though he wasn't on the best team. But he did something so individually and statistically great, right? There was no denying it. You had to give it to him. So for him to even bring up Russell Westbrook, I think that was a bad example. Russell Westbrook is the reason why it's possible for Jokic to win these MVPs. Not necessarily being on the best team, but when you're doing something statistically so great, man, you got the ability to go out and win that award. So you're not excluding people for things they can't control. Was it right? Was it right for the NBA to exclude Kobe Bryant? I don't even know if he was excluded from that conversation when Steve Nash won it. But back then, at that time, it was more important for the MVP award to go to the best player on the best team. That's how it was just given out. Times have changed. In the MVP award, like I said, if the MVP award went to the right, if it went to at least the player that we thought was the best player in the league, irregardless of all other circumstances, Jordan would have like 9 MVPs. LeBron would have like 7, 8, or 9 MVPs. Kobe would have multiple. Shaq would have multiple. And the MVP award would literally go to the same player every year for a long time. If it's just about being the best player, that's how we know it's not just about being the best player. Jordan was the best player in the NBA for 10 years, if not longer. Does that mean he should have 10 MVPs, or does the criteria change based on what we see during that year? I think that's the one aspect that Kendrick Perkins he's acting as if there's some type of set criteria when there's never been any type of set criteria to dish out these MVP awards. All right, I just dropped a link in the chat, but we got to cook on that. Y'all thoughts on JJ Redick and Kendrick Perkins? Peanut says, facts, Lamont MVP isn't the best player most of the time. Is about narratives. It is. And Peanut, we've come to accept that. We've come to accept it. Like, this is why I hate it when people say, oh, Shaq should have won MVP. Oh, Kobe. No, they shouldn't have won it that year. Right? The narrative that year, the way the vibe of that year, best player, best team. Steve Nash's impact towards leading that team to being the best team, he won it. Salute, Sturdy. It's good, man. What you got on this? And you still on mute, Sturdy? Abracadabra was good, man.
Yeah, Lamar, give me
good.
All right, I got you, Sturdy. All right, Abracadabra, what you got on this topic, man? Whether it's JJ Redick, Kendrick Perkins, man.
JJ Redick, and Perkins. Perkins, I feel like it's the same thing. They're trying to get a reaction. They're trying to get the people riled up, get the ratings up. I feel like that's what First Take's been doing for so long. The controversy sells. They're trying to get sensitive, controversial topics, bring it up, get people talking about it. So we're feeding right into it, ain't we? I think that's my take right there.
Well, I want your take on the stat padding. Is it a real narrative, or is it just a natural part of the game for players to get stats?
Oh, there's definitely. I don't know. I think there's cases where I need one more assist. Just let them get that assist. I think that happens, obviously, but I don't think they're going to go out of their way to risk the game, risk the natural flow of the game. It's not something that they're going to do in that case, but it's like, oh, all I need is one more assist. Let them get that assist. The teammates help them out. I think that happens, but I mean, is that stat padding just to let them go get one more assist? It's just kind of dishonest, disingenuous takes in regards to that. I don't think that's stat padding.
Yeah, I agree. I think at the NBA level, you'll just be hard pressed to find very many real examples of the true definition of stat padding. It's just so hard. It's so hard to identify. Like what Giannis did the other day, trying to get a rebound outside of the scope of competitive performance. The game was over. That the NBA rescinded it for a reason. That is true stat padding. What Giannis tried to do. But outside of that, if you're doing it within the confines of the game, competitively, right? Not when the game is completely over and the other team has clearly given up in the last few seconds and you're not chasing the extra dunk or extra 2 points. But outside of that, is you won't find too many real examples of stat padding. But let me get to Mingle Jester, man. Mingle Jester, what you got on this?
It's basically like this. The league MVP has nothing to do with race, first of all. I'm going to go ahead and get that out of the way. I don't think it's racially charged. This is the one thing that I can honestly say that ain't racially charged. I think it's more narrative. Every league MVP that's ever been given out, it's more narrative-based than anything. Like with Russell Westbrook averaging a triple-double. That was the narrative. This year, Jokic winning 3 straight league MVPs that haven't been done since birth. So if he do it, that's what the narrative is. Him winning his 3rd straight league MVP. I mean, all the league MVPs mostly have a narrative around. I don't see what Perk was trying to say. I don't know what his point was. I don't know what he was trying to get at. But I mean, Jokic is having a hell of a season. Now, we're not gonna sit here and act like Jokic is not falling his tail off, and his team is in the #1 spot in the West. Like, we're not gonna sit here and act like that ain't happening. Even though, don't get me wrong, Giannis has the best record in the NBA. He does. Like by half a game, but still. He balling. He can easily get it, man. I mean, to me, if either one of them get it, I don't have a problem. If Jokic get it, I don't have a problem. If Giannis get it, I don't. Even if Embiid get it, I still don't have a problem. Because all of them having nice seasons. They having a terrific season. So I'm just gonna stay tuned.
Now, that's what I said. It still can go to anybody. It's still, to me, it's still a pretty open race. Well, I think Tatum still has some wiggle room to creep back into the conversation. Embiid is obviously in the conversation. Jokic is in it. Luka is trickling upwards. He's trending upwards right now, but I don't think he can do enough to get it. So I don't know why Kendrick Perkins is acting like it's just some foregone conclusion, man. Like it's a wrap. There can't nobody else get into the conversation. But Jokic should be the #1 candidate right now, just kind of based on what he's done and where his team is at. Now, it depends on the narrative for that year, like Mingo Jester said. The narrative for this year could maybe go back to the best player on the best team. But it does change from on a year-to-year basis, man. So he is right there. Well, what up, Enterprise? What's good, man?
What's going on?
What you got on this, man?
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
I came in a little late to hear exactly what Kendrick Perkins said, but the overall point about Jokic, I think they're over-credentializing him. I think they're trying to overemphasize and give him an overabundance of awards. And I think there is a racial undertone to it because they want to make the game more global. They want to take the focus off of Black American players, especially like now in light of what's going on with John Morant. The Black American players have they still kind of have that thug narrative around them, and they're trying to over-credentialize foreign players. Jokic is a hell of a player, but the fact that he's sitting here with more MVPs than Shaq and Kobe combined is freaking wild.
Mm-hmm.
When you got 9 titles, icons, top 10, 15 players of all time, and Jokic has more MVPs than them, and he gets his lunch ate by Anthony Davis every time he sees him, and is he really that far ahead of Embiid and Giannis? You know what I mean? For him to have all these MVPs and he's got 1 conference finals appearance is wild to me.
So that means, again, I don't think they're far apart. I think Embiid and Jokic are neck and neck. I think Embiid has I think Jokic has a slight edge, but I think Embiid is still right there in the race. I think it's all going to come down to how they finish the year. But once you start putting on Jokic, when you say he hasn't got to a conference final yet, then you make it team. That's a different narrative that we've seen that narrative play out on a year-to-year basis. But we've also seen when you do give the MVP to the best player on the best team, there's discrepancies. When Nash got it, remember when Karl Malone got it over Jordan? But then you still get huge question marks about who the true MVP is, even when you base it on how successful a team is. So do you give it to the best player in the league? If you did that, then it would surely go to the same player every year for like in 5 and 10 year stretches. Or do you change the narrative on a year-to-year basis using the media so that there's some parity in how the award is given out? And I think that's a dilemma that the NBA is playing with, because otherwise we have Jordan winning 10 MVPs. LeBron will have like 8 or 9. Kareem would have like 10. Like that's what would happen if we just gave it to the best player in the league and we didn't take anything else into consideration. Yeah. Narrative, storylines, all that. And I think there's a danger in doing it both ways when you consider just winning, best player, or you follow the narratives. I think the NBA's in a little dilemma right now. They have to choose one. And nobody's going to like it no matter what direction you go.
Yeah. They really don't, though. I mean, I think they keep it cloudy on purpose. I think they keep it cloudy for the discussion. I think they intentionally keep it unclear. I'm looking at it in a historical perspective. Jokic is not equal to the status of a Shaq, Kobe, Kareem, Michael, LeBron, none of them. But the fact that his credentials are going to look equal is what I have an issue with, because even though his numbers are great, this is a Steve Nash argument. Great, look cute in the regular season. It looked different in the regular season. But everybody that I just named, you have winning credentials to back it up. Not saying that needs to be the criteria for the MVP, but historical context, he did not have more MVPs than Shaq and Kobe combined. That's just wild to me.
Let me respond to that real quick.
Hold on. Let me get to Sturdy, and then I got to get to Hitman X, who just pulled up, and then I'm going to take it back to Abracadabra real quick. Go ahead, Sturdy.
I don't understand it, because historically, if speaking historically, the top 5 players in each era typically win the majority of MVPs. Go to every era of basketball since the 60s, the top 5 players win majority of the MVPs. These last 3 seasons, Jokic been a top 5 player. That's number 1. Number 2, I don't get why people keep bringing up postseason team success in the postseason, because what we all know is a regular season award. It's a regular season award, bro. And he's been having historic performances individually. Now, I do agree with Perkins. This is the only thing Kendrick Perkins said that was actually factual. The criteria is a little ambiguous. It is a little inconsistent. On one hand, is it the player that's most valuable in this situation? And on another hand, is another player that's the best player on the best team. Mm-hmm. It is a swing through, because one year you have a guy like Donovan Mitchell, number 1 seed with the Utah Jazz, did not get a single MVP vote, But Devin Booker with similar stats, the Donovan Mitchell that year, I think finished 4th or 5th. So it is that is very inconsistent. Now, in regards to I don't punish Joker for none of the stuff he can't control. He has more MVPs than Shaq and Kobe. Deal with it. Doesn't mean he's better than players. No, because the same time when Steve Nash won multiple MVPs over those same guys, he was not considered better players. It's just that I always said it since 1980. It's been a narrative award anyway. There's the only consistent present that you can say is outside those outliers between Westbrook and Joker since 1980, and I believe Moses Malone. Majority MVPs went to the top 2 teams in their conference, and typically went to the best player on those set teams. That's the only consistent metric. Everything else is a little ambiguous and it is confusing. Now, out of the 100 media members that are qualified to vote, Perkins is 100% wrong. It's not 20% of our minorities. I don't know where the hell he got that statistic. And the fact that, and excuse me, like, yes, like majority MVPs were black players. What the hell is going on in terms of when people saying there's an agenda? No, only four players won MVP that were white in this league. You kidding me? There's an agenda? Like, get out of here with that. Like, get out of here with that, bro. Get out of here with that. So, more of the story is it's a regular season award. It's relative to your era, relative to your year. So if it so happened the fact that Kobe and Shaq only got one in that era, that has nothing to do with Joker. That doesn't do it. Not a single thing with Joker. He's a completely different era, completely different style of player. Period. Last thing, get this through your head. Postseason success has nothing to do with regular season awards. Period. Not a single thing.
Mm-hmm. All right, Hitman X, man, what you got on this?
I hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got a pushback for anybody that feels like this is not a racially biased award. I heard Sturdy just say that there was not more than 4 players that won MVP. That's a lie. It was way more than 4 players that won MVP that were white. So that's just factually incorrect. And my point is, like, with Kendrick Perkins, right? Let's get back to the point.
Oh, Joker, my bad. 5.
Say that again, because I didn't cut you off. What was you saying?
No, my bad.
No. Say what you were saying.
No, I was counting.
It was I was about to say Dave Cowens won MVP, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know nothing about basketball.
I said the modern day.
My point is, like, even if that is the case, like, even let's say, like, my point is, like, I agree with Kendrick Perkins because I feel like it is a racially biased award, because let's put ourselves in a different shoe. Let's take it out of basketball scope. If we were voting for the MVP for golf, a lot of us would have a racial bias against Tiger Woods, a black person that we can say is the best golfer of all time. So if there's white people that feel like, oh, Luka Doncic or best that they've ever seen, that's who they relate to. So I have no problem with that. The problem I have is when people are being disingenuous and lying and acting like that bias doesn't exist. Like people who act like racism doesn't exist. People who act like police injustice doesn't exist. This is something that we deal with in real life. Now, if Kendrick Perkins was alluding to racism being in the NBA, I think that's factually incorrect, because I don't believe it's racist to believe that Jokic is an MVP. I just believe you're being bias against white people. That's not a problem. I have no problem with that. My problem is JJ Redick coming out there trying to push a racist narrative. I think that's corny, and I think that's lame as hell for him to do that. Now, like I said before, does Jokic deserve MVP? Yes, he probably deserves it, but when are we going to keep the same energy? Because last year, y'all was telling me, oh, it's about the stats and not having help on your team. Jokic didn't have the help on his team. He was a number 6 seed and got MVP. Right, because he had all the stats, but now he has the number 1 seed. He has the stat. Now it's about the number 1 seed and having the best team. Even though he doesn't have the best team in the league, Giannis has the best team in the league, and he should be MVP in my opinion, given the previous standards that we used to set. Y'all want to move the goalposts again, so that's why I say I agree with Kendrick Perkins on that stance. I feel like he could have worded it a lot better, but to push this racist narrative is just corny. In my opinion, you're being factually disingenuous when you're doing that. When you're trying to say, "Oh, he's being racist," or "He's trying to be a race baiter." Like, we cannot deny the fact that, like what he said, a lot of those MVPs that were white were not top 10 scorers in the NBA. I got to give him that, even though I feel like Steve Nash deserves those MVPs. It stands. It's written in stone. You can't change facts. So it is what it is. Like I said, man, you want to sit here and push a narrative like it's not race bait. It is what it is. I stand with him on that.
Hey, but you know the thing is, and I'm gonna get to Mahari here in a second. Hold on, let me fix my camera. When you brought up Tiger Woods, and you know they have essentially MVP votes as well. It's just called Player of the Year. That award for them has only existed for 20 years. But Tiger Woods, a black golfer in a primarily white sport with primarily white voters, dominated the award. He won it 11 times. I mean, maybe JJ Redick does have a point that the voting isn't necessarily swayed by race, because we see in other sports when a minority black golfer in that sport, dominant, best player in the league, he dominated the award. I mean, he won it 20 times with majority white voters amongst a host of other, Phil Mickelson, amongst a host of other white golfers that potentially could have won it over him had the voters been swayed by race. I mean, I don't know if using golf is the best example, because Tiger Woods completely dominated.
I think you missed my point, Lamont, on that one. My bad. I don't know if y'all can hear me because I was going in and out. I think you missed my point on that golf reference. I used the golf reference, and I felt like we could all relate to this because, like, most of us are black on this channel. Like, we don't know, outside of Phil Mickelson, maybe he's chasing Jack Nicholson. We don't know anybody outside of that for golfing. So if you have majority black people voting, or let's say 50-50 black and white voting for MVP for golfing, right? We're going to vote Tiger Woods just because he's black. We're not going to vote because he's the top or he's the best. We're not looking at whether or not he's the best. We're looking at, he's Tiger Woods, he's black, he's one of the best, and I'm going to vote for him as MVP. Right? We're not watching golf. Us as black people are not watching golf. We will watch Tiger Woods. I can even take it to tennis with the Williams twins. Sister.
That's not what I'm saying is, you say we would vote like that, but how come white people ain't voting like that? White people are voting looking at who's the best in golf, at least.
In golf, but in golf, in golf, but not in basketball. I don't believe they're doing that in basketball.
Golf,
I don't believe they have the same standard for basketball.
Golf is more closely connected with racism than basketball has been. I mean, they really just started allowing black golfers into the PGA.
White people, right? White people, right?
What you mean? But I'm saying, so you saying if black people controlled the voting, they
would
vote
Lamont, you're telling me that Lamont, hold on, you're telling me that white people have the version that we are, because that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting from you, like. So okay, white people they vote golf, right? You telling me they don't have any bias when it comes to golf? No. I said if we were voting for MVP for golf, like let's just say theoretically speaking, we're voting for MVP for golf. We're gonna vote for Tiger Woods just because he's Tiger Woods, he's black.
No.
Right?
That's what I'm saying. But Hitman X.
I talk to you at work.
Hold on, your phone keep going in and out, Hitman X.
My bad.
No. What I'm saying,
I'm in a bad area right now.
But you saying that if we voted, we would just vote for the black person just because he's black. But if we flip it around, the white people are voting in golf. They not voting for the white person just because the white person white. They actually see that Tiger Woods is the best golfer for an 11-year stretch. The man has 11 Player of the Year awards in the PGA, and he basically the only black golfer that most people know. That's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, why does he think I don't think black people would vote that way. I don't know why you would put that on black people. You basically saying we would be the ones
because Lamont, because you're dismissing the black people who also vote for Jokic in that same vein. Like there's black people who see Jokic for who he is, like Bees. I heard Bees capping for Jokic and saying that Jokic should be able to get to the NBA Finals this year, which is cool. But he believes Jokic deserves MVP. There's black people who also believe in Jokic. So that goes both ways, right? My point is, like, you can't absolve the people who vote for Jokic and root for Jokic only because or mainly because he's white. Let's just keep it 100. Like, you just admitted that there's black people who will vote for MVP for Tiger Woods because he's black. There's white people in basketball who casually follow the sport.
I didn't say
who will vote for him because of that.
That's not what I said. You said that.
You didn't say what, Lamont? Lamont, what did you not say? What did you not say? Let's make sure we get this on record, because I caught you. I caught you in the camp. Let's give
you said if black people voted, they would vote for the black person. I said I don't believe that.
I said that.
Okay, but the thing is,
you said you don't believe that because of why, Lamont?
No, I didn't say anything about not believing anything. All I'm saying is we take the inverse. We see a minority black athlete.
Lamont, I'm sorry. I know you're trying to not answer my question.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm trying to answer your question, but your connection bad and you're not hearing me. You just said if black people voted, they would just vote for the black athlete just because he's black. But we take the inverse. We have a minority black athlete in golf with easily all majority white voters, but they have the common sense to see that he is the best thing in this sport, and they can vote him player of the year 11 times. You basically talking like white people got more common sense than black people. Like it's not to me, the black people that are saying that are voting for Jokic, it's just, that's all basketball. The people that vote for Embiid, that's still basketball. I don't know where the race comes into it in these votes, because I haven't seen an MVP award dished out because of race. Everybody that's won an MVP has had a legitimate case for it. We haven't seen no anomalies where some white person or even some black person won an MVP. And it's, how the hell did he win it? This other race, and we could clearly see some type of bias that's racially influenced, but I haven't seen it. Jokic over the last couple of years been dominating. Like, maybe he hasn't, maybe you can argue his team hasn't done the most winning, but you will be hard pressed to name 5 players that are clear cut better than Jokic right now. I don't know. I don't know why you would assume that black people would just vote for a black person just because he's black, like we dumb. I mean, geez, I know that's how we got Obama in, but I don't even think it was our vote that really got Obama in. It was still the white people that voted.
Jeez, you just told the truth on that one. Jeez.
Come on, y'all. Like, I don't think we that stupid. I don't think black people are that stupid.
I know. Keep mute my mic, Lamont, because your purpose is skew on my argument.
Only mute your
mic because your purpose is skew on my argument, Lamont. I think you're doing that on purpose.
I only muted your mic.
You're doing it on purpose, Lamont. You're clearly doing it on purpose. Is my audio good now? Is it good now?
Audio's much better now. But
all right, because like I said before,
you're delayed.
All right, let's go back. Let's bring it back. Let's reel it back, because I'm not letting you out this rabbit hole. You just put yourself in. Right? You said, right? You clearly said that if it was white people, it was a minority. You said minority, right? A minority of white people that will vote for Tiger Woods because he's clear cut better,
that's not
right?
what I said. I said Tiger Woods is the minority in his sport. With a majority white voters,
Jokic, right? It's not Jokic the minority of his sport.
Hold on, with majority white voters. So if white voters in a more racist sport of golf can still vote Tiger Woods player of the year 11 times when they had other options, if they were racist, if they have the common sense to see who the best player is in a more racist sport, then how come the white voters over in the NBA all of a sudden is racist when now it's time to throw some votes at Jokic, and now all of a sudden in an award that's majority went to mostly black players, when a white player wins it, all of a sudden is racially influenced.
I'm getting your point, but you just admitted that we got Obama in office because of that logic, right? Now I'm saying if it was a majority black, in that same situation, we would vote. Most of us on this panel will vote Tiger Woods, not Jack Nicholson, not none of those cats that we don't know anything about, right? A lot of us are casually following these sports, and I feel I'm not saying necessarily the voters are, but a lot of us on the panels that advocate for these people are casually following these sports. And when we casually, like, I hear a lot of people saying Jokic is MVP and they don't come with any real concrete reasons as to why. And that's my point. It's like, okay, if you can't come with concrete reasons as to why, then it has to be racially biased, you know? So that's my point. Like, let's not act like it doesn't exist. It doesn't play a factor into that. When you say, oh, that's not MVPs that, you said, give you an example, Steve Nash. Like, Steve Nash is my guy, but I mean, LeBron James and Dirk Nowitzki had a case in 2006 over Steve Nash. Had a legitimate case over Steve Nash.
But did Steve Nash have a case to even be in the conversation?
He had a case, but not a clear-cut case.
No, but that's a subjective.
Now pull up the vote.
He didn't have a case.
Now pull up the vote and see if he won it. Let's see if he damn near had a unanimous voting in that round. Because I feel like LeBron James should have been clear-cut over him.
I know. At the end of the day, it don't matter who won it. We're talking about if he was in the conversation and he won it, I'm fine with that. Let's not act like Steve Nash was not even in the conversation all year. And then all of a sudden, when the voting comes out, Steve Nash is MVP. They were talking about him being in the MVP conversation the entire year that year. And he ended up winning it. Now, we might have had our preferences of how we see the game, Kobe, Shaq. But at the end of the day,
let's stop saying Kobe and Shaq over LeBron James and Dirk Nowitzki. Kobe and Shaq wasn't dominating on no level.
It's still subjective.
That's what I'm saying. It's subjective, but at the same time, it's the same thing I hear over and over again. A lot of y'all say that, and y'all don't really put context, and y'all don't really look at the seasons at that time.
What you're doing is this. Again, we can't say just because if Steve Nash was not even in the conversation and then he wins it, you would have an argument. He was in the conversation all year, and then he won it. And then at that time, it was more so the narrative of the best player on the best team. We've seen that narrative play out multiple times. No one in their right mind is going to say Karl Malone was the MVP over Michael Jordan the year that Karl Malone won it. But Karl Malone was considered the best player on the best team at that time when Barkley won it over Jordan. Did Barkley really deserve it over Jordan? Hell no. But he won it. But because Barkley's black, so what are we saying there? So how do we define it? When we clearly see nobody was better than Jordan in the 90s, but we see other guys who won MVPs over Jordan. How we define that when other guys get selected over Jordan who are black?
That's a bad example.
But all of a sudden, when a white person gets selected over a black person, even though it's unfair, is racially biased. Well, we've seen it.
If you just admitted it's unfair, that's my point. It's racially biased. If you admit it's unfair,
okay. But so what do you call it when it happens with two black people? When Barkley won it over Jordan,
it's unfair. It's the same shit, Lamont. I don't claim racism. I just claim racially biased. That's a fact. It's the reason why y'all call a lot of people who don't know anything about music call Eminem the GOAT when he hasn't proved. It's at least 10 people I can name better than him lyrically. You know what I mean? That's why when I hear people say he said Eminem a basketball, that's a fact. Like, we just gotta call it, like, bro, stop acting like this shit doesn't exist. That's my point. That's my whole point of coming on this channel. Y'all sitting on there acting like this shit does not exist.
Hey man. Let me get some work in real quick, because I got some stuff to be moving though. But I will say this though. I think that the MVP conversation, the way they structure the narratives is always changing every single year, and there's not like a consistent criteria where people can follow on to see who is the MVP of that season, of the entire season. Now, I will say I do agree 100% with A's story about this. The MVP is not an overall season counting postseason. It's just a regular season award, and so. When you look at the stats of what Jokic has been able to do the last 2 years, he's deserved to win the MVP. Now, if it's racially biased, I mean, it's all up to y'all. But I do believe that he deserved those 2 MVPs. Now, when it comes to Steve Nash, however, there is some context to it because remember the 05, the 04, 05 season. Remember, we had the brawl in the Palace, and there was an image problem with the NBA at that time where many of the critics, a lot of it racially motivated, were looking at the NBA players and thinking them as it's nothing but quote unquote gangsters. And I do believe that the reason why Steve Nash won the MVP was because the NBA was trying to clean up that certain level of imagery to try to promote an ideal image of, hey, we're a clean cut type of league. When actuality, it was not. Now, when you look at both Kobe and Shaq and even LeBron's stats, are they superior than the Nash's? Absolutely. But I remember that whole year even when I was a youngster, that Nash was in the conversation. So as much as we can disagree about Steve Nash winning the MVP, the one thing people are missing in this whole thing is he was in the conversation. If he wasn't in the conversation, if he won it, then all bets are off. But if he was in the conversation, then it doesn't matter if we believe that he doesn't deserve it or not. He was in the conversation, so he won it. So that's just is what it is.
But it was a narrative they lied about, Mahari, that they was losing without him when he only missed like 3 games the whole season.
Right. But that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying what the media was saying at the time. Do I agree that he should have won those MVPs over Shaq and Kobe or even LeBron when he should have won it in 06? I don't agree with that. But they were pushing that narrative that
Well,
MVP, and they had a case. That's it.
To counter your argument about like the Steve Nash MVPs and whether or not he deserves it, I feel like he at least deserved 05 at the very least. Because I mean 06 I should say, because he drove. I mean, like you said, he's in a conversation where he drove his team without Amari Stoudemire. A lot of people forget Amari Stoudemire. Right, I think he had either the meniscus tear or his retina. Yeah, no, something like that. Like he was out for the whole season. He played like 2 or 3 games that season. And he was out, and he still carried that team to the #1 seed, right? But my point is with Jokic, right. But my point is years of him, 3 years, two times he's won the MVP. It's been different narratives every time. Like, okay, we could have made a case for that. Chris Paul, like Kendrick Perkins said in 2021, he had a #1 seed and he was one of the best players, if not the best player on that team. But nobody had him in the consideration, right? The next year, it's the stats and historical statistical season. Damn, y'all hear me?
Hey, let me jump in real quick.
Yeah, it was the historical stats and shit like that. It was the stats last year. Now it's about the narrative has shifted back to being the best player on the best team. So my thing is, like, can we find a criteria for MVP and stay on that instead of jumping across the street and it feels like I said, you're trying to shift the narrative for a white player. It's just keep it 100. I feel like
let's keep it 100 right now. Let me keep it 100.
Hold on, y'all. I got to get to Sean who pulled up in here, and I got to get to Ralph who's been here. My thing is, and what I said was, we will never have a set criteria because there's flaws in all the criteria. There's flaws because if we just pick the absolute best player in the league, then there's going to be a flaw because then you're going to have another sector of people saying, well, this guy's on this is the best team in the league. This is the best player on the best team. And then when we pick the best player on the best team, they're going to switch it up and say, well, this is the best player in the league. It's like, no matter what criteria is set, it seems like there's going to be a flaw. There's going to be a sector of people that say this was flawed, right? Because the only way even if you just give it to the best player, like if Jordan would have got it 10 years, would people have complained? Like, and the only reason people don't complain about the ones that Jordan did get are like, I just don't understand why we need a set criteria for the MVP. Why do we need a set criteria now just because Jokic won it twice? You said yourself, Hitman X, that the narrative's changed twice. We've already admitted that on a year-to-year basis, the narrative changed for how they dole out the MVP. The NBA, the one thing they've been consistent with is they switched the narrative up. The narrative is never the same, and they will change it up as the game changes and as we go from year to year. So again, does it surprise me that there's a new narrative this year? No, there will be a new narrative next year. and it will continue to change from year
That's
to
my
year
point, though,
based on
Lamar.
the
You're
media.
missing my point. That's my point. It shouldn't be that way. It should be the best player on the best team. That's my criteria. I feel like should be MVP because it's been that
But
for the majority of
but
the
hold on, but
MVP.
Hitman X. But you just said you had an issue with Steve Nash winning it. He was the best player on the best team.
Which
Was
was
that
Cat.
were they really the best? Oh, were they the best team that year in 2006, or was the Cavs the best? Because I thought I just said that
No,
LeBron James should have won the MVP that year. I
they-
mean, you can rewind it and see if I said that, but I thought LeBron James should have won it that year. But I see the case because Amari Stoudemire was hurt that year, and he still drove them to the #1 seed in the West.
No,
Not the
he
league,
wasn't
but
the
the
best
West.
player on that team, yo.
But
It was
He was the best
Shawn
player on that
Marion.
team, but they weren't the best. I don't believe they were the best
Shawn
team in the
Marion was
league
the
at that
best player
time.
that
If
year,
I'm not
yo.
mistaken, I thought it was the Cavs. I thought the Cavs were the best
05
team in that league. So
Right,
LeBron James should have won the MVP.
Hold on, let me
But
05
nobody
go to
says that though. Nobody
Shawn
says that though.
Marion was the
Nobody
best
says, "Oh,
player
LeBron
on that
James should have won
Suns
MVP that year."
hold on,
It's
y'all.
always
Hold on, y'all.
Kobe. It's always Shaq.
Let me go to Sean real quick, and then I'm gonna go to Ref. Go ahead, Sean.
salute everybody.
What's
I
good,
think
Sean?
I think the issue is that the reason why the argument is because oftentimes the best player on the best team isn't necessarily one of the best players in the league.
Mm.
Because if you go back to 2005, 2006, the best team in the league that year was the Detroit Pistons. They won 64 games.
Mm.
Nobody had Chauncey Billups in the MVP regular season conversation. So it's a very flawed logic to say it should always go to the best player on the best team. I think there are multiple factors that go into who decides who the MVP is. And a lot of times it is, did you do something historically we've never seen? Did you come out of nowhere? You know, like again, the year Steve Nash won his first MVP, that Suns team did have a major turnaround, and he was kind of the catalyst behind it. Obviously, the rule changes that year, kind of, opening up the game, taking some of the physicality away, from the defense did factor in, but that was very unexpected. Nobody saw Phoenix and Steve Nash doing what they did that first year. It's going to always be like this. I think, we have to presume that the people who have an MVP vote are actually following the game. And a lot of them have been sports writers for the NBA or for specific teams for a number of years, or have been covering the league for a number of years. So they are pretty locked in on to who's doing what. But it's always going to be, it's like this with any award. Every year Denzel Washington is nominated for an Oscar. You can say Denzel Washington should have won the Oscar. That's just the nature of the beast. It's always going to be this way. There's never going to be a set criteria for how an NBA, NFL, how an MVP is determined. It is always going to be this way, and we just got to get used to it. I think the other part of it is now, more than ever, is sports talk and sports coverage is so narrative driven that it's easy for us to say it's going to be narrative driven. And that may not always be the case. Again, last year, Joker did something historically we had never seen somebody do through the entirety of a regular season, statistically. I think that matters. So but this is going to always be part of the conversation and part of the argument. I just think there's just no way to say specifically, here is what makes an MVP.
Yeah. As far as the,
I got one question. Hold on, let me ask Sean that one question. What did Jokic do statistically last year that made him MVP? I can't remember.
Yeah, we had the 2,000 points, 1,000 rebounds, and I think 750 assists. We had never seen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so when they start caring about totals, they never cared about totals before.
I'm not saying they haven't before, Ralph. I'm saying that again, we saw him do something historically we had never seen anybody do. The other part of it, and again, I just want to go to the last couple of years, when Embiid was in the MVP conversation, Embiid ended up missing games that pulled him out of the conversation. So that's the other part of it.
But that wasn't the last year case, though.
Wasn't last year.
He was eligible. The first year, he was eligible last year. The one MVP.
I'm not saying he wasn't eligible, because there were people who.
He was eligible, but there was a stretch of time where he got hurt. That hurt him.
No, that was the first year that Sean referring to. He wasn't eligible.
No,
last year he was eligible to win.
No, I'm saying there were people who voted for him even 2 years ago when he finished second, even though he missed a chunk of games. So that's the other part of it is people are looking at how many games did you play? What did you do in those games? Because if you miss 30 games, and I don't remember how many games exactly Embiid missed, but if you miss a certain number of games, and there's another guy who's been as productive who missed 5 games, they're going to always tilt toward the 5-game guy, generally speaking, with the MVP.
Yep, that's a fact. I was going to speak on is the missed games.
Yeah, you talking.
Hold on, yeah. Let me let Abracadabra go real quick. You've been waiting. Go ahead, Abra.
I was going to make that point Shawn just made, the missed games, because you remember there was one season, I think it was his first MVP, where I felt like everybody was out, like Embiid, Kevin Durant, Kyrie Leonard. I felt like LeBron James was out. I'm not sure. It just felt like the whole damn NBA association was out. Everybody was missing except Jokic. He was the only one that was consistent, playing the whole season, putting up great numbers, and I feel like that's why they gave him the MVP. The second season, he was putting up even better numbers, and he was doing it with a team that had no business being in playoff contention. They should have been a bottom 5 team. You look at the guys he's on his team. It was Facu Campazzo, not even in the NBA anymore. Austin Rivers, ridiculous. He's not a starting caliber player, and it was just Aaron Gordon wasn't there, Michael Porter Jr., Jamal Murray. The list goes on of the players that he had to play with, and he brought him to I don't know if it was a 5th or a 6th seed, whatever it was. And then he loses to the eventual champions.
Double digits, though.
Yeah, but he lost to the eventual champions, and they're going to act like it was how do you do that? Like, you can't do that. He lost to the eventual champions with a garbage team who had no business, and people expect him to do something. But meanwhile, they're saying Embiid should win MVP. What has he done in the playoffs? Because that's the other narrative here. Well, you do all this, but you can't do nothing in the playoffs. What has Embiid done in the playoffs that Jokic hasn't?
Put up historical numbers, but just don't win.
That's exactly what Jokic does.
No, he don't. Actually, he don't meet the same level as him.
That's not true.
I mean, in the playoff.
Ralph, don't do that to yourself, bro. Don't do that to yourself, Ralph. Don't do it to yourself.
I think that's a better. I don't think that's an argument for Embiid. That's a better argument.
One thing Jokic does is put up numbers, man. He might not always win, but he put up some crazy numbers, win or lose. You know,
that's a better argument for Giannis, not Jokic. I mean,
you got to think he was averaging 31 a game against the Warriors, and people walked away from that series saying Draymond Green slowed Jokic up.
Right,
he was still putting up ridiculous numbers, and they was still saying that's how good he is.
What I'm saying, his defensive side digress. What are y'all talking about? I'm not talking about the offensive side. As he get in the playoff, he getting more. His defense gets more trash.
Yeah, but that's the playoffs. Like if we want to judge him in the playoffs, that's separate. We're talking about regular season.
Trash in the regular season.
Yeah, no, it's not trash in the regular season because
it is. He can't even get 1 block a game.
But Ralph, even we give you that. Ralph, and then we give you that.
But hold on, JJ Redick gave everybody the best stat. When he gets a triple double, they're 23-0. First of all, to get 23 triple doubles as a center is ridiculous. And then to be undefeated when you get those triple doubles, that's something you have to take into consideration. If I'm a voter, that means something to me. Like,
and scoring,
to me, it would. Now, for other people,
is a thing.
And the thing is, just like with Embiid, his great scoring or his great defense, again, let's not act like Embiid doesn't have holes in his game that we could nitpick and pick at if we really wanted to be petty with them. I just don't choose to be petty. I know Embiid's great. I know there's a lot of things I can nitpick at and say, oh, he's not this good. He's not. But at the end of the day, we're talking about 2 great players.
It's just turnover. That's it.
But all I'm saying is if they're both in the conversation, I honestly don't care who wins. Just make sure he's in the conversation when it's all said and done. The same thing I said about Nash when I was talking to Hitman. It's not like they're bringing guys that aren't in the conversation into the fold. Like, for example, if Chandler Parsons with that 1 good year in Houston won MVP, then I'm going to start looking around funny. Hold on, this man wasn't even in the conversation, but things like that aren't happening. Guys that are in the conversation are winning the award. And it's only been a handful of white players that have even won the award in the NBA. So why we would act like white voters are just voting in white guys? I don't know if that's strong. I don't know if that's strong
Luka
enough.
ain't get hurt and missed them games. They've been pushing him to be the MVP for the past 2.5 seasons.
No, bro, that's Vegas. That's Vegas having him as the favorite to win.
I'm talking about the narrative. As soon as the season, he's going to win this year. That's the start of the season for the past 2 years.
That's just projecting. That's just projecting. Go ahead, Roy. Hold on. Go ahead, real quick, Omar.
Hey, so let me try to break it down real quick. So if you think about MVPs, right? I don't think it's that biased. I don't think it's that far fetched. If you really think about it, let's think about the anomalies in there, right? The Westbrook 17, maybe the one anomaly in there. Outside of that, the MVP is pretty straightforward. If you're a top 3, I'd say a top 3 seed or higher in the NBA, and you're a surging star, years that I could think of would be Derrick Rose, right? I don't know what the Bulls were in 2010, but I guarantee you, let's say they won 45 games in 2010.
They were number 1 in the East, number 1 seed.
In 2010? No, in 2010.
No, 2011.
Not 2011.
Not 2011?
No. 2011, they won 62 games. I get that. But I'm saying Derrick Rose, I guarantee the Bulls had a surge.
Joker's a nominee, too.
2011.
He's a 16, too.
Okay, let's think about Kobe, right? From 07 to 08, that big jump that they made with Pau Gasol, right? The Lakers came from 45 wins to 65 wins. That's usually what happens. That's usually what with LeBron. Think about 08 to 09. I think the Cavaliers the year before won 54 games, and then they went to 66 games. That's usually what happens, man. It's usually a surging star. They make a big jump. Steve Nash, when he went to the Suns, right? The Suns won 29 games. The next year they went to 62 games.
Yeah, to answer your question, the Bulls won 41 games back-to-back years.
You see what I'm saying, though? They went from 41 games to 62 games. That's usually the criteria for an MVP. What did you do to bring an impact to your team? Did you bring, let's say, a 20 plus win season, and then did you put up superstar-like numbers? That's usually what happens. That's usually the criteria when it jumps from player to player. That's what I see. I don't know what you got. That's just my point on it.
I mean, and to your point, right? I think there are years where that does happen, right? There are years where it happens, and then there are some years where, again, going back to the mid '80s when Bird won 3 in a row, the only year that he won that you could have made an argument somebody else could have won was probably '85, because Bernard King was second in MVP voting, I believe, that year, and he went off that year. The Knicks were not expected to do what they did, and he went off. But the fact is, Bird was coming off a championship, coming off a Finals MVP, coming off a regular season MVP. He was going to be the favorite going into the next season anyway. He had a great year, like he was known to do back then, and they won the MVP. So I think they're just going to be years where sometimes it's just going to go to that guy. And to Lamont's point, even about Karl Malone winning in '97, nobody thought Karl Malone had a better season in '97 than Jordan. So I do think at times there is voter fatigue, but also there is a team that really kind of comes out of nowhere, and a player that kind of, is the best player on that team that kind of comes out of nowhere or unexpectedly makes a rise that can win an MVP. So it's always gonna be like this, guys. It's just the nature of the beast. It's 70 plus years of a league. It's always gonna be like this.
And I think it's better. I think it's better for the league when you're showcasing multiple MVPs across multiple years. You have a Jokic little bit of dominance, and maybe Embiid gets it this year. We don't know yet, but if you have one set criteria, I think it's going to be bad for the league if you consistently see one player winning the MVP for like 7 years straight, because that's what's going to happen if you give set criteria and say, this is what you have to utilize. And then when the game changes, right? When the game does change, then how do you adapt those principles when the game does change? And so that's why I like where it's at right now. I like when it changes on a year-to-year basis, different storylines, teams are winning different ways. You have to consider players like Steve Nash had to get consideration, even though he wasn't scoring 25, 30 points per game. He was dominating in a different way. So stay away from set criteria. That's what's going to get you in trouble with these with this right here. I think you're going down a dark path if you do something like that, as opposed to keeping it wide open, allowing it to change on a year-to-year basis. So let me get to
Lamont. Look, can I say this real quick before
yeah.
Let me go at
1980 is the modern era, because that's when not only the league implemented 3-point line, they brought it to the NBA. We consider that the modern era. That year also where the MVP votes went from players to media. It was from majority players to 100 media members to vote. Since that point, there's only been a few anomalies. That 6 seed thing only happened 3 times. Moses, Westbrook, Joker. 3 times out of 43 times, that's an exception. In regards to this white thing, this white agenda that people keep saying, only 4 players in the modern era won MVP that were white. And you combine their total amount of MVPs, that makes it 6. 6 out of 43. That's not a trend. That's not bias. That's a small percentage.
Man, it is bias right now, though.
Lastly, there's this new one. There's new one that's coming up. They say, oh, this top 10 scoring thing. Hey, Dirk in 2007, I believe, or 2006 or 2007. 2007, I believe. He was actually tied. He was actually tied for 10th in points per game. And why only people talk about Joker and Nash when they talk about not being top 10 in scoring, and no one want to talk about none of Magic's?
Right, because
3 MVPs.
Right, and again, notice the convenience of Perk's argument that he only went back to 1990.
Mm-hmm.
Not the modern era, Sean. Not when you keep saying this agenda of that's when the modern era started. That's when it started, 1980.
Right.
So I don't understand. Like it makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense. The only thing we can agree upon that, like I said in the beginning, the only thing factual Perk did say was it is a little ambiguous and it is a little inconsistent. But outside of those exceptions I just laid out, the precedent there is a little consistency to it. Top, like Omar just said it, top 3 seed, and he added another point, which was a great point. What is the delta? What is the difference of your impact before your upbringing? And it is most of the time it is a surging star.
Hey, bro, think about this too, right? I think Kareem won the MVP in what year when he was like the 8th seed or something like that?
No, he didn't make the playoff.
He didn't make the playoff.
He didn't make the playoff. I think it was 75.
That was literally the only
76. Yeah.
Bro, ain't nobody won the MVP lower than what? The 6th seed other than Westbrook and Jokic in like the last 40 years. So it's pretty consistent. It's literally pretty consistent. Nobody's won it lower than the 3rd seed, actually, other than those 2 in the last 40 years.
And I think too, the other thing too is there's all-time great players who've never won a regular season MVP. Not winning one does not mean they're not all-time great players.
It actually does.
How?
Because if you're consistently like a player like Kobe Bryant, right? He's been okay. Let me look up the stat. I think Kobe had. Hold on, give me a second.
See, this is the problem.
So 2000, right? Kobe Bryant, the Lakers finished first. Kobe didn't win the MVP. 2000, the Lakers finished second. Kobe didn't win the MVP. 2002, third. Kobe didn't win the MVP. 2003, fifth. Kobe didn't win the MVP. 2004, second. Kobe didn't win the MVP. 2008, he won, obviously. 2009, first. The Lakers finished in the West, didn't win the MVP. 2010, finished first, didn't win the MVP. 2011, the Lakers finished second, didn't win the MVP. In 2012, the Lakers finished third, didn't win the MVP. So what I'm saying is, like, where was the misconception that Kobe was robbed? Why didn't you win MVP any of those years? I'm just saying that goes for any player, even LeBron. So I could go down the list on LeBron. It's not biased. It's pretty consistent.
What I'm saying is there's all-time great players who have never won an MVP. It's like there's some guys who had great careers who never won an MVP. It's the nature of the beast, right? Kobe did win one, which again may for some people provide a certain validation for his career. I don't think it necessarily does for me. We know how great Kobe was. And it's just, again, it goes back to that the league largely with the MVP has always tried to reward greatness in a season. That's what it's always been about for an individual player. Again, Westbrook in 2017 is the anomaly because, again, he's a 6th seed. But Westbrook also did something that we never thought we'd see somebody do since Oscar Robertson. So that's the historical context of why he wins the MVP. Plus, again, whether we want to admit it or not, there was a certain level of sympathy for Westbrook staying in OKC after Durant leaves and literally carrying that team to the 6th seed.
Oh, hey, let me give y'all this real quick, just because it's rumored breaking news, but it depends. Some of you guys might already know, but I'm hearing that it says Ja Morant has checked into a drug and rehab facility for alcohol abuse. And it says apparently his alcohol addiction has been getting worse this year. So again, that's rumored. I don't know if it'll come out, but again, this is coming out of Memphis. It says Ja Morant has checked into a rehab for drug and alcohol. Said he's missed 2 games, possibly the whole season. Says apparently his alcohol addiction has been getting worse. That's what it says. So we'll see if any news comes out about it. Man, hopefully he gets all that together, man. Like I said, I wish him the best. And I think it was a bit of an overreaction to some of the things that he was doing, but obviously that's something we could talk about here a little later after we move on from this topic.
Dang, it's over with for the Grizzlies.
Salute everyone.
Nigga, don't hate on the city.
Hold on, let me get to Herm real quick. Herm, what you got on this topic real quick before we move on?
I guess a lot of guys supported JJ Redick, I see. But I guess my thing is I just thinking about the whole perspective of the category that Jokic go, if he was to get MVP for the 3rd straight year, what he's putting himself into. That category that he's getting into, 3 straight MVPs, Bill Russell, Will Chamberlain, Larry Bird, those guys were competing for championships yearly, or they was already champions in the midst of it. So, I don't think he should be put in that category, man. I don't care about the analytics stuff, because you can go out and let Charlie Ward had a 99 defensive rating. Is he a lockdown defender? Hell no. But we sit up here, we use that to try to say, man, that's why Jokic is up there. Man, Jokic cool, decent player, but he got to show more than me for me to just constantly he being the rank for MVP year after year.
May I respond to that, Lamont?
That's crazy. Come on.
Let him finish his take.
I put it like this: since you jumping on me, I'm finna go ahead and troll a little bit with it now.
No.
If y'all want to talk real basketball, instead of listening to always the little analytics, listen to these little scientists, basically. You know what I'm saying? Man, come to Death Row Records, man. Because we talk about real stuff going on in the court. We don't always go off the numbers. That's easy to do. Anybody can look up numbers. Anybody can look up little reports and go off things. What do you see on the court? What can you tell me going on the court?
What do you see?
Hey, what do you see, Herm?
What do you see, Herm?
That's easy to do, young F.
What do you see, Herm? I'm asking you, Herm. What do you see, Herm?
We got Perk on the line.
No, I hear you, Herm. I'm not here to attack you or anything, because I agree with what you're saying, because I agree with you, because like the criteria the MVP has been consistent throughout NBA history except 2 years. I don't think Jokic deserved it last year, and even though I'm a Westbrook OKC fan, it makes sense why people say he doesn't deserve it the year he won, because he was a 6th seed. But this year, Jokic has a great case because he's number 1 in the West, only behind the Bucks by 1 game, having a historic season scoring wise. So I can see why he deserves MVP. And championships, when it goes to like winning championships, I hear you, but it's kind of like, and I agree with you, but it's kind of like in hindsight. So like when Bird won his first MVP, we didn't know who's gonna win the championship because of the regular season war. I'm not, because like it's kind of like looking at hindsight. So it's kind of hard to see who's gonna win the championship when we get an MVP. Like when Dirk in 07, nobody thought he was gonna get beat in 07 or like other MVPs, because it's kind of hard to say in hindsight. But I agree with what you're saying. I just want to add on to the point. In hindsight, it's kind of hard to see who will win the championship because it is based off the regular season. Anything happening in playoffs. So I hear everything you're saying. I was agreeing with you, Herm. So don't worry. I'm not a whole big numbers guy. I watch your content. You cool. I don't want to get into no beef.
Oh, you good, bro? You good, bro? You good, man?
So yeah,
Ain't no big deal.
so yeah, that's about
Me
right.
and FIF disagree every day, but that's still my boy, though. I disagree with almost every day. It ain't
Hey,
no
can I ask
big
the
deal.
panel a question real quick on Nash MVP season? Do y'all really think that Nash really didn't deserve those 2 MVPs? If you're really looking off the numbers, if somebody went from a 29 win season to a 62 win season, right? The year after that, I think they won 60 games without Stoudemire. I think Stoudemire only played like I don't remember how many games.
Yeah, like Marion
I'm
didn't
just
have
asking
a
the question,
20-point, 11.
Can you really debunk it?
Like, stop it,
Can you
bro.
really debunk it without feelings, though? Facts over feelings.
Shawn Marion had 20 points and 11 boards of 52%.
You got the issue. Fluent still got some smoke with you, man. What's going on, man?
Like, bro, stop it.
What year did Nash win MVP again? 05,
Chemistry
06?
plays a
Hey,
role.
y'all, hold on, y'all. We
06.
gotta go one at a time. That's all I ask. I don't care what y'all
He Nash won league MVP 05 and 06.
Okay, thank you.
Chemistry plays a big involved in this. So of course you're not gonna win the first have great sometimes totals first year together when it comes to the standings. You got more time to evolve. You see right now with Luka and Kyrie. Like, come on, bro.
Look, I want to say this.
He had multiple guys averaging double digits and 20 and 11 from Shawn Marion. I repeat, 20 and 11 or 52%. Rajah Bell, the best perimeter defender in the league at that time.
Besides Kobe.
I don't know. He was the best perimeter defender in the league.
Hold on. But what do y'all? Hold on. I don't get. This is one thing I don't like. I don't care about a good player's help around them. If other players are playing good around the star player, that's fine. Nobody really judges. When you win an MVP award, I promise you, it's not about the others making you better. You have to be great because you have to stand out. If other good players do surround Steve Nash on that team, and Steve Nash is still able to stand out with his play and the things he's able to do, that just tells you how great he is. It's hard to stand out amongst a great team. So again, man, y'all just
saying that Lamont is don't act like he single-handedly came over there and shift the team. He didn't.
Well, but he did because all those guys were there before him.
Bro, all those players that you're talking about were on the team when they won 29 games.
How old was that? How old was that?
Yo, Ralph, that's damn, bro.
But again, it goes back to Lamont's point because again, by your logic, Ralph, that means Kobe should not have won the MVP in 08 because Pau Gasol got there and they became a different team.
Bro,
no, actually, that's a lie, right? That's a lie because they was on pace. They had
they still was making the playoffs, though, Shawn.
They had 45 games before Pau got there.
No. Listen.
When it's top three, they was climbing every day.
Hey, to that Pau Gasol addition, right? Big Lakers fan over here. The Lakers went 22-4 after Pau Gasol got on the team.
Thank you.
Just to let y'all know.
What was their record before he got there, sir?
It wasn't 22-4.
All I'm saying is they only lost 4 games. I'm talking about their overall record. Lost 4 games after they got Pau Gasol.
What was their whole record?
What does that say?
Why
what
you
does
keep
that say?
The question?
I don't know what that percentage is, but what does that say about that?
Why are you dodging the question, man? It's a simple question. How many games had they won before he got there?
I don't remember, but I know they only lost 4 damn games with Pau Gasol.
45 games.
I know they lost way more than 4 games before they got Pau Gasol. I'll tell you that much.
What they lost, like 8 or something like that?
No, you're lying to yourself. No, you're lying.
10 at the most.
You're lying to yourself.
How many they won? How many they lost?
All right, hold on. What's the point of this conversation?
What are we talking about?
Yeah. Let me say this.
Go ahead, young guy, because we're gonna move it on to the Gary Payton topic here pretty soon.
I think we're going back and forth, right? About what is valuable, right? At the end of the day, what is valuable in the NBA, right? I'm doing an assignment right now, Lamont. I'm doing an assignment right now, and it's about quality, right? I'm studying architecture, but it's asked the question of what is quality in life, in architecture, in many forms. What is quality? What is value, and how do you quantify that, right? And so Ralph is saying that certain teams are when you talk about most valuable guy, top 3 seed historically, that is a valuable team as well, not just the individual player that puts you over the top. In many ways, I agree with Ralph when you say Steve Nash got MVPs and he was standing out, Lamont says, but at the same time, his team around him allowed him to be able to stand out. Because if you got 25 wins doing what you still do, it don't really matter, right? And so, and that's my question for the panel, right? In this question of what is valuable, I would say personally to me is you can still be valuable and have 30 wins in the season. As ridiculous as that sounds, you could still technically, for me, be the most valuable player in the NBA and still not make the playoffs. You can still do that. You can still do that. You can still be that. Your production can be so high. Your value to your team can be so high, even though it doesn't result in wins, right? Now, at the end of the day, value in the consensus is winning. And that's the thing that people agree on the most is if you're valuable, it's going to result in winning. But I would ask you, Lamont, can you be highly valuable in the NBA and still not produce winning, but your value to your team, the value to you, how much you're raising the team, be valuable? Can you still do that?
Yeah, because I mean, this is the weird thing about the MVP award. And this is why I say it's never been a fair award. It's an individual award, talking about how you play individually. But sometimes on certain years, the narrative around that award is based on how well your team does. So it's very odd how they dish the award out on how we see the award go to the best player on the best team. And that's not even always a consensus. But is it truly showing us who the best individual player is? It's an individual award. And so I don't know how we define valuable, like you said, but I think that that definition, how we define valuable, it changes within the media and the voters on a year-by-year basis. Getting a triple-double from Westbrook, Russell Westbrook averaged a triple-double with the Washington Wizards. Was that triple-double as valuable as what we see from Jokic over the last 2 years? Maybe he's not averaging a triple-double, but he's getting a ton of them. And so again, it's how you label value, and sometimes the unfairness of the award, sometimes how your value impacts a team winning matters, and that's the unfairness of the award. And I keep telling people nothing about the NBA or these votes is fair. Scottie Pippen not winning the Defensive Player of the Year award isn't fair, but it doesn't take away from how great he is. And same with a lot of these players who don't miss out on awards because of media narratives and voting. So we just have to do our best to give these players a fair shake when it's time to talk about how great they were and not really judge them on these individual awards that are voted on by the media.
Right. And that was my point earlier, Lamont. Isaiah Thomas never won a regular season MVP.
Yeah.
We know how great Isaiah Thomas was. Dwayne Wade, regular season MVP. We know how great Dwayne Wade was. We're not going to talk about it now. I'm talking about when he was playing. The point is that
Iceman,
Iceman, George Gervin, like it's the nature of the beast. Like it happens. We get it. We can still talk about somebody's greatness, and the MVP doesn't necessarily define their greatness.
And Ralph, I'm petty. The Lakers were 29-15 before Pau Gasol got there, sir. Continue.
Yeah, and that would be my point, right? At the end of the day, Kobe Bryant didn't just become extra valuable when Pau Gasol arrived, right? He still had the impact for his team when Pau Gasol wasn't there. It's just highlighted now that we winning because of Kobe Bryant, right? So that's why I agree 100% with what you're saying, Shawn, is that when we talk about
I'm petty. They was 35-20. Well,
it's all good. So obviously they weren't as good before Pau Gasol got there, obviously. So Shawn, I was
35-20. He misspoke.
Okay, man. Hey, Shawn, I 100% agree when you say
10 more games. Wow.
Come on, man.
So don't lie.
Another point you're making is you talk about people's greatness. People out here disrespecting Steve Nash. I see people disrespecting Jokic, disrespecting Dirk, trying to make their narrative like, oh, they didn't deserve it. They didn't deserve it. These guys deserve it. How they give it to that guy? You're gonna give it to this guy over that guy. Nash is an all-time great player. Dirk is an all-time great player. Jokic is one of the best players in the league. And no amount of disrespect
no doubt.
spin is going to change that.
I haven't heard
Nash,
disrespect on what you're
Nash
talking
had
about, but
all-time great.
when you say, Shawn, when you say that MVP doesn't define a player, I 100% agree with you. That's why when we talk about subjective awards, and I'm gonna just say this: when we can argue about how they define, we can argue about who votes, but when you're in MVP consideration, I think that's very valuable. Which is why LeBron James being top 5 NBA record 14 times, 14 years in his career. That's undeniable greatness, Lamont. That's why they mad, Lamont. Top 3, 8 seasons in a row, Lamont. Like we ain't talking about how many times you won it. We talking about you top 14 years, you top 5, Lamont. Hey, they can get mad in the chat. They can be mad at the world, but when you're undeniably that great, you certify and just through your will and through your dominance, press yourself into that conversation, Ralph. Juster, that's what you do. That's what you do.
Yo, I give you the
hold on, yeah, we got to move on.
You got to give it. I like that setup.
We got to move on. We got to move on before we get into the LeBron talk. So that's a perfect opportunity to kind of switch up and head over to the Gary Payton topic. Before we do that, we got the guy bend over. That's his burner account. That's actually Reg Dog. Some out know Reg Dog. That's really his account. And
why you rename it Bend Over?
I don't know, man.
What kind of weird stuff you got going on?
But Reg Dog put in the chat. I don't know why people always come over to my live and say somebody called me out. I need to pull up. I'm live. I'm not pulling up while I'm live. And we know Fluid don't really run no channels or nothing. He could easily come over here and click the link. Fluid has a whole bunch of time on his hands to come over and click the link. And so, again, y'all need to stop telling me to go to other people's channels when they could easily click the link. Why don't y'all spend time over there on those platforms? Look, Reg Dog came in quick. Reg Dog ain't said nothing all day, right? Check this out. Then when I say it was him, he says, now I'm at work. Listen, all right, my bad, Reg Dog. If that ain't you, my bad. But for whoever that is, just please tell Fluent if he really wants to have a conversation or even a debate, the link is here. Come on. We'll let him in. We'll let him talk. It's not that big a deal. I don't know what issues he got, but he can get it off his chest if he come over here. I know, like I said, I know people feel safe over on their own platform where they got access to the mute button and all this stuff, and they can, like, again, I'm not about to keep coming. If I'm invited over there again, I'll come. But outside of that, I'm not about to be running around over there clicking nobody's link. Salute to Player's Choice. Salute to Chilltown, man. Great basketball tanks. Salute to Mars. All Dub, all those guys, man. I definitely appreciate what they do over there. But I'm not about to keep pulling up. Hold on one second, Kobe Jordan. I'm not about to keep pulling up to people's panels just because they mention my name or one of y'all done coerced them into saying something silly. And now and like if they really wanted to debate me, which they don't, they would come over here. Like I said, I want y'all to ask yourself, the tickets, the elders, all these people that run around jumping on everybody's panel, ask yourself why they had never jumped on FYF Sports. It's a reason. It's a reason. So again, they stay in the safe zone. Stop telling people to call an FYF Sports out, man. It's not good for your health. What you got, Kobe Jordan?
Yeah, my fault. I just wanted to I know you were finna move on real quick. I was trying to jump on earlier. It was full. But really quick on the MVP thing, I actually agree with you, man. It's not like it changes every year. The goalpost is moved every year depending, like, contingent on what they're looking for or what the criteria is. And I think it's not necessarily racism. To me, I don't agree with that. But I do think that they could move it depending on who they want. And that could kind of sway for it's more favoritism or bias, in my opinion. So if they do want Jokic or they do want Steve Nash, then they could kind of move the goalposts for the narrative that they want to push that year. Because if you look at that 05-06 year, yeah, he deserved to be in a conversation. But then we don't look at all the different, like, he had 57 first place votes. And then nobody else on that list had no more than 20 first place votes. And then if you look at the Detroit Pistons, they were 60. They had won 10 more games, and Chauncey Billups had almost the same exact numbers as Steve Nash, and he wasn't even in the top 4 for MVP voting that year. So it's like, and then one more thing I do want to say, if we are going to say it's the best player on the best team, then the Spurs were the best team. Tim Duncan, he was averaging 20 and 10. Where was he at?
So I don't know. I just think it is favoritism. I don't think it's racist though, but I do think it is some sort of favoritism with the voting.
It's
That's
just
because
design. It's just a
they
design.
get
The NBA has a design system. I think they want to give the impression that there's a ton of stars and everybody should come watch because they don't want to give the same award out to the same player year after year after year. They thrive off of narratives. The NBA thrives off of rivalries. And you can't have that if one player is winning the award, which if you had a set criteria, that's ultimately what will happen. One player would win the award over and over and over. And that's not what I think the NBA's Adam Silver and David Stern have done a good job of creating a lot of parity, or at least the optics of parity, because there hasn't always been parity, but they always try to create the optic of parity in this league, especially by using the MVP award to make it appear as if there's more competitive balance than there really is. It's very deceptive practice, but I like the strategy. It's a good business strategy.
the reason, but the
And one
main
more
reason
thing
why
in my
Tim
question
Duncan
for
came
you,
in that conversation though is because that would have been his third straight. You do know that, right? If they would have gave Tim Duncan the 1 in 05, that would have been his third straight. So that's why he
yeah, but
wasn't
see,
in
hold
it.
on, what you're just saying that's flawed. So hold on, so what you're saying is you're switching it because you don't want him to get 3 straight.
No, I'm not saying that, but you know they're not going to give him 3 straight is what I was saying.
But they gave Bird 3 straight, and they're about to give Jokic 3 straight. So what is your?
But they weren't going to give Tim Duncan 3 straight. You see, they didn't give him 3 straight, did they?
No, I get
the
it, but what I'm
media?
saying is that's where I have an issue with, because what I'm saying is I think they're switching the goalpost to fit whatever narrative that they want for the year. And then my question is, how does Steve Nash get 57 first place? Like, he was miles ahead of everybody that year in the votes, but for the numbers, it didn't say that.
Yeah.
His numbers didn't prove that he was miles ahead of everybody.
Steve Nash's game wasn't predicated in the numbers, though.
And again, that goes back to what we
Yeah,
said
but hold
earlier.
on. So Chauncey Billups was? I mean, he was averaging 18 points and 9 assists too.
I'm just saying what we were seeing at that time. The NBA was really pushing fast-paced, high-octane offense, and I think that was the new thing on the block. So
And that's
I
the
think
narrative.
what Steve
And
Nash
that's
was
the
doing.
narrative that I'm
So that's a
speaking
narrative.
Hold on. That's not. But that's what we're saying. Narratives change on a year-to-year basis, and then influence who the MVP award goes to.
And
I've just accepted
that's
it.
bias.
Hold on, but I know, but it's not racial bias.
No, I agree
bias.
with you. It's not racist. It is biased though.
Hold on.
No, there's narrative bias, but there's no racial bias.
There's always going to be a level of bias because everybody has bias. Like that's how it is.
Yeah, but hold on.
Yeah,
but when
but
you say bias,
don't say
hold
he
on.
deserve to have a hat in the race.
But there's a big difference between actual bias and then favoritism, right? Like Steve Nash, when you have 57 first place votes, that's favoritism. No one else had more than 20, bro.
You do realize favoritism is a form of bias, right?
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that to me, it's another level because again, the numbers and the statistics don't prove that he was that much better than everybody else. So then now I'm thinking about the voters voting who they actually want, and they're eliminating other factors to give him the edge.
Well, again, but that may not necessarily be the case. The voters may very well have looked at the fact that before he got there, they were a 29-win team. He's the only major pickup they have, and they go from 29 to 60 wins.
But explain the back-to-back, though.
That's not the truth, though, because the year before, what about the role players that he played with? They added guys on that role, on the bench.
And you said role players. It wasn't
hold on. They picked up Quentin Richardson, who averaged 18 points for them. He wasn't on the team the year before.
Nobody but Richardson is taking MVP votes away. Again, if you go back and you watch those Phoenix teams play, he was the quarterback. He was the engine that made it go.
Hold on. So Chauncey Billups wasn't the quarterback for the Pistons. Tim Duncan wasn't the quarterback for the Spurs.
Yeah, and again, you're talking about a Pistons team that had been in the Eastern Conference Finals 3 years in a row before that. That Phoenix team won 29 games the year before Steve Nash got there.
And guess what? Hold on, but you're not even factoring in. They had a different coach the year before. It's a whole different team.
Yeah, that matters. I'm not saying.
But so it's not just one player. They had a whole system that changed.
I think I'm saying you're missing. You're missing the point.
No. I'm not missing it. You're missing my point, bro.
You are missing because you're talking about the coach and the role players.
Hold on. That doesn't matter.
Hold on. Are you listening? Are you gonna listen?
What you're saying doesn't make sense.
Are you gonna listen? Are you gonna listen? Because this is what happens in the NBA and other sports. Sometimes you get a coach that comes in and implements something that nobody's seen before, and it blows up, which is what Mike D'Antoni did with Phoenix with that 7 seconds or less offense. Steve Nash was the catalyst. He was the guy that made it happen. They went from 29 to 62 wins.
And that's what Sean was saying before.
Did Mike D'Antoni get coach of the year that year?
All right, y'all. Look.
Exactly.
Been on this
exactly
too long. We got to get on to the next topic, man.
It's not consistent.
I got it. We understand that. Look, we've been Jokic. The main thing is that at least all these guys that we talking about are in the conversation. That's all we can ask.
Wasn't supposed to be in no conversation.
I know, but hold on. But you saying that is subjective. The fact is
that's not subjective. That's a fact.
No. But the thing is, they do weekly updates on these polls. He was in the conversation the entire year. So we can't get mad. Like, I don't care that Nash won it. I don't care.
No, I don't either. What I'm saying though is I'm pointing out the difference in bias.
And at the end of the day, how much weight do we truly give MVPs? Because there's how much weight do you truly give them?
Y'all he can't be top 5 or top 10 without an MVP.
No. Who says that? Who said that?
A lot of people on this panel, sir.
No. Name a person.
So hold on, Lamont. Do you think Bill Walton should have won MVP over Moses Malone?
No, I don't care. I can't remember that year. I don't know what the hell was going on.
You weren't even born, man.
It don't matter. But why do I need to like, bro? I don't care about no Bill Walton winning no MVP.
I know. I'm messing with you, bro. I'm messing with you.
They both look like scrubs compared to players today. So I'm not about.
See, I knew you was gonna say that, bro. That's crazy.
But they did.
You're biased for this generation, but it's all good. Let's move on.
On that Minnesota.
All right, but you can go back and relive and watch them games over and over and watch a whole bunch of bad basketball.
Them dudes was dribbling with one hand.
Come on, man. I mean, it was good for that time, but it don't look good now.
They didn't have cell phones either, bro. We know.
Hold on. Let me move on. We gotta move on. Before we move on, though, I gotta play a quick video from one of the show sponsors, man. And when we come back, man, we're going to be
talking my energy drink, Lamont.
Hold on one second. We'll get to that here in a second. Fit 8, man. Make sure y'all copy out some when y'all go to the store. Ralph, what I owe you, a 6-pack or 12-pack?
I'm gonna take off.
Yeah. Because I got him on. I was just talking to him on IG. So if I owe you some Fit 8, let me know now.
You do.
I get some. I'm gonna take off.
Put it in the private chat, Ralph. Because I'm talking to him on IG right now. I can shoot him your information. All right. But Gary Payton, y'all. Gary Payton. It's not even arguable. One of the top defenders on the perimeter in the 90s. A guy that guarded most of the stars from the 80s, all of the stars from the 90s. He made a statement that a lot of people gave a ton of pushback to. And he said that he was asked who was the toughest player to defend. Everybody expected him to say Michael Jordan. And he said John Stockton. And then he gave his reasons for it. He literally gave real basketball reasons. He gave a basketball reasons for it. And this is arguably the best perimeter defender of the 90s. And how do y'all feel about that take? Do you think he's just capping? Is there some truth to it? Are we undervaluing how good John Stockton was? Or are we overvaluing how good Jordan was?
I think just one, I want to say this. John Stockton was a great defender, and I think his defense should get more attention. But I think Gary Payton, because I saw the full clip of what he said, and the original time he said it, it was more so a matchup preference. Like, if anyone watched John Stockton, studied the film of John Stockton, he was a scrappy, durable, strong, dirty player. But also he was the epitome of consistency. And the things that Gary Payton described, the things he was had difficulty with John Stockton, those are matchup preference. It don't necessarily elevate John Stockton as a defender, nor does it denigrate Jordan as a scorer. It just more so preference. It's like, for example, you ask most all-time great players, they do have that one guy that gives them the toughest matchup. You ask KD, he says Tony Allen. You ask T-Mac, I believe he said Bruce Bowen. But neither one of those guys, they were great for their era, but neither one of the guys you wouldn't consider like top 5 all-time perimeter defenders. It don't take away from those guys. It's just a preference. Or I wouldn't say preference. It's more so just a matchup. It's just a matchup outcome. Some guys, there's certain things that a defender does that just bother all-time great scorers. Y'all can talk now.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Sturdy. And again, you know, he's talking from his perspective. He matched up more with John Stockton than he did Michael Jordan. So he's coming from that perspective as well, because, you know, he saw John Stockton literally, you know, 6 times a year in the regular season and sometimes in the playoffs. You know, he only saw Jordan in the regular season twice and, you know, once in the finals. So, yeah, I think it's also going to come from the number of matchups he had against John Stockton and understanding, you know, just, you know, what John Stockton was, to your point.
Yeah, man. Look, I seen Gary Payton talk about John Stockton on multiple occasions, right? He always gives him his flowers. And I remember one time hearing him say that John Stockton on an individual level is harder to guard, right? And the reasons he gave that I remember was that John Stockton always makes the right play, the right pass, always making the high quality shot, not really knowing whether he's gonna press to score or whether press to play make. He's gonna make the right bounce pass. He's gonna run a lot, and he was saying it was tougher on a mental level to get ready for a player like that than to get ready for a guy like a Jordan, for example, that you know is trying to get buckets and score. He's gonna press all game. He ain't really gonna pass first when it comes to his mentality. And so I think that for a all-time great defender like Gary Payton is easier to stop, or easier to at least hold down. Now, when we say tougher to guard, is John Stockton even close as a total offensive player to Michael Jordan? I would say no. If you individually had to be on an island, who are you picking? I'm picking John Stockton all day. But I think when it comes to the mentality of what Gary Payton is saying, I think it is tougher to guard a guy who can score and play make, who can make the right play, who's always shifting the defense, always putting you off balance, always you need a defense as a whole to have an impact on a guy like John Stockton as opposed to one-on-one. And so I think that's what it means, as opposed to if we take the quote as he was harder to guard, meaning that John Stockton is a better offensive player. I don't think it means that.
And I think too, in the context of it, that was also literally, you know, a time where you didn't switch everything. You literally had to fight to get back because, you know, you had your matchup. And because Utah lived in that pick and roll game, you know, you probably gonna come out that game a little more beat up, you know, when you got to try to fight through Karl Malone and Antoine Carr and some of those big guys back then too. So, you know, I think it, you know, probably comes from that perspective as well.
Mm-hmm. Let me give a shout out to King David. Salute to King David in the Cash App. He says, tell Steve Nash to give Kobe his MVPs back. All right, man. Well, I you know, it is what it is. But craziness, man. Salute to King David, though, man. But look, you know what, y'all? Well, double down on what Young Africa said. I think the scariest part, at least for Jordan fans, about what Gary Payton said, because the reasons that he gave as to why Stockton was harder to guard, it was all about versatility. And if you compare that to what we see today, and you look at the most versatile player we have in the league right now, most people, or at least throughout their career, I mean, a lot of people are going to tend to look at LeBron James as for when you go to versatility, being able to do everything on the floor offensively, but as far as play make, do everything, operate out of the pick and roll, score the ball at a high level, get to the rim, make threes. That lends to versatility. And that just adds another argument for anyone that wants to say LeBron is the GOAT. You're just adding another notch to that argument because you can take Gary Payton's sentiments and mold it into that argument if you want. So I think that's the scary part about it. And Gary Payton was no slouch defensively. So I don't know what you got on that Mingle gesture, man. How you feel about it? Was Michael Jordan an easy assignment for Gary Payton?
Like Shawn said, he ain't faced him enough time, so it's easy to say that when you're not facing a player all the time. Every time you come out there on the court, when you face a player like 2 or 3 times a year or a season, it's easy to talk trash about it. But when you got to go against that player 6, 7 times a season, you might be singing a different tune.
But was he talking trash though?
Nah, I ain't saying he was talking trash. But what I'm saying is, it's a different story when you got to go up against a guy like Jordan, the skill level he had and all he possessed. And Jordan was a good passer. He just didn't pass like that. But Jordan was a good passer. Let's not get it twisted now, like he just was just one-sided. See, the thing was, the triangle offense prevented Jordan to play it in that style. That's what Pippen come in at. That's why Pippen took over all those duties, because the triangle offense allowed Pippen to do that. But that's another story. All I'm saying is this. Yes, Gary Payton was a great defender. I mean, I don't think you win a defensive player of the year without being a great defender. I don't know. I mean, it ain't necessarily predicated on that. It ain't necessarily predicated on that because, Tony Allen didn't win one. Scottie Pippen didn't win one. All of them was great defenders. But it still solidifies your argument when you got one. And he got one as a guard. So I guess I take his argument. I take what he said.
Hey, when you talk about Jordan's passing, is Jordan against tough defense and a hard double, for example, is he more likely going to take the tough shot or make the right pass? What's Jordan going to do?
I mean, being that Jordan was efficient, I guess he's going to make the right play.
No, Jordan's gonna take the tough shot because it's more likely he'll make the tough shot than Cliff Levingston.
But wait a minute. But how is that funny though? Jordan shot 49.7. Ain't y'all say it's all about efficiency?
That's a fact.
What y'all telling me?
And a lot of them were tough shots.
It doesn't matter. He still shot 49.7%. And it's about numbers. That's what y'all told me.
No, but Mingo Justin, that's not what he asked you though.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what he just asked me.
Man, don't
because we talk about defense.
That's not what he asked you.
Y'all for the take off and run with what Gary Payton said. Lamont, why you ain't talking about what Michael Cooper and Dominique Wilkins been saying?
Because we talking about what Gary Payton said.
Yeah. Nah, I just asked you a question, man. You ain't gotta get deep with it, nigga. I just asked you a question.
Bro, who's on the? Hey, yeah, I want y'all to. Who's on the thumbnail? Who's on the thumbnail of the video?
Gary Payton.
Gary Payton.
Hey, don't.
Michael Jordan. You
so
asked me
two
about
top 10 point guards in the go.
Okay, hold on.
Since you're trying to get out. Now, hold on. Since you're trying to get technical,
on Michael Cooper.
No, hold on. Now, since you're trying to get technical on certain things, Lamont, don't act like you had titles of videos and you ain't straight along to talk about other things. So let's get technical with that. But
I just said we're going to talk about the topic. I literally just said we're switching to the topic of today's show, which is the thumbnail. We're talking about.
I know. I just asked you a question, man.
I know, but you asked me why am I not talking about Michael Cooper? I don't know.
I just said why you haven't. I just said why you haven't. It's convenient. No, all I'm saying is just convenient.
On another.
See, Herm, you be killing the vibe, Herm. That's what you be doing, Herm.
Nah, man. Hey,
messing up all the fun sway.
Yeah, man. Niggas videos.
I just don't know how to kiss butt, man. That's all, man. That's all it is too, man. I don't know how to do that. I never done it.
Herm, how do you feel about the topic, Herm?
Exactly.
Nah, I mean that's Gary
running off at the mouth.
He played the game at a high level. I can't talk about a nigga that played played ball for years. I can't talk about nobody that played at the and do that. I
So
never
you
do
think
that.
Gary Payton lying, basically?
No, I ain't saying he lying. I'm
Your
saying
opinion.
he got a right to say what he's saying. I'm just messing with Lamar saying I find it convenient that he talk about what Gary Payton said, but he ain't not once had a video talk about what Dominique and Michael Cooper said. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know what they
Hey, ain't no
said.
big deal.
I don't know what
I
they
mean, that's my point. You making my
What
point.
Dominique said about Jordan and
Trying to see
Kobe?
what this is. Nah, you know Michael Cooper when they got on JJ Redick and all this. And all that we
Oh
talked.
yeah.
I seen Lamar talk about Kendrick Perkins and JJ Redick, but I mean, I'm pretty sure you ain't talked about what Dominique Wilkins and Michael Cooper said about what JJ Redick said, and talk about how disrespectful they is with the errors, and explain why you shouldn't be disrespectful to different errors. So I mean,
Hey,
it is
Matt,
what
you
it
heard
is,
what
big
Dominic
dog.
said about Kobe?
Oh,
That'll
Ralph, you
come up.
there?
That'll come
Yeah,
up.
go ahead and say it, Ralph. Go ahead and let them know, man.
The only one can be considered the GOAT.
Hey, but they ain't gonna talk about that, ain't around.
Is
Nah,
this
Yeah,
is not a GOAT conversation, yo.
it's not a
Exactly,
topic.
Nah,
exactly.
we just
Herb
saying the
always be.
general, Lamar, and ain't
No,
no big
Ralph,
deal.
check the private
yeah.
chat.
I don't mean to change the subject.
Don't do
Nah,
that, Herb.
Yeah.
let
So
me
this
let
is
me
why
get my take
I'll
on.
bring it. I'll bring it back like this, right?
The
This is
John
why.
and the last one you right.
Yeah. Okay, y'all dealt with that. So
Oh, you talking to me?
this is why I say
Yeah.
LeBron James is the greatest offensive player all time. Gary Payton is alluding to a more versatile player, like Lamont said, harder to guard. When you have elite playmaking and elite scoring, the defense has to be more predicated around stopping an
Wow.
individual player. It's harder to do that. You got questions for the defense. Are you gonna apply all your attention to this individual player, or B, let him go off and press on these other guys and not let them go off? When you have an individual player of the greatness of a LeBron James, right, that can carry an
I
offense,
gotta
that can
challenge you
set a
one day,
focal
dog.
point
You gotta
of the
let him
offense,
finish.
that can break down individual defenses himself. If you check him one-on-one, that if you send the squad to him, he can beat you with the passing. These are things that I think no other player in NBA history has, at the combination of
Bro,
elite
why are we
playmaking
talking? This is not a
and
LeBron
elite
thumbnail,
scoring
bro. Why
ever,
are we
bro,
talking
at the
about
level
LeBron right
of a
now?
LeBron. Hey, they get mad. I don't see.
Does
They
John
get mad.
Stockton is
They get
John
mad at the
Stockton a
facts. I
scorer
don't
to
know why.
you, young
Hold on,
Africa?
y'all. If y'all don't
But
like what he's
Lamont,
saying,
I
let him
thought we
finish
weren't
at
talking
least.
about
I
no other
know. Hold
players though.
on. Listen what he said. He
No.
connect.
We talking about the offense, and so this is, I think, what Gary
He's
Payton
talking
is
about
alluding
LeBron,
to
bro.
is
Hold
an
on. Okay,
offensive
hold on.
player.
Hold on. Let's let
Y'all get
Kobe
mad.
respond. Hold on, Herb.
Damn.
Hold on. Hold on,
Go
young
ahead.
Africa. Kobe, go ahead and respond to that then.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm responding to what's in the thumbnail. I thought we were talking about.
Okay,
Stockton.
I'm
they
gonna
finna
hold
get
on.
mad.
Kobe Jordan, I'll refresh you what he said. He says if you take what Gary Payton said, because he connected it back to that, and
To
he talked
LeBron, yeah,
about
that's what
and
he
he
always
talked
does.
about. Hold on, it don't matter what he always does. It's on you to refute it if he's
Yeah.
wrong. It's called FYF Sports Debates. Debate him if you don't agree, but don't cry
Niggas
about what he's
emotional.
saying. He took the topic. He basically said if you take what he said and you compared, he talked about John Stockton's versatility, which is what made him a much harder guard than guarding Jordan. If you compare that to what we see today, one of the is probably not even arguable anymore. The most versatile player in NBA history is probably going to go down as being LeBron James. How does that compare? Are there some similarities in that? And when we talk about who's harder to defend, can you weigh what Gary Payton said and then compare it with LeBron James? Now, Kobe Jordan, your name is Kobe Jordan. Can you respond to Young Africa?
Yeah, so what I think basically Gary Payton is saying is for him, John Stockton, the way he knew the game, he was able to break down the game. He wasn't just hard to guard on ball. He was hard to guard off the ball. He understood the game. He made Gary Payton work. He made him run. He was getting him hit off of screens. He just understood the game. And then on the defensive end, he would play pretty good defense. So he understood. He just was a smart all-around basketball player. So when you talk about a player like LeBron is he one-on-one. Okay, cool. LeBron's going to beat you every time. Yes, he's going to beat you with the scoring, but off ball, LeBron is pretty much stagnant. He's not running around. You're not chasing LeBron off of screens, right? You're not getting tired by running him or running around chasing him off of screens. I think it's a little difference. LeBron's physicality, yes, just that in itself is hard to guard. It's probably the hardest player to guard. But I'm talking about Gary Payton.
He's specifically talking about off ball, making him work, doing all the little stuff, just smart, just understanding the game all around. So is he a better player than Jordan? Of course not. We know that Jordan is to me the best scorer. But when you talk about LeBron, the correlation he's making is his versatility. But I think he's speaking to off ball, and that's my opinion on it.
What?
Now you know about a month ago, Kobe Jordan.
Wow.
I released an NBA scouting report from the Toronto Raptors, and it was their scouting report on LeBron James. Do you know what they said LeBron James is the most elite at? When they said what you want to watch for when defending LeBron James, they said he was most lethal off ball. So this is why I question when I look at these scouting reports, and a scouting report from an NBA head coach in Dwayne Casey, who's one of the better defensive coaches. And when him and his team put together a scouting report on LeBron James, and they said he was elite off ball, especially out of the pick and roll when he sets the screen and rolls, how is this showing up in scouting reports? But when you watch the game, you say he does nothing off ball. What are you not seeing that NBA scouts are?
So okay, let's break that down. Off ball, what exactly? Because I didn't read the article. So when they said he's deadly off ball, what are they?
I can put it on the screen for you.
Yeah, can you pull it up? No,
but what are you not seeing is the question.
I'll show you.
What are you not seeing? LeBron off ball. What are you not seeing?
Great off ball. He's definitely not that great off ball.
No, not that great compared to him on ball, maybe. But what are you not seeing off ball? How is he not positive off?
He don't even move when he off ball. He just stand there.
He don't even move. Okay, that's one.
No,
point.
That's not true.
Move. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Here it is right here. Hold on. Here's the scouting report right here. So offense, good ball handler. We all know that. Excellent.
Not a good ball handler.
Hold on, Mingo Jester. You can say that, but again, the NBA guys, like, this is how we know you don't know basketball, and the NBA guys do. The NBA guys, I would rather trust the guys that I've actually seen coach the game. So
can you break down what are they saying off ball?
I'm trying. I'm about to get to it.
You're just deflecting, but go ahead.
Hold on. I'm getting to it next. This says excellent. Hold on, y'all. It says excellent as the screener in the pick and roll. Now, the person that screens in the pick and roll, does he have the ball? No. So it says excellent at 1.21 points per possession. So they even have the analytic to match with it. He says he pops twice as much as he rolls, gets the ball out of the pick and roll at a high volume at an elite 1.33 points per possession efficiency. That's elite efficiency off ball as the screener. So when we say LeBron James does nothing off ball, well, according to an NBA scouting report, he's elite as the screener without the ball. But y'all say he stands around. But we'll continue to move on.
This is from one. Is this from one organization?
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah. It's using one source. Like what?
Hold on. No, what I'm using
is the playoff scatter report. Hey, come on. Hey,
hold on, Mingo. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. This is not me. See, this is what I consistently tell y'all. This ain't me saying.
I haven't said nothing.
Hold on. I'm muting you because you are saying something now. Let me finish. Because you asked for the information. Now, don't get mad. I keep telling y'all, don't get mad when I give you the information and it don't go along with the narratives that y'all pushing. Kobe Jordan said he ain't good off ball. That's what he said. I'm looking at an NBA scouting report for how to guard LeBron James in the playoffs, and we can keep going through this, right? They talk about how to guard him on the 3-point line. Right? They talk about high volume of drives, excellent when he takes the shot at the rim. They said catch and shoots on closeout at a low volume. So it talks about what he does best offensively and what he does worst offensively. But the one thing that it talks about in this scouting report is that when he's off ball, he's elite. Has an elite efficiency off ball of 1.33 points per possession. Now, that's not me. That's not me saying it.
That's cap.
Hold on. Y'all can just because you say it's cap, don't mean it's cap.
So if he's so elite, it's on the mind.
No. Hold on. If you see that, like
it's one thing for me to say it's on a scouting report. I'm showing you the scouting report. And when I show y'all the scouting report, y'all still walk away. That's cap. Like that tells me right there. It's just pure delusion now. It's pure delusion now because we know y'all don't understand the game at a high level. We know that most of y'all ball watch when you watch the game and you're only watching what the man with the ball is doing. Most of y'all don't understand what you're actually seeing. And we know that because a guy named Kobe Jordan just said, LeBron, that's a narrative. That's like a ticket TV narrative that LeBron James doesn't do nothing off ball. That's what, but according to NBA scouts, he's elite off ball. So who do I believe? Do I believe y'all, two people that ain't even ever turned their camera on? We ain't even know if you own a basketball. Or do we believe an NBA scouting report from an NBA team that's actually went out and had to go defend LeBron James? Like, I don't know why y'all, just because y'all say it's cap, y'all have absolutely zero credibility. When we give you reference points to talk from, you don't want to accept the reference points. I don't understand that.
Can I say
I didn't
something
write
on the
this
scouting
up.
report?
How y'all get mad at me?
Mary says it's cap.
No, it's not. Let me say something about
the Maverick says it's cap because that was one of the strength points against him. Get him off the ball. Don't make him a playmaker.
Okay, where's the scouting report? Ralph, show me the scouting report, please.
Bro, y'all are getting cooked.
That came out what's the name?
Show me the scouting report, Ralph. This is what you said. Like,
it came off Mark Cuban on
Okay,
mouth,
Kobe Jordan. Hold on. We're gonna give Kobe Jordan the floor because he said I'm foul. So I don't want him to feel like
you wrong for that, bro. You supposed to be my brother, man. Come on, bro.
We're not brothers, man. What you talking about?
Hey, you told me. Hold on. You did. Hold on. Bro. You did. Hey, listen. You did me like that ref did Tim Duncan because I was laughing.
All right, solo. I'm putting you on the solo screen, man.
Nah, you gave me a T and threw me up, bro. That's sad, bro.
No, I put you on the bench.
Come on, bro. All I did was laugh, man. Come on, bro.
All you did was be wrong, Kobe Jordan. That's what happened, bro.
Kobe Jordan. Now, Kobe Jordan. Now, hold on. It's your time to shine now. You said LeBron James was horrible off ball. NBA scouting report that I just showed you. I didn't just say it. I showed you. Says otherwise. Are you willing to change that opinion now?
Okay, so hold on. So yes. So listen, you said he's great off ball, right? So when Dallas Mavericks was playing,
no, I didn't say it. I did not say it.
Hold on. Can I finish? I didn't say it. You pulled up a fucking notebook that this is like fake, bro. You just made this up. So listen.
Wow.
You're talking about.
Y'all tripping, man.
If you look up the numbers that season,
hold on.
Look.
I thought I had the floor.
Come on, bro.
Okay, can I go?
No. Your first point was fake. Come on.
No, hold on. Okay, cool. So listen. So you're talking. Okay, what's the dude name? You're talking about some dude that. How do you? He might not even own a basketball either, bro. Okay, cool. Who is this dude?
They called the Toronto Raptors, bro. That's
he was on the team.
He's an NBA
player. He's a coach.
Because hold on, because they didn't have good enough defense to guard him. That they didn't.
What? Oh my god!
So just because one team is talking about he's elite off ball, hold on. Hold on, bro.
Hey, what he's saying is facts. Y'all gotta let him talk.
Oh, hold on.
Why can I go though? I thought I had the floor. Can I go?
You are on offense, bro.
Can I finish?
Let him go, bro.
Hold on. You're talking about a dude called LeBron James, right? A dude who in 2011, when they played a 1-3-1 zone and they couldn't guard, and he was off ball, like Lamont said, and he was forced to pass the ball. How effective was he? You know how effective was he? His points per game average on the season was what? What did he average? 24 point something. Okay, cool. His average went down to 16 points per game. And you're telling me, where was his elite off ball then? Where was his elite off ball in any of those a series against Golden State? Where was his off ball? Where was his value off ball then?
Hey, hold on. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you. Hold on, Larry. Let me ask you one question.
Because if he's elite, you're talking about elite. Kobe, you didn't say good. You didn't say good. You didn't say great or average. You said elite. You know who's elite off ball? Steph Curry's elite off ball.
Steph Curry, yes, he is one of the best.
So you can't say because hold on. You can't say because the dinosaur Raptors.
Hold on, Kobe. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. You're just spewing narratives now.
There's no narratives, bro.
I got you. Hold on. Let me ask you one question.
Now you big man.
Let me ask. I'm not mad. I'm asking you one question.
Put me in the background, man.
Steph Curry's elite off ball, right? has he been elite off ball every single NBA game that he's played?
Dude, what type of question is that?
Or the question is this: what I mean by, or could I, if I wanted to, go nitpick or handpick series where Steph Curry wasn't a lead off ball and maybe had struggles because the other team did things unique defensively that kind of gave him problems? And could I nitpick those 1 or 2 games or even a playoff series just to say that overall Steph Curry's bad off ball? Or do I look at the entire picture? Do I look at his entire career?
At the entire picture.
So what I'm saying is, if you want to handpick moments that you have burned in your memory about bad playoff series, and we all know the low-hanging fruit of 2011, nobody's going to say LeBron James played great in 2011 in any aspect. In any aspect, nobody's going to say. But when I see people run to the low-hanging fruit of 2011, that tells me that you just are running to bad moments in his career.
No,
because
I have stats.
Because
So listen,
at the end
LeBron
of the day,
James,
let me finish. No, let me finish. Because if you can show me a playoff series where LeBron James was great and he was still bad off ball, you would have a case, because then that would show me even when he's playing well, even when things are going well, he's not very good off ball. If you can show me that, which you can't, then you would have an argument.
Let me say
the one thing that these scouting reports are made up of, these scouting reports are based on what? Scouting reports are based on your tendencies. If you don't have a tendency to be great off ball, then it's not going to be in a scouting report. So when they talk about LeBron James, it says catch and shoots on closeouts at a low volume. Why would they put that in a scouting report? That means if the shot clock is running out and LeBron James is throwing the ball, you probably don't want to close out hard. You might want to stop short and allow him to go for the catch and shoot jumper. He struggles with that. So you put the things that a player does bad, tendencies, in a scouting report. No, hold on. Right now, I'm tired of people. And once again, people make up these lies who absolutely don't know the game, and then try to act like and try to go against things that are in an NBA scouting report. If Dwayne Casey came on this panel right now and told you about how to defend LeBron James, you really would argue with that man? This is a scouting report from him. This is about your tendencies. You don't put stuff in a scouting report that you don't do very well. If he wasn't good at it, then it would say so. So what I'm saying is, there's no hold on. There's no hold on, bro.
What was the scouting report for the Spurs, the Mavericks, and the Warriors?
I don't know what the scouting report is.
Stupidity, bro. Hey, these are stupid ass questions.
I don't know what the scouting report
was. You're pulling up one scouting report. There's 32 teams.
I know, but here's the problem. A scouting report, especially in the playoffs, is your tendencies for what you've done for an entire year. If you've been poor off ball for an entire year, your scouting report will reflect that.
So hold on, let me ask you this.
Hold on. This is why it gives us points per possession.
Oh when my God, it makes no sense, bro.
Hold on, bro.
This is his scouting report. This is fact.
When it says right here, excellent as a screener, it says pops twice as much as he rolled, gets the ball off a pick and roll at a high volume, and elite efficiency of 1.33 points per possession. I'm not
stupid. I get that.
Here's what I'm saying. You gotta be stupid if you're arguing with it, though.
No, here's what I'm arguing. I'm arguing your bias. Here's what I'm arguing. You're talking about one team scouting report, bro. What about the other 32 teams, bro?
Can I break this down for him?
Hold on, I'm gonna break it down. Listen, Steph Curry.
Hold on. This is what we do.
Stupid.
Okay, let's do this, Kobe Jordan. Don't come back until you actually come back with a scouting report from another team that actually supports what you're saying. So we'll see if you can go find a scouting report or find any real basketball reference that supports what you're saying other than your emotions.
Don't kick him off, bro.
No, I'm not kicking him off. I'm just saying, Kobe Jordan, you could come back when you
go
find.
Kick me off, bro.
Okay, you're not kicked off. You're right here. Kobe Jordan.
You just kick me off.
Okay,
bro.
How about we dealing facts over here, not emotions.
You kick me off, bro.
Quit crying. That's emotional. Go find any real basketball reference.
Emotional? You asked me.
Okay, hold on. Because you still talk. Go find any basketball reference that supports LeBron James being bad off ball. I want you to go do that. I want you to find a scouting report because Kobe Jordan.
No,
If this scouting report is wrong, then I'm sure you can go find one that supports what you say. I don't care that LeBron James is good or bad off ball. I just know what the scouting report says. You'd be an idiot not to look at the scouting report. So for you to keep refuting a scouting report that I didn't even write, just to push a narrative that he's bad off ball, well, I want you to go skedaddle around Google and come back with a scouting report from a team. Since you're telling me to go find all these other scouting reports, I want you to go find a scouting report that supports what you're saying. Because when you get the evidence in front of you, these people don't want to. This is how you know you just hate the man. When you get the evidence in your face, you still arguing with it. Why would I argue with an NBA scouting report? How stupid do you got to be to do that? This is y'all like, come on, man. This is just dumb, stupid logic.
And look,
arguing with a damn
Kobe Jordan, if you said that if I look at this scatter report and even at the bottom it says gets the ball off of cuts at a high volume and converts at an elite efficiency, right? Damn near 1.6 points per game. They say that, right? So if you look at it and you say what I'm gonna do with LeBron James is out of all these things that he does well, I'm gonna still let him be off ball. I'm gonna still let him do off ball movement because I feel like that's a better chance of me of winning. Then that would be okay. But when you stay capping and say, "Hey, man, I don't see it," and then mention his finals losses and these strengths that got him to the finals, and then coming up against elite defenses, best teams in the league, and then try and claim that as a point as to why he's bad off ball, it just sounds empty, bro. That just
and y'all gotta forget this. That's another point I forgot to mention. It says cuts. Gets the ball off of cuts at a high volume. How the hell are you bad off ball if the scouting report says gets the ball off of cuts at a high volume at an elite efficiency of 1.58 points per possession? He's even better just making cuts. But according to people like Herm and Kobe Jordan, and Kobe Jordan to run around here saying, "Oh, he just stands around off ball." Well, how the hell is he elite cutting to the basket? Like, this is what I mean. People just say stuff about LeBron. And they act like we ain't in an age now where we can go find out the truth. It's already video supporting this. But now that we have an NBA scouting report sitting in front of us that completely contradicts these narratives, now they want to get mad because we want to go with the NBA scouting report as opposed to listening to them cry about 2011. Come on, man. Y'all got to stop. Now, I hope Kobe Jordan can come back with a scouting report. I hope he can come back with a scouting report from another team that supports what he's saying, or he can just come back and admit, this is just what I feel. And I just feel this way, and I don't really like LeBron. And I don't have a problem if you really want him to come back and say that. But you going against, like, why would you go against this?
I definitely disagree with Africa. I just want to give my take.
Go ahead, Magda.
Gary Payton. Gary Payton has a point. What he said about Stockton. Everything that Stockton did, he ran the offense. So it wasn't just pick and roll with Karl Malone. He can hit cutters. He can go off script as well. He can drive to the basket. So you guarding Stockton, you were guarding the Utah Jazz offense, and he can kill you off ball. He set a lot of screens. That was sort of their game and how they ran their half court offense. So John Stockton was a great screen setter as well. So him having to deal with everything that Stockton
the best
did.
Screen setter in the league.
You said time. What?
One of the best shortest screen setters in the league. The best at it.
Yeah, facts.
He's real
and then dealing with Jordan, I mean, you just pretty much got to worry about Jordan as a scorer, guarding him from getting to his spots and stuff like that, and the triangle offense as well. So I definitely agree with Gary Payton was saying as far as Stockton, him being harder to guard than Jordan. But I disagree with Young Africa that LeBron greatest offensive, like, nah.
Why do you disagree with that?
I mean, he's in the conversation. I personally got a top 5 offensive player.
I think that's all depends on what you value offensively.
Well,
Versatility or just dominance? What do you value?
Both, because if somebody can be versatile, but if somebody's just a great scorer and it doesn't matter, then I'm
Okay,
taking
well,
that.
what if
guy.
you have a player that's a great scorer and a great passer and a great playmaker?
You can look at that, but I think if one aspect of somebody dominating over somebody who's versatile, you can go with that guy. I disagree. Like I said, LeBron is like top 5 offensive player.
Okay, but if
I would say my point. I would have Magic. I'd like Magic on the offensive end than LeBron. I think they do the exact same thing. LeBron is a much better scorer, no doubt. As far as Magic with the ball in his hands, what can't he do? He can post up. He can drive to the basket.
So you're basically saying you value playmaking.
No, because I think Jordan is a better offensive player. Like I look at both dominance and I don't value one thing over the other. I look at the guy with the ball in his hands and who's a better offensive player. Everything matters.
Okay, but if you value dominance and versatility, then we can go through all aspects of offense and say, okay, how many things are you dominant in offensively? Are you a dominant scorer? Are you a dominant rebounder? Are you a dominant passer? Are you a dominant playmaker? All right. All these things, all these elements of offense. How many of those boxes does Magic check off as far as being dominant in? Even if you go to 3-point shooting or even free throw shooting, when you say dominant in versatility, that's really the only way I can apply that logic. And if you apply it that way, it's not going to check out. And so
as an
that
offensive
means,
player, stop.
Well, because the thing is,
the only thing Magic wasn't dominant in is shooting. He wasn't a great shooter.
He's a dominant scorer.
So you call Magic a dominant scorer?
He wasn't a great shooter.
But would you call Magic a dominant scorer?
When I can't, because he didn't put up the numbers. When he wanted to, he could. But a man that can average 20 with 12 assists, I'm gonna call it hold on. If you average 20 with 15 assists and you shooting over 50% efficiency with your scoring, like that's retarded.
He averaged 15 assists?
No, he averaged 12 assists.
Okay, so all right. So
he averaged 15 assists through a playoff run.
I know what you compare. I know what you compare it with. The question is Magic a dominant scorer?
He's not. No, he's not a dominant shooter, or you could say he's a dominant scorer.
So he's not a dominant
versatile
shooter?
scorer. Yes,
he's not a dominant scorer. He's not a dominant 3-point shooter. Correct.
Correct.
Is he a dominant finisher at the rim?
Yes.
Wow.
What do you mean? Wow. What are y'all talking about?
Bro, you just said Magic was a dominant finisher at the rim.
Yes.
Why do you say that, MacDuff? Well, why do you say that?
He wasn't dominant. He was good, but he wasn't dominant. I wouldn't say dominant.
God, who the fuck was stopping Magic when he wanted to drive? Who was stopping Magic in? First of all, Magic in the hold on. First of all, does open court and transition count as offense?
That's playmaking and passing.
Yes.
We haven't got
okay. So one thing. So let me.
I just said finishing at the rim.
Correct. Hold on. Correct. So when Magic, he can drive to the basket in a half court setting. He can get to the basket in the post game. When it comes to transition, nobody was better than getting to the basket in transition.
I didn't say transition. I haven't even got to that category yet.
And that's a bad. MacDuff, the way you
I'm
said
not
that,
adding anything.
MacDuff, the way you said that was so wrong because statistically, LeBron is the best finisher in transition. Period. Period. Yo, you can look up.
I don't think he's better. I don't think he's better than Shaq.
MacDuff.
Hey, he better than Magic Johnson. In transition, he ain't better than Shaq.
Hold on, Africa. I understand how it looks.
He said
but even statistically, too, no one produced more points in the transition than LeBron either. So I understand how it looks. The flashy, the no looks, I get it. But
did I say? Hold on. Did I say?
You're trying to allude to saying Magic was better in transition.
No, I didn't. First of all, he was. If you count everything, if I'm saying LeBron, if I'm saying Magic was more. Listen, if I'm saying Magic is more dominant at the rim finishing than LeBron, no, I'm not saying that. Okay. Is Magic a dominant finisher at the rim?
No.
Yes. Yeah, he did it in all three areas. What are you talking about? So hold on. So if you're at the rim, he can finish in transition. He can finish in a
so if
half
that's the
court
case,
setting. He can
if that's
hold
the
on.
case,
He
that
can
means
he
LeBron
can
is a
finish
dominant
at.
three-point shooter.
You said what?
If Magic's dominant finisher at the rim, that means LeBron is a dominant three-point shooter just because he does it.
Oh no. Come on, bro. Now
Yeah, we're talking about
no,
levels,
that is
Mac
not.
Def.
That is not. That is
Talking
not
about
the same.
levels.
Hold on.
Basically
Time out.
saying just
Let me.
because he
Can I
do
prove
it,
it?
don't mean he's dominant at it.
Hold on. By you saying you just seen a scouting report where you said they're low efficiency on catch and shoot when contested. So that disregards your whole point right there. We're saying, can you do it at all three levels? Can you get to the rim on
That's
your
not
own?
what I
Yes,
asked
Magic
you.
can drive to
No,
the
that's
basket.
not what I asked you.
You said get to the is he a dominant
No.
finisher at the rim?
Yeah,
Correct.
is he dominant? I didn't say can he
Yes,
finish at the
he
rim.
is.
I said is he dominant?
Yes, he is,
Bro, he's
Lamont.
not a dominant finisher, bro. You
So
gotta
hold on,
stop
time.
that,
This is what
bro.
I'm saying. The
You just gotta be
man. I
honest
said
about
he's
these
horrible
players,
at
man.
shooting.
Yeah,
Lamont,
man,
he's
we gotta
horrible
keep it
at
100.
shooting,
Come
right?
on, man.
Bro,
But the
yeah,
man
now,
has a fit, but he shoots over 50% from the
all
field
right, okay,
goal.
MacDev, let's move on. Because we know
No, because you're wrong.
I know,
If a
okay,
man
I'll
don't
be
shoot
wrong. All right,
mid-range jumpers or three-point shots,
MacDev,
but he's averaging
all right,
20, the
MacDev,
man's getting to the brim.
MacDev, all right.
Those are
So
facts.
is Magic an elite three-point shooter?
No.
Is he dominant?
No.
Is he a dominant shooter, period?
No.
All right.
Even with the baby hook, no. Free throw line, he is. So Magic never shot 90% from the free throw line?
Bro, I didn't say that. I'm not even
Okay,
arguing
then.
with you no more. You just said he was a dominant finisher at the rim. I can't argue with you. I just gotta ride with it.
And so once again, Mac Def. So why is Magic Johnson a better offensive player than LeBron James? How so? Damn, Mac Def. See, this is the crazy thing. This is what I think brothers do, Lamont. You know what I mean? They come with how they feel, right? And then they reverse logic the facts with how they feel and try and finesse the facts, right? Like we can have basketball discussions without having to call Magic Johnson a dominant finisher at the rim. That's kind of crazy. Like we can still do that and not just put out blatant fallacies to defend our points. You know what I mean?
No,
we need to have more occasions where we change our mind, even be open to new opinions, Lamont. We can't do that as a community.
Jason Murph, I never said Pippen's better than Magic. I said if I'm starting a team and I had to choose between Scottie Pippen and Magic, I said I wouldn't be surprised if someone chose Pippen over Magic. I mean,
Real talk, it depends. It depends on the fit. To be honest with you.
But the thing is, if you're talking about your first, like if you're down to picking Magic or Pippen, the one thing that you know is if you get Pippen, there's multitude of types of teams you can build around that. If you get Magic, you have to put pieces in place that suit that style of play. With Pippen, he's like a utility player. You can kind of play him and get him to fit in with any style. So it doesn't matter the other guys that I bring in, I can kind of make something work. So again, it's all preference based, and it's all based on what you like. But I don't think anybody's going to rank Pippen all time better than Magic. I'm not doing that. But I'm saying if it came down to that in a draft, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some people took Pippen over Magic. I wouldn't be surprised. But nobody's ranking Pippen over Magic. I think y'all just say stuff because it sounds good. But I did not say Pippen's better than Magic.
Speaking of Magic, Lamont, you notice how nobody acknowledged that that Magic was top 10 in scoring, yet he won 3 MVPs?
Man, bro. Like this is what I mean by like people like to get on this Steve Nash thing and try to run him into the ground like he really wasn't impactful. Like I remember that time. Like Steve Nash, like there were like when you talk about Steve Nash really wanted to score 27 a game, he could have. There were games when that man took over scoring and would go back and forth with the best of them, right? 40-point games, all this, that, and other, if he really wanted to. But that's not the role. He needed to be great in other ways. He needed to be impactful. And just like Ralph said, he had other great players on that team. He didn't need to do all the scoring. He didn't need to go chase numbers, right, for that team to have success. Is Tony Parker a dominant finisher? I would consider Tony
That's
Parker
Tony
in his
Love.
prime. I would consider Tony Parker in his prime, a dominant finisher at the rim. Tony Parker has some of the best finishes at the rim that I've ever seen in his prime. Just like Kyrie Irving's one of the best finishers of all time. When you talk about guards, like Tony Parker made some tough layups, and I don't know how he was able to get them off. He's a great finisher.
Especially against big men, too, Lamar.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would put Tony Parker in that category. Yeah, D'Antoni's offense made him better. Hell yeah, it did. And Rod Strickland, I don't know. Yeah, once y'all start getting to them 90s players, I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie. I get the Steve Nash hate, but I don't get it at the same time because I get the game change and Joey Colangelo and the Phoenix front office had a huge advantage and all, but he still was dominant. Like I don't think Nash get enough credit for how great he was. Like is that smear of those two MVPs, people automatically discount like his impact on the game.
But we had a guy in that during that prior didn't get no accolades. And Jason Kidd doing the same thing.
I think Sturdy that.
Yes, it was. This man was getting on Sports Center every day for damn near getting a triple double all 7 days of the week.
Yeah, Jason Kidd
leading this team to 2 finals.
He had athletic ability in his prime. He did it differently, right? I think Sturdy, when you say why Nash doesn't get his credit, comes back to our discussion on what I was saying before about value. When you come out of an era of Michael Jordan, when you value athletic dominance, you value individual scoring dominance out of the 90 era, and that becomes winning. Now you question guys that are more mental. You question guys that make the right pass, that make their teammates better, that affect winning on a different level outside of athletic ability. And so when this guy, Steve Nash, is dribbling the clock out, going in and out the keys, Sturdy, holding the ball, never letting go of his dribble, finding the perfect pass in the last 2 seconds of the shot clock, and the guy makes the bucket. One can say that ain't Steve Nash doing a lot. That's just him dominating the ball, for example, and just hitting the open guy, and he made the shot.
That
right?
play you just described, that is not Steve Nash. That was not.
Yeah, I was going to say that's more like James Harden.
Who the hell you just described? Go check Africa. Go check those time possessions. No, go check those time possessions, bro. The nickname of that offense is 7 seconds less. What the hell you talking about?
No.
He's not talking about the player.
When we talk about half-court offense and he was going in and out the key, not letting go of his dribble, Sturdy, like that's an example. That didn't happen, Sturdy.
Yeah, but like this idea, he was dominating the ball to the last 2 seconds, giving up the shot. That was never Steve Nash.
That was not Nash. Yeah.
No, they're all.
That was 7 seconds or less. 7 seconds or less offense.
It's 2 MVP seasons,
and then that don't correlate because they had ISO guys like Joe Johnson at the time to finish closing those games, and I still don't compute the Nash. I don't know what description you got to make you say that about Nash.
Yeah, what was your point? What was your point? I missed it.
Well, just like his idol Joker, they get cooked on the defensive end.
Magic
My point essentially was the way Nash did it wasn't athletically dominant, which is why we don't consider dominance and Steve Nash go together. That's my opinion, anyways.
Nah,
Steve Nash was great
because
for what he did.
They understand Dirk dominance. They understood Bird's dominance, and they were not the most athletic guys either. They understood that. The people pick and choose. I think they need to grow up. Like it's not Steve Nash's fault. He got 2 MVPs.
How did he dominate, Sturdy?
Hey, and let me give a shout out to y'all for Prize Picks, y'all, for the next 24 hours. Make sure y'all click that link and sign up for Prize Picks if you haven't done so already. If you sign up tonight, then they're willing to give you a free $100 after your first deposit of $10 or more. That's free money right there. That's easy money right there. Go make it happen, man. Y'all need to click that link. Sign up for Prize Picks today, man.
So y'all think Jokic deserves MVP?
He never led the league in assists, Sturdy. Like, what are we talking about?
Come on, Steve Nash?
Oh, my fault. 5 times.
Yo, bro, chill out, bro.
I think Steve Nash deserved his 05 MVP, but 06. Heck no.
You had a man score 81. What's more valuable than that? He had scored 81 for them to play.
Oh, we can't do that. We cannot do that. You cannot say one game means you're the MVP.
What are you talking about? The 7 or whatever games back to back 40 or more?
That was 03.
No, that was in 2000. The 81 season.
Don't do this again, Mac Def. Don't do this again.
Please, you can't do that.
Ralph, when he scored 81, it was when 06. The 9 straight 40-point games was in 2003.
He had 40 or more that year too. When he scored like 61 in the Garden. What are you talking about?
So by your
scored
logic,
61 in the Garden in 09. Go ahead.
By your logic, Ralph, Dame Lillard has 14 40-point games this year and 2 60-point games this year, a 70-point game this year. He should be the MVP.
He should be in the conversation. What's more valuable than the guy? Bro, he literally had to do all that for them to win. Did they win the games, first of all? Did they win the games? Because Kobe never lost a game doing that.
No, he won all those games that Sean just mentioned. They definitely won them games. They definitely won them games.
Portland won all of them games. He scored all them points.
I don't think Dame is going to be in the MVP race because he's the record 31 and 34.
Yes.
I think it would be a crime if Damian Lillard don't get all NBA.
No, you're gonna be.
Well, Dame will be probably top.
Probably a third team,
but he's not going to get.
Hold on. Third team. So name 4 guard at the guard position. 4 guards. Who? You're not putting Luka. I'm not putting Luka over Dame.
I'm putting Luka above
Dame. The league.
That's okay. I don't get that.
Dame
You tweaking,
bro.
Nigga, you cannot put no Luka over Dame right now. All NBA. That's what I think.
Man.
Yeah,
that's what I think is I wouldn't do.
I think Donovan Mitchell Dame right now. I think there's a few guys that's in that conversation for over Dame right now.
Wow, Donovan Mitchell was in there.
He did miss, I think like a month if I remember correctly.
This nigga averaging 33. I'm doing this with you, bro.
I don't know. I don't think Luka is there. Luka's like in the play-in too. Like they neck and neck down there.
No, it don't matter. It's about individual to all NBA. It's not about teams, bro.
Exactly. Thank you, Ralph.
Okay, so what has Dame done this season? He all the big games that he's had.
He low key statistically having the best season of his career. Hey, Damian's having the best season of his career when you look at the numbers.
And he averaging like 27, 28 right now.
Yeah, but y'all, there's the problem, y'all. Like I already said, winning the award is unfair. If you're not on a team, if you're not on a very good team, it's going to be extremely hard for you to get consideration unless you're doing something historically great, like Russell Westbrook, like with all the other guys that won on team. Yeah, but I mean, even if you're talking first team All NBA, what are we talking? What are we talking? First team All NBA?
He's saying Dame. He said Dame should be above Luka and All NBA. You tweaking?
No, but that would mean he have to be first team All NBA. He's not going to be over Luka. He's not.
Yeah, I don't think. When Luka won All NBA, I think it was 2020. Dame was averaging 30. Like he had better numbers statistically than Luka.
They both made it.
He finished with a lower seed, and he didn't get All NBA. Like I just feel the MVP. I can understand the criteria and what you have to have with MVP with the voters, but All NBA, that should be different, bro. If you balling like Dame is, you should be looked at as a
James Harden made it. That's why. James Harden and Luka made it.
I mean, I think Dame is having an All NBA season. I don't think that's the question, but I
he
think
may be second team and third team. That's
going to make over him. And again, Donovan Mitchell stands out for me. Like, I think he's going to make All NBA over Dame. I don't know how he does it.
I wouldn't put him there. I wouldn't put Luka there.
Yo,
so Luka. Hold on. So Luka at the 8th, 9th seed is over Dame.
He's the 7th seed.
I think the Cavs are a top 2 seed in the East. If you want to put Donovan Mitchell there,
top 3 seed. I mean 4 seed.
What are these goalposts moving, man?
It's not. What? How did I goalpost move? What did I do?
You said Luka is Luka top. What? Bro, I can't even compute what you just said, bro.
I think Dame is. I think Dame is having a better season.
By what metric?
By carrying his freaking team the way he is, and the
What Luka
numbers
was
that he
doing?
in the historical numbers that he put up.
What was
Nick
doing?
This the crazy part, Mac. You could say the exact same thing about Luka back there. That's all.
He had the 60-point, 20 rebound game, right?
Yeah, actually, what's name is
Not just one game, but yeah, he had a historic season, man. When you talk about the numbers, historical season, man. Yeah.
So
but Mitchell
Luka
been doing it all season, not a day off though.
Okay, but who else? So
He took
Luka
over
and
Darren
Donovan
Strong's
Mitchell at
team
the
and
guard
made it his
positions
own
is over
team,
Dame.
bro.
Who else?
This is Donovan Mitchell team now. He took the team over.
I would say Dame is second team.
I think he's second. I think he's second team. I don't think he's
second team.
I think he's second team.
So where's Curry going?
Luka's the best guard in the
Curry
league.
gonna get the second team over him, or together, him and Ja.
All right, but hold on. But he'll probably make an All NBA team. Which one? I don't know. We'll have to see. Well, we don't know.
Yeah, man. Because I mean, there's some guys again that's going to be in consideration. Crazy as this may sound, somebody like Tyrese Halliburton is going to be in consideration for All NBA this year. What he's doing and what he's done all season.
I think DeAndre Fox is having an All NBA season. To me,
I mean, again, I'm not disagreeing. He's having an All NBA season, but he's also out.
Well, that's what makes the West hard to difficult. You got all these guards that can get consideration, and then some of these guards is going to get their team into the playoffs. And so,
right, nobody talking about Harden.
For people that vote, sometimes that matters, and that's what's going to hurt Dame. And like I said, even though he's having a great season, when you're not winning, that's the unfairness part of it, and that's what that can get you bumped down.
Him and Luka's in the same boat. They both in the play-in.
I think this is going to be one of those years.
But we got to see how we just got to see how the season plays out, because if you get in or if you get left out of the playoffs, I think that's going to weigh heavily on voters' minds. The people that make these votes, I think they can act like that doesn't matter, but I know it does matter, and it's going to show when the All NBA teams come out.
I think this is going to be one of those years, Lamont, where it's going to be really difficult from a voting perspective whether or not you award a team like Boston, where you award two of their guys, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, All NBA, versus a team like Sacramento with Sabonis and with De'Aaron Fox. I think this is going to be one of those years. It's going to be it's going to be easily 10 guys left off of All NBA this year, because it's just a very difficult. There's so much parity in the league. There's not that one dominant team with a big three or a big two. Like, it's just this is going to be a very difficult year for All NBA.
I agree. We'll see. That's why I say how you do during coming down this home stretch, it's going to matter a lot. And if you can get your team in, if Fox can keep his team in the playoff hunt and they can get to the playoffs, I think he has a spot locked in on one of those teams.
Yeah, he's a third seed right now.
I got a question about
that's going to kick somebody out. That's going to kick another guard out.
I got a question about offenses. Right, we're coming back to what Gary Payton said. Right, so I got a question for you, FYF. When it comes to offenses today, the common what's become common and different to other eras is that now teams are building systems around their individual player, right, around the talents of their best individual player. Examples are like Luka, like we just talked about, Giannis, LeBron James, obviously, right? And I'm seeing the system is just simply, let your star player cook. You run spread, pick and roll. Let your best player go ISO and drive and kick. And if they make the defense make choices, right? If they collapse, you hit your elite perimeter shooters. If not, you take a one-on-one to the rim or whatever you do best, right? So when you enhance and allow players like a Luka, for example, to maximize his playmaking, scoring, spacing on the floor to make the most out of every possession, would you say that today's offenses are better and harder, not even better, harder to guard than once upon a time, when players had to fit into systems once upon a time? What would you say?
Hell yeah. The offense is only as good as your personnel. And so and then you have to limit your offense based on the personnel that you have. So if you got an offense with a ton of motion, a ton of off-ball movement, but all of these guys moving off ball are extremely high skill, you're talking about a ton of shooting, ton of guys that can slash, get into the lane, ton of guys that can offensive rebound. I mean, that's what makes these offenses elite. Like we, as a group of 6 people, if we went out and ran horns against a good team, we would probably get ran off the court. It's be based on personnel. But if we went and had some high level players, we got a whole bunch of high level players, and we all executing with those guys, it's going to look as good as the talent you have on the floor. So these offenses, when we see these teams executing efficiently, and it's looking like they just scoring with ease, it's because there's just a ton of talent on the floor, and you can't defend all that. And you have to give the rules. You like the refs be calling this game. Like sometimes you'll watch games where the refs are letting these guys play, and it's looking like they ain't calling no fouls. But it'd be other games where it'd be some very ticky-tack, touchy fouls that I'm like, man. And it's just like, as a defender, it's tough because you're dealing with high skill guys. The refs are making it hard on you. And you got a ton of actions you got to be able to read on the fly and defend. It's tough. Too much skill on the floor.
And so, because historically, when you look at teams that have high usage players like a Luka, like a James Harden, for example, even in the past, I think one of the rare players was Michael Jordan that led the league in usage multiple years and won a championship. So, do you think that predicates winning when you talk about guys that do hold the ball and you have these systems where there's individual dominant ball handler? And I'm talking about high usage rate, like all-time usage rate, not even just highest in the league, but we're talking about getting up there to top 10, top 15 usage rates. Do you see that as conducive to winning, though, in the NBA?
Not today's NBA. Not today's NBA. This is why you see those guys struggle. And it's teams that can move the ball and score, and the scores that can score off 1, 2, 3 dribbles. These are the guys having the most success. But you become much easier to guard when your offense is predicated on one guy absorbing all the usage. And so for guys like Jordan, the rules of that era were conducive to him dominating the ball because of the illegal defense. He was always going to have a very good ISO towards the end of the shot clock with good spacing. It's going to be hard for teams to defend Jordan in that manner. But in today's game, if he tries to dominate the ball and go ISO, teams are just going to zone up. And he's either going to become one of the greatest playmakers we've ever seen, kicking that ball to the weak side, or he might just going to have to be the greatest tough shot maker that we've ever seen in NBA history, because he's going to have a ton of them to make over multiple people, not just one.
I do want to push back to say historically that is high usage doesn't really win you championships in all the eras, to be honest with you. That was the anomaly about the Bulls, is the fact that even though in Africa, we're going to talk about that usage rate thing, but like even though Jordan was the ball dominant, they were still able to win on that style. But historically, that's not really how it goes. Even when like the scoring low is lopsided with like a LeBron team or a King team, or even early Tim Duncan, they have historically high time possession or usage rate, like Africa was referring to. It's always been about moving the ball, getting easy buckets, and the more diverse your offense, the better. It's better for your star player. The more things he'll be adequate to do. And I think to more so to Africa's point, teams have always been building around their best player. But I think the best players now is asked to do more. I think the versatility in the league is increasing along with the 3-point skill, the 3-point shooting.
Yeah,
go on, Sean.
No, I was going to say, starting if I'm not mistaken, even though Jordan did have high usage in the 90s, I think it was slightly lower than his usage in the 80s because of the function of the triangle offense, and the ball wasn't in his hand for 20 seconds of the shot clock like it was earlier in his career. So I do think his usage did come down some, even though he was still obviously a high usage guy.
Yeah, he still has the third highest usage in NBA history.
Yeah.
All right.
And Lamar,
it was that era. But there's a lot of those guys had a ton of high usage. A ton of those guys had high usage.
That's the way the game goes.
Dominique Wilkins had high usage. David Robinson had high usage. Shaquille O'Neal had high usage.
Yeah, I don't know about Shaq, but like
he did.
Those 3 guys you just named, those are the 3 top scorers.
I know, but Shaq was like when you talk about Shaq is what top 30 all time in usage. As far
Man,
as,
that's what I'm saying. Like, we gotta understand what usage rate is. Like, it's not the same thing as time of possession. People
I'm not
use
talking
it the
about
way.
time of possession.
No. I'm saying the way people use usage rate is not the same. Like,
Is
it's
it about as many shots you get up?
No,
no.
it's not about that.
No, it's
Usage
about how
rate
many
is basically
possessions,
how many
offensive
possessions
possessions your
end with
team
you.
ends with you scoring, assisting, and you count it as that usage. You could hold the ball for 20 seconds, pass to a guy, skip pass, skip assist, right? And you don't get usage percentage. So it can be misleading, but I think it's a reflection, it's an indicator, it's a guide, Sturdy. It ain't absolute, right, Sturdy?
No, I'm also saying to the point, right? Those three guys, he for a high usage during that era were the three of the top scorers. The reason I'm saying for Shaq, I'm pretty Shawn could correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Penny come like in Shaq's third year?
Second year.
So it was like, and watching that tape, especially for Shaq to establish low post position, he was not having the ball in his hands majority of the time.
But it's not about having the ball in your hands.
No, I'm just saying the way people use it, and what Africa was saying as well. He was saying ball dominant. That wasn't Shaq.
I'm saying basically how much the offense is getting facilitated through you. Buckets.
Right.
And so when you talk about it, Shaq was high up there. Karl Malone was extremely high up there. I mean, but at the end of the day, the 90s was an era that favored, like if Luka would have played in the 90s, he probably he would have been one of the most unstoppable players we've ever seen. He's already ball dominant, and he's extremely high IQ with the pass, and it would have a lot would have depended on the teammates he had around him and if they could shoot. But that era favored guys that could dominate the ball and take advantage of those ISOs at the end of the shot clock.
Lamont, would you say the same thing about? Would you say the same things about James Harden in that era?
Yes.
Wow.
Anybody that's like Dame, if you talk about anybody that's great, a great one-on-one scorer in today's game, if you put them with a league that was a legal defense, they're gonna cook.
Right.
It's gonna be damn near impossible to guard them, especially with their ability to shoot now. And just be in trouble. That's all.
I think the players who are ball dominant, it's going to be hard for them to win because of the complex defenses that they have in the NBA today. But a guy with a high usage rate, Young Africa, which means he can get the assist, the possession can end with him either, scoring a bucket or getting fouled and going to the line. There's nothing wrong with a guy having a high usage rate. I think Steph Curry he has the highest usage rate on his team and everything.
No,
and
he doesn't. He doesn't.
Who does?
Right now it's Jordan Poole. This year's the Jordan Poole.
You know what I mean, Sturdy.
No, even the years they won. If you want to go by usage rate,
this man nitpicks everything.
I'm about
you
to
see what
tell
I'm saying? Let me finish. Let me finish my statement.
We hear your
we know who
intention
Kurt. We know who
back there.
Steph
I
Curry
hear what you're
is,
saying
bro.
back there. I hear
No,
that.
but Steph Curry is not my point is that Steph Curry is not
somebody else.
Steph Curry is not a ball dominant player in today's era. The ball dominant players in today's era really, haven't gotten over the hump. The Lukas, the James Hardens. I don't think Jokic is a ball dominant player because I think he passes.
That's not what usage is. Usage is not about being ball dominant.
No, I'm saying there's a difference. I'm separating the two. I'm separating ball dominant and usage. A ball dominant player, I don't think can win in this era because defenses can load up on them with their complex schemes. A high usage player can win in today's era because he has more versatility being a high usage player with the ball in his hands. He can pass, he can move off ball. The possession could end in his hands off the ball where he can get a favorable high usage shot or it can get to the free throw line. So a high usage player can win in today's era, but the ball dominant player, I think it's much harder for him.
I mean, we've already seen that. We've seen Giannis and we've seen LeBron win one. You're talking about over the last 5 years. I mean, we've seen the guys
Yeah.
that high usage win chips. I mean, it's
that Giannis actually
I don't
the
think
reason why
Giannis is
was
ball
because
dominant. High
but y'all
usage,
ball
yes.
dominant. He's high usage. That's what I mean.
No, it's not.
you could
It's
define
a
him as ball
difference.
dominant too.
Hold on.
He's
No.
debatable.
Hold on.
You could
I
define
don't
him
want to
as
mix ball dominant into this conversation. Giannis is high usage.
Correct. And I said you
LeBron
could
is high
win with high
usage.
usage. I
Yeah,
said
that's what,
that.
but I'm saying all I'm
Correct.
saying is we've already seen almost every year we see guys. Last year, Steph Curry, high usage. I mean, that happens. High usage players always win championships. I don't think there's ever such thing as
We
low, unless you're
agree
talking
with
about
each
Tim
other.
Duncan, which even Tim Duncan was high usage.
We're
It's
basically
like,
agreeing. I said high usage players.
Lamont, I think we agree.
Lamont,
Yeah.
Lamont, would you say that all high usage players are not ball dominant, but all ball dominant players are high usage?
I mean, I guess and they can kind of go one and the same, but it depends on how. Most of the time, a coach ain't gonna put the ball in your hand if you can't be efficient and get the offense off. So again, only guys coaches gonna trust to be high usage or be ball dominant are guys that are good, can make plays or score. So
Yeah,
it's
make
just
plays on their own without somebody initiating the offense.
yeah, like Matisse Thybulle never going to have an opportunity to be high usage. Ain't no coach putting the ball in his hands enough for him to even be considered that. And he's just not good enough. Some guys, so no
Right,
coaches are that crazy.
Right.
Hey, the Blazers look nice.
No, they don't,
when they
bro.
played the
No, they
Detroit
don't,
Pistons.
No, they don't, bro. I just watched them. We just
You
struggled. We just
tripping.
barely scraped out a win against the Orlando Magic, bro. That was a look horrible.
They don't.
Wait a minute, who was that, Lamont?
Bro, my team, the Blazers.
Blazers.
We look
Oh,
bad,
okay.
bro. And
Yeah.
it wasn't. And it's just like Dame. If Dame don't save them, they can't win.
No, that's that.
Dame was saving the shit out.
It's
I don't
true
know.
hero ball with Dame.
I give it that, but they could. I don't know. They're gonna be interesting in that. Like I said,
No, they
at the
not,
beginning
bro.
of the
They get
season,
to
I
the
had the
playoffs.
Blazers making the playoffs.
Bro, they gonna get dog walked in the playoffs by
Hell
anybody,
no.
bro.
They're not.
Bro, I just been watching them, bro. So whoever we play in the first round, unless we playing a really bad team, we gonna
Like
get
OKC.
smacked, bro. We gonna get
Cool.
smacked.
So the Pelicans will dog walk the Blazers.
Yes, in the
Would
playoffs.
Dame be?
Yes.
Stop. I already
You
said
think
my
so?
issue
You
on
think it'd be
the
that
Blazers.
lopsided?
That's
Bro,
crazy.
we're not a good team right now.
Why would you think it'd be that lopsided, Lamont?
Bro, we playing Nasir Little high volume minutes, man. Come on, man. We ain't got a
High
team,
volume
man. We
minutes
ain't got
for Nasir.
nobody. We ain't got nobody, man.
They did a poor job building around Damian.
I watched. I watched
Poor
Matisse Thybulle against the Magic. 2 possessions in a row, wide open corner threes, hit the side of the backboard, back-to-back possessions.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for taking him, Lamont.
That's bad.
Thank you for taking him, Lamont.
He defend his ass off. I give him that. He will defend.
Yeah, he's an elite defender.
But man, this man.
I think you short selling your team. I ain't saying they dope offensively.
Jared says he thinks Blazers would beat Memphis in the first round. Jared, I'm taking that bet all day. I will bet
without Ja.
Yeah,
That's a
bro.
gamble. You like giving away money
I don't
to
care if they
charity,
miss
don't you?
Desmond Bain and Ja.
Damn.
Man, you.
Hey, what's JJ be getting foul trouble too much? Gets fouled out too much. So y'all might have a
I
chance.
think you underrating Dame a little bit right here, saying that.
No, bro, because one player ain't. Bro,
It's not about one
No,
player.
Dame can't carry. He cannot carry, bro.
Dame can
Yes, he
score
can.
50, bro.
No, he can't.
I just watched them score 40 versus the Orlando Magic, and they barely lucked out a win.
Then you scored, I think, 35 versus Detroit, 40 versus Detroit.
That's Detroit.
Right.
Yeah.
When the Blazers went to the Western Conference Finals 5 years ago, it wasn't just because of Dame.
It was that combo.
Yeah, I get that, but Dame is the best player.
Wasn't even just that
y'all
combo.
tripping.
They had
beat
some
Memphis.
guys that was like playing outside of their mind.
I don't know about all that. They were playing good. They didn't have no all time. They didn't have no great playoff run.
No. You had guys playing outside of their mind. It was like
I don't know about that.
nobody expected that.
No, Covington was playing good, even though I don't mess with him.
Not the way he's talking outside of their mind. CJ didn't average 35. That's what I'm saying. Like, come on, he was good.
He's saying they're not playing to their standard of what they usually play, brother.
I'm saying that the guys around those two guys playing
outside of your mind means ridiculous.
Yo, you being literal with this. Yo.
Yes, I am.
You know what he's saying.
Yeah, he.
That's why
Okay,
they be
CJ McCullough played like an all-star
Thank
player.
you, King Bertha.
But it wasn't just those two, Mac. Def is the point. The other guys stepped up.
Yeah, I think y'all underrated that. If Dame faced the
Dumb
Pelicans, who else is in that playing right now? The Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm taking Dame.
That ain't a first round matchup though. That he ain't meeting them in the first round.
No, they got to get through. They got to get out the play-in first. They're gonna be in the play-in.
No, they could make the playoffs.
If the play-in start, y'all will face Utah, and y'all not beating Utah.
The Blazers won't beat Utah. Come on,
Nope.
bro. That's a toss-up.
It ain't no toss-up. They're not better than
Dame,
Utah,
the best
bro.
player on the court, and could go for 40 in that game.
Yeah.
A one-game playoff with Dame is dangerous. I don't know what
Lauri
y'all
Markkanen
talking about.
Bro, Lauri Markkanen and that team is good. Clarkson.
Don't be mentioning Lauri Markkanen with Dame.
They got the
Dollar,
third and they got the third. Okay, they got the second and third best players on the court, bro.
Okay, we gonna see, man. No one's saying
They
they're
have
going
the
to the
first
finals.
best player.
If they make the playoffs.
They got the fourth and the fifth. They got the best players on the team other than Dame on the court. I mean,
Before the season started, I had the Blazers in the playoffs. So
What up,
and
Mark?
I didn't have the Lakers in, so I'm looking all right. My picks is looking good.
Hey, Chance, what you got on this Gary Payton, man?
What's going on with you, fam? It's been a while, man. My bad, I've been MIA, yo.
It's all good, man. I understand.
So, Gary Payton, what's going on with Gary Payton's situation?
Gary Payton, they asked Gary Payton, they said, who was the hardest player to guard for you to guard? He said, John Stockton. And they were like, not Jordan? He was like, nah, it was John Stockton. How you feel about that? And he talked about John Stockton's versatility as the reason why.
Well, if you're a small guard and you have to guard another small guard, it's kind of hard when they're, tricky like John Stockton was. So I can see how it would be hard to guard a person like John Stockton. It's almost like guarding Tony Parker. It's almost impossible. So I think that's why he has such a hard time with him instead of Jordan. And Jordan, Jordan's going to get the ball. He's going to use his athleticism. He's going to put up his numbers. But as far as chasing somebody around the whole game, yeah, I can see why he would say that.
So you don't think it was any shade towards Jordan?
I don't necessarily think so. I've never really seen or heard of Payton having any shade towards Jordan before. So I don't think he would have any now. I don't see why.
I agree there. Dejon Markin says, who's your finals pick? I don't know. This year's so wide open. This year's so wide open, man.
The Heat every year. Just
I don't know if they can do the Heat this year. They looking kind of shaky.
Oh my God, man. They're killing me, Smalls.
The Heat have had so many opportunities to cash in and capitalize on a young talent that they've been able to draft. I think they're holding on to Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson just a tinge too long.
I don't get it. Lamont, I don't get it.
Well, I understand.
We have Precious Achula down there with Adebayo. Are you kidding me? They would have been a dominant front force.
But I understand with Tyler Hero why his contract's so difficult to trade. He has the poison pill clause. So he's difficult to trade. He's basically impossible to trade.
But what was up with the Duncan Robinson signing? That was the dumb. Like, why would you give him that much money for what?
Because at that point in time, after the year that he was coming off of, I think he had that really good year in the bubble. I mean, was a time where shooters are getting overpaid.
It was a bubble.
But you got to think that's that year. Davis Bertans got paid. Anybody that was good, elite shooter, got overpaid. So like Davis Bertans is sitting on the end of the bench somewhere, ain't getting no tick, but he got overpaid. He's making close to, he got like a $60-70 million deal.
Yeah, that's true.
So these guys just capitalized off the market that was going on, and then now.
I can't hate him. I just hate that we signed him to that much, and the boy can't even get a shot off by himself.
But I still feel he has value on a team that needs shooting.
Oh yes, of course. If you can get him a wide open shot, but he literally cannot bounce the ball, dribble to his left, and spot up again and shoot the ball. Like what is so hard about that?
Yeah,
bro?
but you can't tell me that if you stick Duncan Robinson on Dallas Mavericks, he ain't gonna be able.
Oh, that's all day. That's gonna be all day.
Like he needs to go somewhere where they're not gonna harp on his defense so much. They're gonna allow him to just be great in what he does.
You're absolutely correct.
So I think he's just on the wrong team, and with the amount of money he's making, a lot of people don't want to absorb that money, not knowing what he's gonna give them.
I wouldn't want to either if you can't even take yourself off the dribble.
But my thing is with Oladipo. What the hell happened to him? Is he just still that injured?
I think he still has a reoccurring injury, but he's still playing through it. And the fact that he has no help down there. He's literally doing it all by himself. He's playing center and forward all by himself, basically.
No, not Adebayo. I'm saying Oladipo.
Oh, Oladipo. Oh, no, that he's done. That injury that he has, I don't think he's ever going to be able to face through that again. Because he went through too many surgeries that weren't correct. They were giving him the wrong diagnosis of what was going on with his injury. And last year, he said he finally got the right diagnosis and that it's going to take a while for it to heal. So,
damn, man, I felt bad because I really liked Oladipo too when he was.
Oladipo was a beast coming out of Indiana, boy.
You know, and the crazy thing is when he came out of Indiana, I didn't think he was going to be that good. Like people were talking about it. He's super athletic. But I'm thinking maybe he's just one of these another athletic dude that just going to trick everybody. But no, he really had it. He really had
That's
it.
what Joel Embiid did to me.
You didn't think Joel Embiid would be good?
I mean, I swear I thought his game was I thought he was just back to the basket, roll over, little baby hook. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all he showed at Kansas. And then he got hurt. I literally didn't see none of this coming from a Joel Embiid. I thought Karl Anthony Towns was going to be able to literally outdo everything Joel Embiid was trying to bring. And that was literally the whole wrong thing.
Jared, when I say Indiana, I'm talking about IU, Indiana University. I'm not talking about the Indiana Pacers. Coming out of Indiana University, I thought he was just a superior athlete. Everybody knows he was cooking at Indiana Pacers. But I'm talking about IU. Like that, I'll take it back there. Taking it all the way back there.
Yeah, that's where me and Lamont was at.
So, but that and they even had a good year that season at IU, I believe.
Oh yeah, they made it to Sweet 16.
Yeah, that might have been. I think Tom Crean was that Tom Crean there. I can't remember who their coach was, but yeah, they had a really good year that year, and he was one and done. That's what surprised me even more. I can't wait for the NCAA tournament. Going to be crazy this year, though.
You think so?
Oh my God, bro! We're gonna have dang near a 7 or 8 seed win the championship.
It's wide
I saw
open.
that video you posted that short of the game winner. I saw that.
I just watched my homie. He's playing at NAU right now. His team, they just smacked the game winner and won. They playing today. GCU, our D1 team is playing. They just won probably like an hour ago. So I was just Snapchatting a few of the players, man. So they out in Vegas playing right now. Our postseason, we start April 1st. We got to go out to UCLA.
Okay.
So hopefully.
Yeah, I'm hoping San Diego State can stay in it.
Man, that's one of my favorite schools too, man. What's his name still coaching there?
Nah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Fisher.
Yeah, he not there?
Nah.
Okay.
I think he left with Kawhi.
I thought he was there after Kawhi.
I don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that because you might just be right. But I know he's not there now.
Yeah, I don't think he's there either. But yeah, college basketball. Boy, this NIL stuff done changed the game because I'm talking about you got 5 stars on. So I think, and everybody was doubting Colorado and Deion Sanders, where that man then pulled every 5-star possible.
Why does anybody still doubt Deion? He literally gets it done every time, everywhere he goes.
Well, you ain't lying, man.
His whole career.
Yeah, this college stuff about to change, man. And now the NBA is about to bring they about to get rid of the one and done.
What?
Yeah. The new CBA that they're about to sign, the one and done's over with.
Yes, they should.
Oh, they messing up people's bag.
No, what they did was this is how they not messing up the bag. So for the players that was originally it was the older players that was against the one and done, because remember the older players felt it was pushing them out the league sooner. So what they did was, according to what I read in the CBA, they're gonna extend the roster size, and they're gonna allow teams to keep veteran players only in additional roster spots, but those additional veteran guys that they keep, they have to mentor young guys if they draft one of those 18-year-olds out of high school. They have to be
So
their mentor.
they're basically taking a lesson from the Heat.
Yeah, Udonis Haslam. Yeah,
That's not going to probably end up well.
I think it will.
Because
I
some
think it
of
will.
these veterans are immature just as much as the youngest.
But it just depends on the veteran that you have in there.
Yeah, ain't no coach gonna put no wild
Ain't nobody
veteran.
putting Gilbert Arenas over there. Ain't nobody putting Gilbert Arenas over there, or you know what I mean, Dennis Rodman
At the
kind
end
of
of the
guy.
day,
No.
we don't know what people do in their home and personal life, though.
No, but that's not the thing, though.
It
But
don't
you can at
matter
least
what they. What I'm saying is, no matter what they show in that organization, they still can be a shithead.
Ralph ain't got no faith in them.
No, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. But at least gives them an opportunity. But at least gives them an opportunity to try to change that mentality that they do have. If they are a knucklehead, they can literally bounce out of it if they talking to the right mentor or the right basketball player.
No,
That's
I'm not
big
talking about
enough.
the youngin. I'm talking about the mentor. I'm saying he could be all nice guy in the organization, but be a shithead at home, and we don't know.
I mean, same thing as cops and priests and anybody else that has a job. I mean, yeah, that's not what we're subjecting him to. I don't know about his home life. I'm talking about what he can do with the players.
and there's a lot of history on plays. When you play over 10 years in the NBA, I think they know what you'd be doing on and off the court at the end of the day. So they're gonna figure that out. But I got a question for Lamar. When they watch college games, right? And I'll be seeing college games, and a lot of number one options on college teams don't really get that look in the NBA. How do scouts look at the college game and evaluate talent when a lot of first options and a lot of guys that run the offense ain't going first round in the NBA draft?
Man,
You
the
saying
NBA always misses good talent.
you saying how they? I mean, it's right. Then it just depends on the quality of scouts that you got. Like you got good scouts, you got bad scouts. Some scouts know how to. The first thing a good scout's gonna do is they're gonna seek out programs that run NBA systems. What coaches are running NBA systems, and then we're gonna look. Okay, do they have any players there that are thrive? Let's say you drafting and you got like the 27th pick. Well, so now you really have to get tactical with this pick. So now you got to start doing homework. You might see a guy here, right, at this low spot. Okay, what offense does this school run? Right? Are they running pro sets? Are they running NBA sets? Or are they still running basic college sets? Are they, are they, So you got to see how they scoring, and you just got to. It's a little luck, but but it's a job that if you can hit a few home runs, you'll be paid for the rest of your life.
It's an Anthony Bowie, Michael Jordan situation. You can lose bad or hit a home run.
And the Spurs have been really good. This is why a lot of teams just prefer to draft overseas at them low spots.
Yep.
Like the Spurs, if they get a 20th pick, all right. One thing we know, if we get a guy overseas, he gonna come in high skill, and if he ain't ready to go, we can leave him overseas for a few years to develop and bring him back later.
Ricky Rubio.
Yep. So sometimes it's just smart. Sometimes it's smart to do that, but you got to just be smart with it. You got to be smart, and you got to.
Hey, Lamont, was Ricky Rubio the first one that they did that with?
But I thought he was drafted to the Timberwolves.
Yeah, but remember he sat overseas for 2 years.
Oh yeah,
that's right. A lot of players sat overseas. You talking about a high pick?
Yeah. I'm talking about like, is he the first high pick that's ever like? I'm not talking about the number.
Yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember another top 10 pick doing that.
Yeah,
I can't remember. So
all of them actually came over and actually played. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I asked that because I saw last season in the NCAA like Johnny Juzang, right, UCLA, cooking, right, looking like damn, like he looking like he carrying an offense like plays doing the NBA, but he goes undrafted. Damn, he playing in the G League right now. So what are they looking for? Because he was high prospect. He was doing well on offense, but he doesn't get the shine on.
But
in
a
the
lot
NBA
of times
level.
it's who you know too, and who the scouts know.
Okay. I don't know if y'all watched Johnny Juzang.
He was good in college, but man, look, y'all, it's so much talent in this league. Sometimes what you do in college just don't translate to the NBA game. It just don't.
But you will never know though unless they don't give them that chance, and that'd be the problem. Sometimes they don't really give them a shot, or they'll give them a shot. It'll be on a team that doesn't really have good coaching, so they don't really know how to function with this particular player. So then he looks bad.
Well, it's like this. Look at Murray for the Kings, right? His team, Iowa, wasn't very good that year. They weren't very good, but every NBA scout was super high on them, and they were, for the majority, they were all wrong. Like it's not hard to like you can watch probably a series of about 10 to 15 games and know if that guy is good to go, if he's an NBA guy. Like this, there's a guy at North Dakota State right now, a white dude. Woo.
Oh my God, that boy's bad.
I don't know if y'all seen him. He got that. He got it. His 6'11" guy can put it on the floor.
Yeah.
Be hitting people with step back cross. I don't know how he ended up in North Dakota State, but he will get drafted. He will get drafted.
Do you remember his name? Do you remember his name?
I'm gonna find it. I was just watching him, but it just took me 10 minutes to watch.
I think it's the one that came from overseas.
No, I don't. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. North Dakota.
Because a lot of those schools they like to recruit from overseas.
He's not overseas.
Okay.
10 minutes
Grant
is all you
Nelson.
needed.
His name is Grant Nelson.
Okay.
10 minutes of tape is all you needed. Come on,
bro. Okay, hold on. So do you want me to show you some? Hold on, let me show you.
I would like to see. I would like.
Okay, hold on, young guy for
now. The boy bad.
Hold on, watch this. Now tell me if you feel like you can't get this to translate to any level at the NBA. Watch this.
I think it's easier to evaluate NBA or basketball.
It's easier to evaluate talent when they at smaller schools.
I'm talking about as far as NBA period though. Like, I think it's easier to you can easily see the talent or easily see a shooter that doesn't have as much talent as a more athletic guard. You can kind of see those those differentials in football. Baseball.
Jake Stevens is nice too.
I think football, baseball, kind of a little bit harder.
Yeah, but in baseball, again, they can draft you and then send you to college.
Oh yeah, I know. That's baseball crazy,
bro. Baseball wild, bro. They will draft you and send you to college, bro. They say we drafted you, now go to college, and like, bro, they make it so sweet for baseball players. That was one of the weirdest rules I've ever seen.
But one thing I did find out is baseball players, like when you get your big contracts, you're literally about 5 years, 6 years into the league by then. Like you're not getting
sometimes you're longer than that. Sometimes longer than that.
Yeah. I found a player, Peja Stojakovic did it. He got drafted in 96 and he played in 98.
He didn't come over until 98?
Yeah, he didn't play in 98. He only he
where did he get drafted?
96.
Payton to the Kings.
He ain't played in 98. I don't know if he was injured or what, but he played in 98.
All right, hold on. Here you go, Young Africa, right here. Ooh. Here you go, right here.
What about the shorty?
Shout out to North Dakota.
No. Hold on.
No.
You be the judge. I haven't seen this particular set of clips, but you just be the judge. Tell me what you think about him.
Nelson.
Okay.
You like the aggressiveness of Nelson. Nelson 18-8, as we mentioned in the win earlier this season. The hook is good. I don't know how you see the issue last year. It's a big threes to rally the Fighting Hawks in that game. Nelson gets the roll. He's got 6 of NDSU's. Over 7 minutes gone. UND now up 5. They're on a 9-0 run. As there's Nelson.
Come on, man.
Back. He's got
that shit ain't working in the NBA, Lamar. That shit ain't working in the NBA.
Ooh, that's working. I don't know what you're talking about. That's working.
And like you said,
that's working.
Bro, a center, a 6'11" guy with that type of.
Lamont, the only thing I see with him is he has the Anthony. He has
Norman off the bench.
Yeah.
Points,
yeah.
Threes. Eagle staff will drive.
Let me get those.
Hey, how small is that dude, bro? Hey,
I'm not taking that defense. But offensively, yeah, you can tell offensively he knows how to get to his spots. He has great touch around the rim.
He's a 6'11".
Who did I just say earlier though? Who did I just say earlier for the Timberwolves?
Tough shot. That's a nice shot. Okay, tough shot.
The center.
Yeah. No. Look, the athleticism and speed is not there on the NBA level. That crossover is not working in the NBA.
You can't look at
the same problem though. It's not even. Sometimes it don't even be about the body. It's your lower frame. His lower frame is not built enough for him to back down NBA players, and Cat has that same problem, and that's why he has to fade away all the time.
No, but
Hey,
what I'm saying is when y'all look at these guys at amateur
Okay.
level, that's prospects, right? You have to take into account their physicality and what they projected to be. Obviously, he's not strong enough for NBA yet, but I'm looking at A, his awareness, and B, the fluidity of what he was doing. All that handle wasn't just wasted. He was getting to his spot, and he has great touch around the at least.
Yeah, he looks like Anthony Davis almost.
Now the defense,
No,
I
he
need
don't.
more sample size than that. But like the offense, you can obviously tell what he's doing.
Oh,
He has the fluidity that Anthony Davis did it in Kentucky. He does have the same kind of
He a
fluidity.
second round pick, back up big in the NBA, Lamar. That's
Oh,
nice.
boy, you must
That's
be out of
nice.
your mind. He'll be first
That's
round.
nice. That's nice.
Nah, Africa, he gonna be first
But
round.
will it translate to the NBA? We don't know because in the NBA it gets a lot. It's I'm sorry, it's the
What's
NBA.
your
But hold
name,
on, hold on. Let me tell you this. If you got the 28th pick, right, and let's say because most teams at the 28th pick, like say you're the Boston Celtics, everything
That's
you
a safe
really
pick.
have, you need. I can take a guy like that, right? Work on develop him, just like they did with a Grant Williams. I can develop him, and if he pans out, I didn't hit a home run.
Or
You know,
Toronto.
Toronto, to any team, but I'm taking the
I mean,
chance on him.
Like Miami
6'11",
did with the center. Like Miami did with that center.
Jokic.
The way you're making it sound, Lamar, if he pans out, he about to be Dirk Nowitzki or something like that. Like, what are we saying right now? What are we saying?
I didn't go that far.
Hey,
Is
hey,
he
what's
gonna
your name, my brother?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, Chance.
Yeah, he was the 14th pick and he stayed to 98 degrees. Pace.
Okay.
He was playing against very small guys. No real resistance in the post. I don't think that handle from the face-up game is really gonna blow by elite power forwards in the NBA. I don't think so. Or very good defenders in the NBA. I don't think so. So that's
I just see him having the same issue Cat Williams. I say Cat Williams. I just see him having the same issue Big Cat has, and that's literally when he gets down to that post and he tries to back you down and tries to be stronger than you. His legs go no further than his top body. I don't know why, because he looks bigger, but he's had that problem since Kentucky. And there's a lot of players that just have that. The bottom half just doesn't. It's not as concrete and solid as everybody needs.
I agree. He needs to get stronger, but yeah, he's young.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And right now it's a shooters league, so I mean, who really needs to go to the
when you
post
look at
anyway?
these prospects, you already look at what he does well already and what things you can't teach. Lamar's emphasized 6'11" because he is agile for a guy that's 6'11". And on top of that,
everybody wants everybody to be Kevin Durant.
I ain't say all that. But he was moving agile for a 6'11" guy. That's where the league is going.
No, I'm not saying that. No, I agree with you. I'm just saying I think the league really
must
wants.
be out of your mind,
No,
bro.
but you can't lie. Like this dude's touch around the rim.
Bro,
is
hold on. Look at this. Look at it. The way he plays
Y'all
6'11". Bro, you must be crazy.
The defense looking weak.
That's
Yeah,
the
nice
way
handle.
he is to
Nice
me.
handle. Nice handle.
Take away from the defense.
No, you got handled.
Damn,
Look, the boy has everything you need. It's just that one part. That's all I was talking about. It's just that.
Bro,
I
you keep
literally
talking
have
about
no
this
other
lower
problem with
body thing. I don't know what you talking about, man.
He going chest to chest too.
No, he spit around and what? No, just watch when he backs down in the earlier shots too. You can see when he tries to back that was just foolishness. That was bad defense.
Man, come on.
Bad defense or good offense.
It's not like he's gonna be playing in the league where it's good defense at anyway.
That was a nice spin move.
Yeah.
Bro, he's catching pull up threes, bro.
Yeah, no. That's why I said I don't have no other problem with his game. That part right there. See, he had to fade away. See, he can't keep
Bro,
going.
he did not fade. That was a great shot.
He faded. Wait, what did Lamont? He faded away. Lamont,
what's wrong with
fade away?
Bro, that was a
Look what he
great
just
shot.
did.
No, I'm not saying that's a problem. Oh my God! Don't make it more into what it is. What I'm saying is that could probably be a problem in the league because Cat has that problem a little bit. And he has to fade
drop
away
step.
too much.
Nice drop step. Nice drop step. This
get
defense
those.
is ridiculous
That
right
dude
now.
was
but
way
not-
smaller than him, man.
Yeah,
Bro,
exactly.
Y'all gotta stop
Why
looking
people
at.
his age?
Hold on, y'all looking at too much is who he's scoring against. I'm looking at how he's scoring. And
I'm not.
at his size.
And Lamont,
At his,
it's not like he's going to an NBA that plays defense anyway. So it's
hold on,
irrelevant.
Y'all
don't make
don't,
sense.
y'all don't see very 6'11" guys moving like this.
No,
You
no,
won't
you
They
don't.
do
No.
play defense.
You don't find very many 6'11" guys who move like
Not with
that.
that, not with that fluidity.
Yes,
Dirk
they do.
Nowitzki, Dirk Nowitzki, and Kevin Durant are
Bro,
the only two I can really think of.
6'11" guys Euro stepping, bro. That's not normal, bro.
Yeah, no, at all.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
especially this
That is
move,
nice.
the way he just
That is
did
nice.
this. This is that's not normal, bro.
But he has a great
That's not.
IQ though with the ball in his
That's
hand.
some Embiid type shit.
He has a great
Look at
IQ with the ball in his
bro.
hand.
Bro.
That's a nice dribble package right there. Yeah, nice dribble move. Okay.
But if you look at his
Inside out
numbers,
dribble.
he doesn't turn over the ball much at all. If you look at his numbers, he doesn't
what's
turn
his
over the
scouting
ball.
report saying, Lamont? Player comparison in the NBA right now. What's it saying?
Here, let
Gotta
me
be
pull it up.
KD.
Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up.
Gotta be
I hate
KD.
that player comparison thing.
I even
the
want
player
your
comparison is
comparison.
usually wrong.
What's
Yes.
your comparison though?
They're wrong majority of the time.
You know, I compare him to Laurie Markman.
Okay.
Yes,
Hey,
and
Lori ain't doing that.
what? Laurie was doing that.
I'm talking about now.
I'm talking about, but when he was projected into the league, that's what he was doing in college.
Hey, when I just pulled it up. They don't have any player comparison for him yet.
Not even a Doug
He's an under the
McDermott.
radar. He's an
Yeah,
under
'cause
the
you
radar
know,
guy
Doug
right
McDermott's
now.
not that
Bro, he
tall.
got more in his bag than Doug McDermott. Let me go to draft.net. Let me.
Doug McDermott.
That's the only thing I can think of. That was tall enough.
Doug
the only one I can
McDermott
think
ain't
of
got
that
a
was
handle
tall
like
enough.
that. He got no face-up game.
No
Hey,
post.
that was the only one I can think of that was tall. That was the only one I can think of that was tall enough.
Bro, NBA draft.net don't got nothing on him yet. That's how you know he's under the radar right now.
Under the radar,
They
that's
got
one of the
nothing.
ones. That's one of the ones.
He's one of these guys that if they make a run in the tournament, he's gonna be on everybody's draft board.
See, but I like him because his game's not too flashy though either. He literally gets the ball to the bucket. He's efficient at the rim.
It's like DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo had that one good run in the tournament.
Yeah,
changed his career.
skyrocketed.
Bro. Changed his
Yep,
whole life.
and he really wasn't that good in the NBA.
Are his
Nah,
numbers
he's
efficient?
still good. He's still good.
Are his
Not
numbers
for what
efficient?
not for what his placement was in the draft and what he was projected as.
Well, you got
They
drafted.
had him doing as one of the top
He's doing
shooters.
exactly what I thought he would do.
I think
I thought, yeah, of course, what I thought he was. That's not what he projected
Just
as.
because you get picked high don't mean you have to be the franchise player, brother.
No, I know this. That's what I'm saying. That's literally what the point I'm making right there.
He was drafted 17th.
Yeah, that's high.
Right outside the lottery, bro.
No, that's
right
not
outside
not
the
high. That's not
17?
even lottery. Yeah.
That's middle.
Wait. Who are the players picked before
What
him?
he's doing now? He's
But who are the players picked
he's a
before him?
starter for the Warriors. It don't matter.
Is he a
He don't
starter? He's a starter. Yeah, he is a starter.
He's a starter.
started
He's
for
starting for the
Milwaukee.
Warriors right now.
Yeah, no. What he did was he just changed up his game. He went defense. He plays more defense now than getting that ball up.
I don't
But I used to
know.
like when he put that ball
He
up.
was in defense
No.
in college. He was all
No,
defense
no,
in college.
that-
He was at a
that's
defensive
what-
school.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about now in the NBA, he's playing more defense instead of focused on the offense like he was in the beginning. Now he's getting back to the basics with that defense like he was before. And that's where his game rounds out.
No, he was injured though. I think he was injured. That's what was happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was injured. He
Yeah,
just
he
came
didn't
back from
play in the
injury.
finals.
Extremely injured. Yeah.
Like
You're
that.
right. He had an injury. When he
Okay.
first came in.
Okay.
No, I don't know. I would take a chance on him if, I've seen teams draft worse.
I definitely would take a
You
chance.
look like a project. You can mold him.
But
How high are you drafting him, Lamont? How high?
a lot of these people are projects, man.
I wouldn't. Not over 20. Nothing over 20 right now, unless he really shows me something in the NCAA
Yeah.
tournament. He ain't going over 20.
Yeah.
But if I'm 20 to 30, I could use my draft pick on him. I wouldn't mind it.
See, tournament time is when you got to come like McCullough did for Lehigh, dropping 30 something again. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to show that bag when it's tournament time.
Hold on. Salute to Chris in the Cash App. Hold on. Let me give a shout out to Chris in the Cash App. Says love the live stream. Salute to Chris in the Cash App. Oh, that's King Bertha. Salute King Bertha, man. Definitely appreciate that, man. Appreciate you hitting the Cash App, supporting the channel, man. And also make sure you guys, before we get out of here, look, if you like fantasy player props, man, make sure you hit this link, man, for the next 24 hours, man. Prize Picks is giving you a deal that you can't miss. For your first deposit of $10 or more, they're giving you $100 in free play. So that's $110 you can go try to hit a home run with. Y'all need to go get signed up for Prize Picks right now. If you like doing player props on FanDuel and all them other places, make sure you hit them up, man. Prize Picks is especially going to this NCAA tournament, man. I think that's the way to go if you're looking to win some money, man. He said Franz Wagner. Yeah, I can see a little Franz Wagner in this game.
Hey, when is the
I think he's more athletic than Franz Wagner, though.
I think so too.
I think the other Wagner brother was more athletic than Franz.
Hold on, I didn't hear the question. What was that, Crypto?
When is the play-in for the NCAA tournament?
I don't know. I mean, that's gonna be in a couple weeks. It's gonna start pretty soon here, but I don't know the exact date in my head. They're doing conference tournaments right now. I'm assuming conference tournaments probably gonna end in about a week and a half.
Yep.
NCAA tournament usually started, so we're looking at about 2 weeks.
Gotta get all the conferences done first.
Yeah, Lamar, before we get out of here, bro, you gotta give your predictions for these games going on right now. And for the predictions for the games for later.
What game's going on right now? NBA?
Yeah, NBA.
Let me see. I don't even know who's playing tonight.
Right now,
the Bucks. Man, I was joking about the Doug McDermott thing, man. It was just a joke. He lit me up in the chat.
Right now, the Bucks is just wrapping up with Orlando. You got Chicago and not Chicago. The Hornets and the Knicks going on right now. Then Philly and Memphis. Minnesota. Brooklyn and Houston, Warriors and Thunder. That's a close game going on right now. 72-76.
Yeah, Warriors are starting to scare me, y'all. I was high on the Warriors, but
I don't think they're going all out. I don't think they're going all out right now.
I just think that if there was a time to go ahead and break up the duo and start over, now would be the time. And they've been a smart organization, not holding on to guys too long. I mean, maybe you can run it back one more year. I think that's the max you got with this unit. I don't know if Draymond Green comes back. He already made statements. He said good things always come to an end. It's just like, and then I don't even know, without Draymond, I don't know how long you can keep this together.
Didn't he sign a contract?
No, he has a player option going into the summer.
So okay.
The thing is, if we know teams are desperate to make a run for the championship. And with the way Dame has been fighting for the Blazers to go get Draymond, we all know the Lakers have interest. We know he has an interest in playing with LeBron. Like, there's going to be a ton of interest for him if he opts out. So getting another contract at the end, going towards the end of his career, I think his goal right now is the financial security of one more deal.
Yeah, of course.
So he's going to have to chase that deal. It's probably not going to be
worth it. He wants that $100 million contract. He wants the last $100 million contract.
So, and I think the crazy thing is, I think he can get it.
Yeah.
In this climate that we in now with teams that are looking to make pushes, man,
if you can give Duncan Robinson that much money, Draymond Green is worth it.
I mean, I think a team that nobody's talking about where I think he could fit is with the Sixers. I mean, it doesn't sound right. It doesn't.
I was just thinking that.
It doesn't look it doesn't sound
Why does
good.
it not? When him and Joel Embiid?
No, I'm saying it's not flashy. Like, they'll be the ugliest playing team in the NBA. Like,
so was Detroit.
I don't think it fits Lamont because
I think it fits.
The Sixers play slow, and that spacing is going to be tough.
Draymond Green would open it up so much.
Yeah, but they don't play slow. The Draymond Green off starting a fast break as a power forward. Whew.
They still play slow.
Do you guys not see how fast Draymond Green gets up the floor though? Like when he wants to speed it up.
No, I agree. That's why you should surround it with players that's more favorable in the transition.
Yeah, but you don't have to surround Draymond. I don't think you have to surround him with anybody.
Nah, Draymond will make it work, fam.
Draymond. I know you listen to this stream right now, Draymond. Go to the Dallas. If you leave, go to Dallas.
Nah, because they stop the ball too much, man. Draymond needs to get out.
Draymond is exactly what Dallas needs.
I don't think they're going to run it.
I don't know.
I don't think they're going to run it.
Don't do that, Lamar. You know what it is. You know
They're not
exactly
going to
what
run
it
that
is.
kind of
No,
offense
you
though
tell
with Draymond.
Lamar. I need to hear Lamar say this. I need to hear Lamar say
I'm
this.
telling you, I don't think it fits in Dallas.
I don't think it
What?
does. They're not going to run
Elaborate.
that kind of offense. That's going to benefit
I just
Draymond.
don't like it. I don't like you got. I mean, I like the combination of like Kyrie and Luka.
I don't even like
but
the
adding
combination.
Draymond to the mix, I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. Now he would help him defensively, and obviously he would know how to facilitate to those guys. But I don't like it. I think there are better teams. I think there are other teams where he's a better fit.
But I don't think it's going to elevate Draymond Green's game though either. Like it's not going to.
I think he would be good in Atlanta.
Yeah,
I think he would be good in Philly.
Miami. He can fit down there with us.
Yeah, but then do they want to get smaller though? I think they're looking for size.
You're right. Damn, we shouldn't have given him Justice Chua. Man,
I don't know. Bam and Draymond on
they
the
should have known he was nice when he upset the U.S. team.
Bro, I was so mad, bro, when we traded him to Toronto, bro. I was so upset, bro, just to get that old ass guard.
If Dallas get Draymond and go all out and trade for OG,
oh my god,
without giving up too much depth, it's a wrap.
Hell,
I still think Kyrie is staying in Dallas. We don't know if Kyrie's staying in Dallas first.
Yeah, that only makes sense for Draymond to come there if Kyrie resigns.
Kyrie definitely staying. You
But
crazy?
even then, I think Luka's going to stop the ball. He's literally Carmelo Anthony. He's literally a white Carmelo Anthony. Like he literally stops the ball.
That's crazy.
King Bertha says he can see Dallas more than the Sixers. So there's some people that agree with you, Sturdy. I like the Hawks though. I think the Hawks would be a great fit for him. But they defensively with Murray on the perimeter and Draymond on the interior. Woo-wee.
Yeah.
God damn, that would be a force.
I don't know, man. That 76ers, looking at that 76ers lineup, it would Maxey running it, Harden. Oh, that'll open it up for Embiid. So, oh my God. Yeah, that would work.
So when you say Golden State,
hey, you know another team that nobody's talking about?
The Bulls.
Chicago?
No.
What if he found a way to get to the Celtics, bro?
Oh, no.
Damn.
I was thinking that, but no, they don't want Draymond.
No, I'm not saying they want him, but I'm just saying, just think about how fast they already like to play. And if I don't think Tatum or Brown really want to beat a point.
Yeah.
And you get them in the open court with Draymond pushing it consistently. They don't have a true facilitator.
Not at all.
They don't have one at all. Like they using de facto Brogdon and Derek White, but what?
But do they push the ball? Because it seems like the two stars kind of hold it up once it gets into that half court offense.
Yeah, but when they play fast, they are hard to defend.
That's true.
Draymond Green will make them play fast.
Oh yeah.
But they're gonna have to get rid of Grant or Robert.
No, they're gonna get rid of Horford.
Yeah, Horford. Yeah,
that's an upgrade. If you get Horford out for Draymond, that's an upgrade.
And please just let Draymond Green shoot the ball again like he used to. Like they act like this boy cannot shoot the ball. He literally shot the ball good in Michigan State, and he was shooting the ball very well and with a high. I think he had a high rating proficiency shooting the ball earlier years with the Warriors before they literally switched up the whole game.
That's like 1 or 2 seasons, but yeah, he did. Okay.
Yeah, but he was knocking them down. You needed a 3, he was knocking them down. So everything he could do. I think they took it away from him.
Draymond can't shoot no more, bro.
No, I think they took it away from him when Kevin Durant came. When Kevin Durant came, I think they took it away. Like they really switched up the whole.
Hold on, what are y'all predictions? What are y'all predictions tonight? Lakers, Grizzlies, man. Who y'all got, man?
I got the Lakers. They're not going to let the Lakers miss another playoff. I said that before, Lamar.
Bro, why is it that it don't matter how many games the Lakers win in a row? Every time I look, it don't seem like they no closer to 500.
No, they're going to hit that 10 spot.
Bro, Lakers are going on a 7-game win streak. They still 2 games under 500.
They're going to hit that 10 spot. They're going to give them the 10 spot.
They won in the VW.
Hey, how many people have they had on a team this year though? Like I don't think I've ever seen this many roster changes.
But let me ask you this, FYF. Who got the best offense in the NBA when it comes to playoff basketball? Who has the best playoff offense in the NBA right now?
Right now,
he said
no.
the Jazz.
I think it'd be if you're talking about playoff offense, like playoff.
Yep.
I go Boston.
Phoenix.
You tweaking.
Phoenix.
Hell no. Okay.
I'd have been happy if you said like Suns or something, nigga. You said Boston?
I got
Bro,
Phoenix.
but he said playoff ready offense. Like I can't say the Kings because I haven't seen them in the playoffs.
No.
If you talk about playoff ready offense, I'm going with Boston. They just were in the finals. They
Well,
didn't really
because
have too much roster.
Hold on. That don't-
hold on.
hold
But Lamar
on,
did that on
hold on,
chemistry though.
Lamar.
He's going on
They
chemistry.
didn't get to the finals playing that way offensively.
Bro, their offensive, but offensively, I can't name too many teams that are better offensively.
Denver.
They offense got to translate to the
Denver.
playoffs.
I don't
I
think
think
Denver's
offense got to
Denver is
translate to the
there's
playoffs.
no way Denver's a
No,
better
they're not.
offensive team in the
No,
playoffs
and
than the
it's
Boston
literally
Celtics.
because of Jamal Murray. It's literally because of Jamal Murray shot.
That's not a fair question, Lamar.
It's not a fair question, but there's no way you can tell me Denver is
Yes.
a better offensive
Nah,
team in the
not at all.
playoffs than the Boston
Not at all.
Celtics.
Not at all.
Ain't no way.
The best playoff offense would be the Warriors, man. I don't know what y'all talking
Yeah, but the Warriors aren't playing
I
like the
don't-
Warriors of last year. They haven't been the same since the Jordan Poole incident.
I just don't think that I don't think that they're I don't really think they're playing that hard this year right now. I think they're just resting their bodies for the playoffs.
Oh, from what I'm hearing, it's all
No,
internal.
you don't think so?
Bro, there's something's going on in that locker room that we can't see because it don't look like the problems that they haven't is it's not with personnel. It's the same personnel. It's that locker room's divided. From what I'm hearing, it's the vets divided with the young players.
Well, that's what it was earlier. That's what it was earlier. When Draymond
None of
Green
the
was talking
vets
about.
like Jordan Poole. None of them like
No,
Jordan Poole.
nobody. But they try to put. But why do the Warriors keep putting this narrative out like Jordan Poole is this good guy and everybody loves him? And then every time I hear about the Warriors putting something out, it's about Jordan. He's no, none of these things that you guys are talking about is true. He's a good guy. And I'm like, what?
Because in the event that you have to trade him, you want to make it easy. You want to be able to maximize his value. You can't. I don't think they'll trade him. I don't see that happen. I believe they let Draymond walk before they get rid of him. But
yeah,
you got to keep their value high.
Oh yeah, of course. But
look
I mean,
look what they were saying about Wiseman before they traded him for next to nothing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's still.
We love his work ethic, man. He works so hard, man. We love him, man. Then he
that hurt me though, man. Wiseman hurt me though because it reminded me of like a Greg Oden almost. Like all this talent, man. And just
let me see what Wiseman did tonight. Let me see. Let's see what Wiseman did.
All this talent is just
don't do that, Lamar.
Like injuries just kill it.
The Warriors.
I'm not letting that.
Started listening to the media. That Wiseman and Jordan Poole, they the future. That's 3 years down the
Denver,
line,
bro. Like, how is Denver not going to be the best offense?
Because they got to prove it in the playoffs. 30 games, they haven't translated to the playoffs.
I just don't believe they have a better offense than the Boston Celtics.
Look, I love Jamal Murray, right? He came from the Calipari, you know what I'm saying? Come on, Kentucky. But he's inconsistent when you need him for that bucket, he won't get it, man.
Hold on, y'all. James Wiseman just played pretty solid tonight, 21-5.
Okay. Last big playoff run, Jamal Murray was the man, bro.
No, for a couple of games. But then he literally cooled off.
A couple of games.
No, we already looked at the stats. I already ethered somebody on that. Jamal Murray bubble run was dope. He averaged 25.
Yeah, the bubble.
He averaged 25. So.
Bro, a lot of people averaged a lot of points that they weren't going to average in a regular season that they would average in a bubble.
Yeah, remember that.
Man, come on with that bubble bullshit. Because it's still.
I'm sorry, but it's true though, bro.
No, it ain't true. Playoff atmosphere is playoff atmosphere.
No, it's not. If you're not literally playing on the enemy, bro. If you're not literally playing on the opposite court or field, you don't know that player. You don't know that vibe. You don't know what you're going to get from the fan base or anything like that. It's not the same if you're playing in Orlando.
You know how many NCAA games played in empty gyms, bro, and they still ball crazy? That don't make sense.
What top NCAA games have you seen in an empty gym?
That is a good point, though, from Ralph. I ain't gonna lie. That's a good.
I'm saying what top NCAA games have you seen in an empty gym?
I went to a Villanova game when I was a kid, and that shit was empty, bro.
I'm talking about top teams, though. We're talking about the top of the.
Villanova always was a top team, bro.
But I'm saying though, bro, we're comparing the cream of the crop, right? So I can't compare them to any old college like Montana State or something. Like it would literally have to be, a Syracuse back then when they were balling like that, or a UConn or something like that's what I mean.
I don't know. The playoff intensity, I think the intensity on the court is still the same. The atmosphere could be different. I don't think crowds play that big of a difference.
Nah, you must be crazy, Mac Def. Them crowds do matter, bro.
I'm saying they do matter, but I don't think they play that.
Is the difference
We're talking about the intensity on the court. A crowd.
No.
Intensity
What I'm
on the
saying,
court.
Mac Def, is I'm saying, Mac Def, if you ever played in front of a big crowd, the jitter, like the pressure is different. I ain't gonna lie. It's
Even in front of your own home crowd, you even feel the jib. Like, so in front of the enemy, and they yelling at you, barking at you, and all, bruh, I'm sorry, it's a different.
I think it depends on the player.
Yeah, I would say that because I played.
Remember in the bubble, y'all,
large
it wasn't
crowds
the
and
starters. It wasn't the starters that felt the biggest impact. It was the bench guys that came in. And without that pressure of the crowd, it was the TJ Warrens and the Duncan Robinson, the Tyler Heroes. It was all the guys that was on the bench that was coming in cooking that surprised everybody.
Miami so dangerous.
And what happens is when those bench guys who ain't used to playing, when they don't feel that pressure or the crowd, when they feel like they in an empty gym, all these guys cook an empty gym.
That's not really true, Lamont, because TJ Warren was balling all that season though. Before that bubble.
That's all that season. That's one season. Like it has to be a consistency.
Yeah,
you
but
can't just have
he's saying the bubble turned him up. He only was
That's
in the
what
NBA
it
for
did,
2-3
though.
seasons.
Okay, what did he do
was
after
in the
that?
NBA 2-3 seasons at that
But
point.
what did he do after the bubble? What did he do after the bubble?
He got hurt. He was balling before he got hurt.
Yeah,
guys
Bees?
were
What's
good
good,
back
man?
and
What you
forth.
got on this, Bees?
Every one of them was back to form.
Listen to this crazy talk about Jamal Murray in the bubble.
What
up? That's crazy, bro.
Beast, where you been hiding out at, Beast? You been missing in action.
Who was that talking?
It's crypto.
Oh, I ain't, man. I'm just getting off work, bro.
Yeah.
No, that was Chance. That was Chance talking about Jamal Murray, though.
Hey, Lamont.
Hold on, y'all. One at a time. I can't hear you.
Lamont, we got to stop this. Denver ain't proved it in the playoffs. We got to stop all this talk.
No, that's not what I said, though.
No, not you. I'm not saying you. I'm just telling you. Mac Diff.
I already got money on the line.
Hey, this is the first playoff since the bubble for the Nuggets.
That's what I said.
You know what I'm saying? This is their first playoff. Why are we making statements like they got to prove this and they got to prove that? Why are we doing that, bro?
Because a team in the Phoenix Suns that went to the finals, we still said they're frauds and they got to prove it. That could be one subject.
I second that motion.
You said what now? Say that again.
The Phoenix Suns who went to the finals.
We're not talking about no Phoenix Suns.
No,
You didn't call them frauds, and you ain't calling them frauds now. So why are you using that as example?
No, he's giving you the narrative. Like he's
that's the problem. It's a narrative. It's nothing factual about what he's saying. It's all feelings.
Okay. Jokic and Jamal Murray are proven. I got you.
All I'm saying is, have they been to the Western Conference Finals? Yes or no?
Yeah, they've been to the Western Conference Finals.
Okay. Has Dame been to the Western Conference Finals?
Yes.
No.
So in reality, as far as how far you go, they've achieved the same thing. Is that fair?
Correct.
One.
The last 2 years, Jokic's been in the playoffs by himself. Is that fair or unfair?
That's fair.
Fair.
So is Jokic not one of the top players in the league
You're
right
not
now?
saying that now. You're going left.
He
you
is.
Never said that. Never had
No,
nothing
I'm
to do
answering
with
every question. He is.
So do you think that anybody in the Western Conference is gonna slow down Jokic?
No.
Yes.
No. He's gonna get his numbers. It's the rest of the team you have to worry about.
What do you mean by slow down, Bees? What do you mean by slow down?
What I mean is, if Jokic plays the way he's playing right now, you're not slowing them down. He's getting everybody involved. He runs the offense. So if he plays the way he's playing, you need to make him an isolation scorer, or you're going to have a problem with Denver.
But
they don't have defense. But if he go in the playoffs dropping 10 dimes, he's still going to get his points. You got a problem.
Yeah, you got to kill his playmaking.
Jokic is their playmaker right now because
So
he's literally
we
one
can
of the
set
best
up
passers.
here. We can set up here and we can say we can do all this talking and we can say they ain't proven, they ain't this. But what you've seen the last 3 years, if you've seen Jokic grow up, you've seen Jokic come into his own.
I mean, you can say the same thing for Luka too, but I mean that doesn't literally mean
No,
anything.
no. Luka ain't Jokic, bro.
It's two things with Denver with me. Number one, they're gonna have pressure on them this playoffs. Being a number one seed, Jokic probably getting another MVP. They haven't had this type of pressure on them to succeed in the playoffs. The bubble was the bubble, and then the last 2 years he didn't have a squad around him. They have pressure this year, so yes, you have to answer the bell on the pressure part. That's one. Number two, Jokic. Let's just say Jokic get his numbers, but Jokic defensively, if he gives up 22 and 12 to DeAndre Ayton, we're taking that. And by his defense, he can get cooked by the centers in the Western Conference. Those are his facts.
Here's what I think. I think if you said how much, 28 and 12 or 20 and 12?
No, if Jokic get his points, I'm saying if DeAndre Ayton gets like 20 and 10, 22 and 12 or something.
If DeAndre
is not getting that many touches.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't have to get a lot of touches dealing with Jokic defense.
If DeAndre Ayton scores 20 and 12, the Suns is going home because that shots Katie and Book ain't taking.
What do you mean? You know, be an efficient player.
I think DeAndre Ayton's gonna have his lowest shooting percentage ever in his life.
He's an efficient player. Y'all is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if the man makes 8 shots or something like that.
Hey, they better all be done.
You better hope he gets 8 shots.
He not gonna get those shots, McDill.
You better hope he gets at least 8 or 10, at least 10.
He can get double digits.
He can get double digit shots right now and shooting 59% off 8.
Yeah, but Kevin Durant just got there. Just wait.
Which means he should
Kevin
be more
Durant's
efficient.
not going to be taking
not
those 20
efficient.
shots per game like that.
Yeah, Aiden should be more efficient, not less.
Every team Kevin Durant's been on, he's taking the majority of the shots. Every team he's been on, he's taking the majority of the shots.
I've been I've been listening to your show all day, and I heard Hitman say my name with Jokic, right?
Yeah.
I guess he got a problem that I like Jokic. Hey, so I put in the chat, I said, hey, you may need to get you a white woman.
Ooh.
I don't understand your argument, bro. I just watch good basketball, and when I see it, I call it out. You may not like the fact that man gonna win the MVP, and you can try to compare it to every other year and say they didn't do this and they didn't do that. But the fact of the matter is, he's top 2 in the league right now.
Yeah.
Okay, can we get off Jokic though? What about Jamal Murray? Is he going to get you to the promised land?
Look, bro.
Why are we talking about Jamal Murray?
Look, he's a great second option. That's what I'll say about Jamal Murray.
Do you think Jokic has enough around him to get to the finals?
No. Okay, but listen to my logic. Listen to my logic.
Jokic, look, guys, it's not even about if that team is good enough. It's the Western Conference is going to be all about matchups. If the Denver Nuggets run into the wrong team at the wrong time, they're going to be going home just because of pure matchups.
In the West, every team is a matchup problem.
And I think in the West, they're getting lucky that the Warriors are playing so bad because I think the Warriors are a team they don't want to see early. I think the Lakers are a team they don't want to see early. I think those are the two matchup nightmares for them there. If they
Joker's a mismatch for all them guys, so he should.
It don't matter. He's not a mismatch for the Lakers. He is not a mismatch for the Lakers. No, he's not.
Not at all. Not with Anthony Davis down there and that young boy.
The Lakers ain't making the playoffs or playing, bro.
The Lakers are going to make the playoffs. They're not going to let the Lakers not make the playoffs 2 years in a row.
It's not what they let.
I guarantee you they will get that 10th seed. They were not going to let the Lakers miss the playoffs. LeBron missed the playoffs 2 years in a row.
Bro, he's out 3 weeks. What do you mean?
They invented the play-in just for this reason. Watch.
He's out 3 weeks.
You sound hopeful.
No, I don't, bro. I'm not a LeBron fan.
Hey, Mac, I'm not a he changed his collection.
Hey, y'all. One at a time, y'all. One at a time, because I got to shut it down here in a little bit anyway.
Who that fanboy talking? They invented it for LeBron to play in?
Yeah, who said that?
I
Man,
didn't
you
say
crazy.
no. No. It's not what it's not what I said, sir. What I'm saying is they invented this thing for just this reason right here, for this narrative right here. If somebody that they need in the playoffs to get in, and their team is doing bad, they're gonna find a way to get them in. Last year it was just too much. They couldn't help the Lakers last.
You
They couldn't help the Lakers last.
you watch too much TV, my friend. They invented this play. They invented
How many teammates have they had this year?
Stop. They invented the play-in to get more games played to make more money. It's not about narrative. Stop the madness, bro.
From the pandemic too.
They did this for the COVID thing, and anyway,
No,
look.
Lamar, where you be getting these dudes from?
I got nothing to do with it.
There's no way, right?
No. Crypto. They made the play-in one. They wanted to make the games towards the end of the season more meaningful because it started to turn into teams at the end of the season who knew they couldn't make the playoffs. They were all just starting to tank, and it was looking like a whole bunch of bad basketball.
Can you hear me, Lamar?
Oh, I'm just telling you guys why it wasn't for LeBron. They wanted to make the games toward the end of the season more meaningful. That's all. And so they're basically saying we're going to give a lot more teams an opportunity to make the playoffs. It's the only way they can make it meaningful.
That's what I just said. For prime time players. Oh, go ahead.
Hey, no, because you couldn't get.
Hey, bro, you're very like way in the background. That's why we couldn't hear you, bro.
Oh, no problem. You couldn't get teams like Portland and other teams to go to the bubble, the Suns, if they didn't have a chance to make the playoffs. They wouldn't have went. So they created this for that.
For having primetime players in the playoffs that people want to see.
But Bees, remember they were testing it, and then it worked out so
this
well.
This was only supposed to go 1 year. This was one season only.
Bro, once the COVID happened, you can't get teams at 9, 10, 11 to
They're
go
making
down
up money. All they're doing is making up revenue with this. Look, they're doing this to get the best players in there that are missing playoffs, right? That's how you build up the revenue. You have to get the best players.
Okay, tell me how often the best player in the league
are some of the best players not on some of the best some of the best players on some of the best players in the league, not on some of the worst teams or some of the
not true.
Oh, they're not, bro.
They're not. The best players in the league make the playoffs, bro. Yeah, give me an example of the best player in the league not making the playoffs.
Before the play-in?
Yeah.
I can name some. I can't even think about it offhand, but yeah, I can literally go back. If I had a computer, I could literally
tell me one-off seasons, bro. One-off seasons. The best players in the league get their teams to the playoffs.
I can't hear that dude right there. That's what I'm trying to hear. It's like he's too far away from his phone.
All right. Hey, y'all, look, I got to get this shut down here. We going on 4 hours. I need to make sure I get it shut down, man. I know we was cooking a little bit, man. We're going 4 hours strong. I appreciate y'all pulling up, man. But I got to get this one shut down. We're going to be back live in the morning.
Hey, great chat.
Yep, we're going to be back live in the morning. Another live stream, another topic. Not sure what. Hopefully tonight's games will give us something to talk about tomorrow. And Jamel Casino says send the link, and I sent the link, and you didn't pull up, man. Come on, man.
Hey, salute,
all right, salute, crypto.
Right,
Yep, salute, Chance. Look, y'all. As we get up out of here, I'll end it on one more thing, y'all. Look, please stop coming over here telling me people like Fluent are calling me out, man. I'm not debating nobody like Fluent over there on that platform. All right. If he wants to do the debate, they come over here. I've already went over there. It's time for them to come step outside of the territory and come over here into the fire, man. If they really want to have that conversation. If you ain't really willing to do that, then I'm not really willing to debate you. I don't have no conversation for you. I'm just tired of people talking. Like when I use names, I don't sneak this.
I'm very clear and direct about people when they have bad basketball takes. I've been very clear about Fluent. He's the white ticket TV. He just talks better. His basketball takes are purely based out of books and not experience. I think it's not. He don't have to slick hate. I think he just has very limited basketball, very, very, very limited basketball knowledge. You know, if he says he coaches a youth team, which salute to him, man. Kudos for coaching a youth team. It's not easy coaching little kids. But if you don't need a clipboard when you coach, if you ain't got to jot down no X's and O's, if you ain't got no assistant coaches, don't come talking to me about the game of basketball. Not on a coaching level, not on the X's and O level. And then when we just talking general basketball knowledge, it's hard. I troll a lot, but it's hard for people. It's gonna be hard for somebody like him to sit down and talk real basketball with me, on a level without using narratives. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to talk real basketball without using narratives. And then people that love to hold on to these old eras with nostalgia, it's even harder. It's even harder. He says, "Why not destroy them on their own platform?" But John. For one, I don't have time to go over there. All right. Two, I was just over there the other day on the Fluent and Chill show. I said something in the chat. He didn't say nothing to me when I was there. So let's not act like I wasn't just there. I was literally just there because I heard Chill cooking on something, and I typed in the chat. I was like, "Salute to chat and channel." You know, if you want to debate me, why not say it then? I was just over there. So it's not like I'm not in the chat sometimes. But to run around asking me to take time out of my day to pull up to people's panels when during the day I'm usually busy anyway, if I'm not doing a live myself, then I'm usually doing something else, life shit, working. Right? This is about to be the toughest time of our season right now. We gotta lock in as a team anyway. So again, I was live twice today. Nobody clicks the link. I'm available on IG if you want to set up a time. Nobody reaches out to me on IG. I'm sure he could get my phone number from Shaq or Ron. Nobody's giving him my phone number. So again, you can slick hate all you want, but we can hash it out. He could put his basketball resume up against mine. We can put our basketball knowledge to the test. We can debate any topic. I don't even know what he wants to debate. So again, yeah, they can attack troll talking points when I'm trolling and I'm joking about certain things. That's about all you can do though. If the only thing you can do is jump on talking points where I'm just trying to be funny, all right, you can have that. But if we really talking real basketball and you got to really sit down, like the way I test people, y'all see this all the time. The way I test people, they get to talking about these players like LeBron and saying they did this wrong. And all right, what offense was they running? You know, when people get to talking, just like the Kobe Jordan guy, pushing the narrative that LeBron is bad off ball. That sounds like something Fluent would say, running with a narrative. I just pulled up an NBA scouting report that disproved him just like that. And then people get mad at me because I pull up legitimate, verified information that completely disputes what they're saying. See, the good thing about me is my opinions. Kobe Jordan just pulled up too. Kobe Jordan. Did you find that scouting report, man?
Lamar, listen, bro, you a dog, bro.
No, are you here now? Here now. Bro. Did you find the scouting report?
You a foul cap, man. This crazy.
All right, did you find the scouting report?
Blocked me. I had to call.
You're not blocked.
I had to call HR support, and I finally got back on YouTube. He canceled, bro. They flagged my account, bro. It took me an hour and a half to get. I didn't even have time to look up the scouting report. I just got my account back on YouTube. This is crazy, dude. I can't believe this dude, man. Wow, this is incredible. Listen, bro.
Sports on the side. Look, he ain't got it. He can't find it.
Listen, hey, I looked it up on Reddit, and this is what I found, right? So some people on Reddit, this dude, shut up. Hey, no, I don't believe this. So you can't tell me my source isn't good. They said LeBron they said he's average to good off ball. He is not an elite threat off ball.
Who's they?
This is people on Reddit. No, because listen, I don't believe you, so I don't care what you say. Here's what I'm saying, Lamont, in your honest opinion. Let me ask you a question.
You know who posted this?
You already said the Toronto Raptors, bro. Cool. Here's what I'm saying.
No. It's the assistant coach for the Raptors. He was a coach.
How long ago was this?
It says it right there, 2018 Eastern Conference.
It's kind of blurry. I can't really see. Okay, I see it. 2018.
Look.
Okay,
so no, let me ask you this. Because you said off ball. Let me read this. I know, because I forgot to read this to you. It says,
go ahead.
Gets the ball off cuts at a high volume at an elite efficiency of 1.58 points per possession. How does he score so well cuts off the ball if he's just standing around?
Okay, Lamont, I understand that. But here's my question. Hold on, let me ask you a question. When you say off ball, does that only equate to moving or attacking a basket? Is that your only criteria for off ball?
Bro. When it says right here, look. When you cut to the basket, that's
Okay.
playing without the ball.
Okay, so let me ask you this. How come the top hold on. How come LeBron, if he's such an elite off ball, how come he's not even in top 20 off ball players, bro? And guess what? Here's what they have in common. Hold on, here's what they have in common, bro. All the players that are the best off ball, you know what they have? Here's what the common denominator is. You know what it is? They all can shoot. So how come if he's so elite off the ball, how come he doesn't affect the game beyond 10 feet off ball? How come he's not effective beyond 10 feet?
What do you mean he's not effective? Hold on. What do you mean he's not effective beyond 10 feet?
So here's what I'm saying. Even this is from the Spurs.
Where are you getting this information from?
Okay, I looked it up on the Spurs when listen, when the Spurs played him in 2014, here's what one of their reports said. They said he's a great Popovich said this in the post game. He's a great player. All we can do, you're not letting me finish. All we can do is slow him down. And then it goes to on the season, his average was 57% from the field. When they played him in those 5 games, his average went down to 33%.
What year was this? 07? What year are you talking about?
2014. You're not listening. So 2014.
Hold on, Popovich said this?
I literally am looking at it on a post game, and if you go to Miami Heat versus Spurs, and then if you look at the reports, and then you look at I looked at Basketball Reference, and then it's showing, because you know how they'll have quotes from like the coach while they're in that post game. So what he's saying is all we could do was slow him down and force him to be a passer. So here's what I'm saying: if he's such an elite off ball, how come Greg Popovich's strategy in other teams, not just his team, why was their strategy to force him to pass the ball if he's so great off ball?
Because he's even more of a threat with the ball.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, hold on. Well, here's what I'm saying though. How effective is that if he's elite off the ball? How effective is that?
And the thing is,
no, I'm asking you.
I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question.
How effective is he really?
Okay,
you said elite.
What I'm saying, first of all, I didn't call him elite off ball. The scouting report calls him elite. Secondly,
do you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree with it. Secondly,
how do you agree with that?
Secondly, I have to agree with it. Secondly, I have to because when they say he's elite, okay, when I look at this scouting report, they're not just saying he's elite. They're also giving you his points per possession with these actions.
Okay, cool.
So it says right here, gets the ball off of cuts to the basket at a high volume at an elite efficiency.
That's one aspect.
Hold on. But I told you multiple aspects out of this scouting report because it says right here, because remember, you're the one that said he stands around off ball. Right here it says excellent as the screener in the pick and roll at a 1.21 points per possession. He says he pops. He says he pops twice as much as he rolls, which is probably by the design of the offense. Okay. And he said he gets the ball out of the pick and roll at a high volume. The only way you can get the ball out of the pick and roll is if you're actually moving without the ball, and you have to set good screens. And it says when he does get the ball off the pick and roll, he has an elite, not a good, not a great, not an okay, an elite efficiency of 1.31 3 points per possession. I'm
Okay,
not calling
so
him
I
elite.
understand that.
The
But here's
NBA
here's my
scouting
point.
report is calling him elite. Like you
Here,
keep
okay,
thinking
here's
this is
okay.
me. That's
Here's
not
my
me.
point. Here's my point though. How many of those points were in the paint?
Hold on. It doesn't matter. Look. See the chart right here. See
No.
where the
It
green?
does matter
No.
because
Yeah,
here's the
hold on.
thing.
It's
When you're
on the
so let me
scouting
say this.
report right
When you
here.
no,
Yeah,
you're
hold on.
okay. I understand that.
Look at
But
the
okay,
shot chart. Look at the
he
shot chart.
You know what it is? It's dark green in the paint. That's what it is.
So what's wrong with that? That's efficient.
That means that he's most efficient in the paint, and he's less efficient the further he gets out.
Hold on. Here, all it means is, okay, we can say he's not efficient in all these other areas, and I can give you that. At the end of the day, he's still getting it done.
Yeah,
Like the
but
thing
here's the
is,
thing,
so
though.
like the thing is,
But only against average
hold on.
defensive teams he gets it done. Though he doesn't get it done against elite defensive teams.
So Kobe Jordan. So are you saying if I pull up Kobe's shot chart, we're gonna see a whole bunch of green everywhere?
What? What does that makes, bro? That's not even a good argument because I'm not comparing.
I'm saying.
I'm not comparing.
Why do you expect LeBron to be efficient everywhere on the basketball court?
But see, Lamont, before this, and by the way, you are racist, bro. I'm gonna say that. You know how we talked about MVP? They're not racist. You the racist one, bro. I'm gonna just say that. But anyway, because listen, when I'm on white panels, they never kick me off. They never put me in the background. They actually love.
I don't even know if you're white or black. You sound white.
Hey, bro. Hey, that's cool. Whatever you want to think. But listen, I'm gonna just say this.
Here, turn your camera on so we know for sure.
I'm going to just say this. When you're talking about off ball and being elite, right?
I'm not talking about it. It's on the scouting report.
Yeah, I know. But hold on. This is one team scouting report. What do the other 32 teams say?
Well, I told you to come bring one back that says otherwise.
Yeah, and I just told you. Greg Popovich's scheme was to force him to play off ball.
Bro, where's the scouting report?
Bro, he said it out of his own mouth. I'm not looking at just this scouting report. If Greg Popovich told you we wanted him to pass the ball and be an off-ball handler, we wanted him to be off-ball. That was their goal. And guess what? His percent dropped from 57% to 33% in that series, bro. So how is that? Where is his elite off-ball if he's that elite? I'm just trying to figure that out, bro.
Hold on one second.
And then here, since you're a coach, let me ask you this, right? Are you telling me a dude who shoots below 34, let's just say he shoots below 33% from the three, right? And beyond, let's say 15
Everybody shoots below 40% from the three.
No, I didn't say 40%. I said below 33% from the three. Because that's actually below average. So when you shoot that poorly from the three, how effective? How I'm just trying to figure out, besides him being physically gifted in order to get to the paint, cool, he's supposed to get to the paint. He's literally 6'8", 260. What I'm saying is, how great are you if you can't even shoot off of catch and dribbles, bro? Like a catch and shoot, you're not even elite at catch and shoot.
Bro.
So hold on. If you were coaching LeBron, would you force him to play off ball?
Yeah, let's just read the scouting report. The thing is, hold on, Kobe, hold on. You're running to like 25,000 different things, and you moving from one to one. First of all, I never said LeBron was the perfect player. He's not a creative player where I can move all the sliders perfectly everywhere, and he's this perfectly balanced player that can do everything. I know LeBron James has flaws. I know that great coaches are able to exploit his weaknesses. This is what great coaches and great defensive teams are able to do with most good players. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying LeBron James is this otherworldly alien that can do everything on a video game. What I said, hold on, I said one thing. I just said one thing, and you lost your mind. You said LeBron James.
I didn't. I'm just trying to
hold on. You said LeBron James stands around off ball. He's not that good off ball. The one thing that I know for certain, and all you have to do, all we have to do is, I want everybody in the chat right now. The Lakers game is about to come on, or actually go back because LeBron's not playing tonight. So go back and watch. I want everybody. I challenge everybody to find any random Laker game this year. Go back and watch the whole game, and I want you to be able to come back from that game and tell me that LeBron James doesn't move off ball. He's excellent off ball. And the thing is,
he's not.
Hold on. But Kobe Jordan, it's not that he's not excellent. They actually classify him, and I can pull up his scouting report from Synergy right now, and I'll do that right now. And this is straight from the NBA. But his scouting report even identifies him as elite off ball. He's one of the best in the NBA off ball. So again, even if you don't like him, this is one aspect of his game that you have to give him.
Hold on, that's where you got me confused. I actually like LeBron.
Here's the one thing about him. I think what happens is it's easy to say he's not good at things that you know casual fans don't look for. Casual fans who watch the game don't care about what's happening off ball. So they can't tell you, like a casual fan won't be able to tell you what Draymond Green is doing off ball. Right? I can tell you what he's doing off ball.
Yeah, those are casuals. We watched that. Yeah, we watched.
I'm watching the sets. I'm watching everything that he does. So I can see when he chucks a cutter in the chest. I can see when he holds up a cutter. Right? I can see when he's setting pin downs. I can see when he's setting up other actions that might develop once the ball is reversed. But at the end of the day, casual fans are only watching the player with the ball. And so when you come into these debates and you say this any particular player, don't even have to be LeBron James, is not good off ball, you can get that across. You can get that might slide with casuals because casuals don't know what the hell is going on off ball.
Yeah, but see, the difference between me and them is I'm actually watching him in these series, and and this is why it makes me frustrated because I know he's that great. So can I finish? I'll let you finish.
No. Let me ask you, because we got to test your knowledge. We got to test your knowledge.
God. You wouldn't even let me finish. I was about to go into.
Hey, I'm about to shut it. I got to shut this down really soon. So my question to you is:
That's just crazy.
I want you to pick any year. You can even use 2011. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me the offensive system that LeBron James was in that allowed him to stand around and do nothing off ball.
But see, that's not what I said. How can I answer that? That's not even what I said.
You said he was a bad off. You said he doesn't move off ball.
Yeah, but let me give you my reason what I'm saying that when I'm thinking of off ball.
What offensive system allows him to stand around and not move off ball?
But you're not letting me give because you keep cutting me off, bro. This is what us like black people got to let people finish their actual speech, bro. You keep doing this. You're not letting me give my point. You want me to answer it how you want me to.
No, I just want you to tell me what.
Here's
offensive
what I'm saying.
system.
For everybody that's confused, when I'm saying off ball, right? I'm okay. Off ball player. When you say off ball player, right? I'm looking at not only his movements, right? I'm looking at, okay, cool. Is he running out? Is he closing out? Even on defense, right? Closing people out, running people off the three. His defense off ball.
That's
he's
defense.
horrible. Yeah, but off ball. I didn't say offense or defense. I said off ball in general, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
You said
when
he
I say
stands
off
around.
Ball, so off ball, he doesn't stand around on the defensive end, and then on the offensive end, when he's off ball. What is he effective at? You said setting screens for him to cut.
Check this out, y'all. We're going to keep it simple. All I typed into Google, y'all, is LeBron James good off ball? I'm going to tell you what it says. James is just as dangerous without the ball as he is with it at times because he's so quick. He can knife through a defense for an easy bucket. That's why his off-ball movement earns him a spot on the list of his 5 most dangerous offensive moves. That's the first thing that comes up in Google.
Because you're talking about Google, bro. When you watch the game, are you going off what Google says, or are you actually watching him in these games? So when he's not able to shoot and spread the floor, he's not running off of screens, he's not getting open. Listen, LeBron's only effect off ball is when he's attacking the paint. Of course, he's going to be effective in attacking the paint. He's the most athletic dude in the league. Yes, but what I'm saying is when you say elite, he's good, but he's not elite. If he's elite, he would be able to beat me anywhere off ball, anywhere on the floor.
Bro,
that to me is elite.
That's not what determines if you're elite off ball.
Hold on, because LeBron cuts to the basket, but guess what? Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, they both cut too. But here's the difference,
bro. They run split actions. They don't have no choice.
No, but hold on, that's a part of their skill set, bro. They wouldn't run that if that wasn't in their skill set.
It's part of their
scheme. I know,
scheme.
but hold on. They're good at running off without the ball. That's why they utilize that.
That's because they run split action offense. They don't even run pick and rolls.
But hold on. Why would they run screen action if they weren't good at it, bro?
They don't.
What?
They run split split actions. They don't run screen actions. They run split actions.
So when you say split action, tell me when you say split action, Steph Curry, is he not cutting to the basket?
You can't run a split action offense if you don't have guards who move without the ball.
Okay, but my point exactly. They can do that very well. And not only that, when they're running that, it's very effective. LeBron can do it, but he's not elite. That's all I was saying.
Bro, well, but why did the NBA call him elite?
The reason why they're elite is because they can actually kill me anywhere on the court.
Bro,
LeBron cannot kill me anywhere
that's not
on the
what
court.
determines if you're elite off ball is your points per possession doing something. If my points per possession cut into the basket or working as the screener off a pick and roll are one of the highest in the NBA, and I have one of the highest efficiencies.
Okay.
So, no, what I'm saying is
So
he's one of.
let me ask you this.
It doesn't. What you're doing is.
So hold on. When a team figures out how to cut that off,
Your teams don't figure out how to cut it off.
What? So Dallas Mavericks didn't figure out how to cut him.
Hold on. You got to stop talking, bro. Because you talking to
just
somebody.
Lying, bro.
No, I'm just saying, but Kobe, you got to understand.
It's crazy, bro.
It gets to a point when you just got to understand when you're talking to somebody that just knows way more basketball than you, bro. So let me ask you one question. And if you can't answer this question, we got to end it. Okay.
We got to end
you
it
say
anyway,
this is what I mean. This is what I mean by people say stuff.
Pool,
if you have a guy that's great as the screener, so on that scouting report, it said LeBron James is great as the screener with one of the highest points per possessions as the screener playing off ball. Now, knowing that LeBron James is great as a screener, how do you defend that? And let's say I'll give you a team so you know what defensive personnel you're working with. Let's say you're the Sacramento Kings and you got Sabonis out there and you got guys like that. Understanding that LeBron James is great as the screener. Let's say he's screening for a Schroeder or screening for one of the guards. How do you defend that? What type of coverage do you play? Since it's so easy to scheme out of this, how do you scheme? And remember, the scouting report says he pops twice as much as he rolls. So he rarely rolls, he pops. And so he pops to create mismatches with bigs. How do you defend that?
Okay, so before I'm gonna preface this, before I answer that question, you're talking about LeBron right now, or are you talking about his whole career? What are you talking about?
Any, I don't care.
Okay, because LeBron has later developed a feasible jump shot. So yes, it's easier for him to spread the floor now. But for the totality of his career, he hasn't had that. So yes, how do you cut that off? Well, of course you need the personnel. The Kings don't have the personnel to even guard that. They don't have any type of athletic wings to guard him, bro. You need to have athletic wings to guard him to be able to defend him when he attacks the basket. Here's why Dallas was so good. They had the type of the personnel to guard him. They had physicality, they had athleticism, and they had smart defenders, bro. So again, what did they do? They forced him to pass the ball. When he passed the ball,
bro, you're talking about the Dallas Mavericks, bro. I asked you how you would do it.
What do you mean? That's how I would do it. I would make him shoot. I would force him to shoot the ball.
I gave you the team. Because remember, here's the problem.
That's not a good team.
Hold on. Here's the problem. The scouting report said he was elite back in 2018. I'm allowing you to use LeBron today. He was still elite out of the pick and roll in 2018 as a screener. I'm allowing you to use 2023 LeBron, a much older version of him. How would you defend him today? The guy that's still one of the top 10 scorers in the league. How would you defend him as the screener today?
Dude, you're asking me how am I defending him?
I'll give you the Boston Celtics. I'll give you a much better.
That's not how you defend.
I'll give you a much better defensive team. You got the Boston Celtics. How would you do it?
One aspect of the court.
How would you do it? How would you do it with the Boston Celtics? I'll give you a much better defensive team. Now you got the personnel to defend him. How would you defend him? As the screener, understanding the scouting report, he pops twice as much as he rolls. He's a great cutter to the basket. How do you defend him? What defense are you utilizing?
Here's what I'm looking at.
Knowing the weapons that the Lakers have on the floor.
Okay, cool. So knowing what the Lakers have on the floor, understanding they got AD, he could just pop it to him in the paint, or he could attack, he can cut. I understand all of that. But here's what is the common denominator. He's still not a great shooter. So I'm still going to force him to pop, and we're going to live with him shooting.
How? What defensive system are you utilizing?
What do you mean? We're going to allow, let's just say
so are we going, first of all,
We're forcing him to shoot. We're not going to guard him like we're going to play him like Westbrook.
I understand force him to shoot.
That's how I would play him.
When I say defensive,
I'm sorry, I'm not a coach, so I don't know exactly all of the schemes.
I know you're not a coach, but what I'm saying is, that's what I'm saying. It's not as easy as what you're trying to make it out to be.
So here's what I'm saying. If he's so great off ball, when every team that plays him off ball,
what you mean? You act like I'm the one making him great off ball.
No, you're not. But here's what I'm saying. You're advocating for a dude that you know is not elite off ball, bro. You're only putting him. You're using these isolated situations, right, where he showed to be elite. But again, on the highest level,
isolated, man.
Bro, these are, bro. You're talking about a Toronto Raptors team. You used one scouting report, bro. What about the other teams, bro?
Bro, I told you if another one existed, why don't you go bring it to me? That tells me otherwise.
Okay, the Spurs, they forced him to be a shooter and a threat.
You don't have the scouting report, though.
Bro, he shot 33% from the field, bro, when they did that. That's enough to tell you. Right. He cannot shoot, bro. When he's off ball, he can cut. When you have elite a paint protector, again, he's not as effective. And then when you force him to shoot the three, his average is gonna show. He's gonna shoot less than 32% from three.
Right. Okay, so how many points per possession is he scoring off ball this year?
I haven't looked that up. You got to tell me. I haven't looked it up.
Okay, so off ball this year, points per possession, he's third in the NBA.
Okay, he's third in the NBA off ball and points per possession. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. How many of those shots are beyond the 3-point line?
What does it matter if he's getting the job done,
bro? Because it's not, bro. It's flawed, bro. It's only in the paint, bro. You're stupid, bro. You don't get it.
Okay. So you're saying.
So who's number one? Hold on. Who's 1 and 2? Who's 1 and 2?
Hold on. So you're saying.
No, who's 1 and 2?
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you. So you're saying. Let me ask you a question. So you're saying. If he doesn't score the way you want him to score off ball, then he can't be elite.
No, what I'm saying is that if you take that away from him, which is the cutting to the basket, right? That's what you said he's elite at.
Bro.
If you take that away from him with a good defensive team, he's not elite. So
okay, so why hasn't nobody been able to stop him? And he's in year 20.
What does that have? What do you mean nobody's been able to? What do you? Bro, they're the 13th seed.
See, here's the thing.
About?
So here's the no. I'm
they're
talking about
horrible. The Lakers are trash.
Hold on, bro. I'm just talking about him.
It's not effective, bro.
I'm just talking about him as a player.
Okay,
we're not talking about his team. We know his team has been flawed. Hold on, his team was not stacked. They were not stacked, bro.
No, I'm saying what you're saying is he's number 3, right?
Hold on. What I'm saying is this, bro. What I'm saying is
it's flawed, bro.
What I'm saying is, don't get mad at me because he's good at something. And just because you want him to be bad at it, but all the numbers don't support it, now you mad at me because I'm just telling you what he's good at. And then the thing is, and Kobe Jordan, I got to go ahead and let you go. But man, you gotta just let it go. Find something else that he's not good at and actually come back with real facts that support it.
He's not a good shooter, and we know that.
Okay, you might have a better case with that, but telling us that he's not good off ball, that's one of the biggest lies.
That's an aspect of off ball.
He's one of the best players in the NBA without the ball.
Can you ask me this? What's his catch and shoot?
No. Bro.
Exactly. See, you don't want to look that number up though.
But hold on. But at the end of the day, Kobe, I'm not here to tell you that he's great.
But you're arguing it, so you are.
I'm not, bro, Kobe. I'm not. I'm just telling you he's good off ball.
Man.
Now, hold on, Kobe Jordan. I gotta let you go because you're not gonna stop. I'm not saying, look, y'all, LeBron James is not perfect at every aspect of the game. I'm not saying nobody in their right mind is gonna say LeBron James is the greatest catch and shoot player of all time. Nobody's saying that. As the scouting report clearly indicated, LeBron James even understands he's not a great catch and shoot player because he does not shoot much off the catch and shoot. He rather look to drive. He understands his weaknesses. I'm not saying he's the greatest player at all of these things. I'm saying off ball, he's still one of the biggest threats in the NBA. And this dude wants to cry because he's not chucking up a ton of threes. Well, give me the guy that's going to get buckets. However you got to get it done, get the job done. And so, man, y'all got to stop, man, with these bad narratives. Look, I'm going to show y'all so y'all can see I wasn't capping. Watch this. Before we get out of here, I want all y'all to do this.
All you got to do is type in. Look, if you type this in right here, is LeBron James good off ball? And just hit enter. First thing that comes up, James is just as dangerous without the ball as he is with it. And it says, because he's so quick, he can knife through the defense, which the scouting report said that. The scouting report said when he cuts to the basket, he's an elite at 1.5 points per possession. He says he can knife through the defense for an easy bucket. This is why his off-ball movement earns him a spot on the list of his 5 most dangerous offensive moves. He's so dangerous off-ball that they've listed it as one of his most lethal moves. Come on, man. Jesus Christ. Google understand. It's the first thing that pops up in Google when you talk about LeBron James off-ball. On top of the fact that almost exactly mirrors everything that was on the scouting report. Y'all got to stop. Yeah, just because y'all don't like LeBron don't mean you got to lie on him. And then when you get caught up in it, now you're just trying to weasel. Remember, he tried to weasel his way out of it so bad, y'all. Listen to what the man said. He said, I wasn't just talking about offense. I was talking about defense off ball. Come on, stop it, man. Let it go, man. Y'all got to stop, man. Off ball don't mean thank you, Jermaine. It don't mean jump shots. Whatever you take what the defense gives you. Come on, if the defense is going to give you the midi, right? And coaches would much rather you drive, attack the defense, put them in foul trouble, things like that. Hey, Mahari, tomorrow, Mahari, I'm gonna call you. There's a guy that wants to do a sponsorship for the Spotify show, Mahari. So I want you on that phone call because I think it's a good opportunity to get us jump started back up with the Spotify show. And if this pans out to, if he's talking the right talk, I think it's going to be the right motivation we need to get that daily commute show back up and running, man, because we've been slacking on that. But if he's talking the right number, dollars and cents, we're going to have to get to recording some episodes real quick, Mahar. Real quick. So give me your top 5 perimeter defenders of all time. Before the show ends, top 5 perimeter defenders of all time. I'm going to go with Scottie Pippen, obviously. Gary Payton, perimeter. Kawhi Leonard, on-ball defense on the perimeter. I like Nate. No, not McMillan. I like Nate McMillan. I could put him in there, but probably not Nate McMillan. The guy that I'm thinking about, I can't remember his name. He played for the Sixers in the 80s. Maybe y'all can help me out with his name. It's just on the tip of my tongue right now. I can't remember his goddamn name. Help me out, y'all. It's the guy for the Sixers. The guard for the Sixers. No, I don't got Havlicek. No, not Havlicek. Not Dennis Johnson, no. I think he played for the Sixers. Yeah, Maurice Cheeks. Mo Cheeks for sure. And then who would I go with, man? I probably got to go with Tony Allen as the 5th. Tony Allen. Probably not the most perfect list, but, those are the guys I like. I don't think you can go wrong with Tony Allen. Obviously, Scottie Pippen, you can't go wrong. Players like that. Kawhi Leonard in his prime Kawhi Leonard defensively. So you said Jordan. He said top 5. I don't consider Jordan as a top 5 perimeter defensive player. I don't know why y'all feel like you got to put Jordan top 5 of everything. Jordan was not a top 5 defensive perimeter player. He was not. Hey, Jason Brown, Ron Artest could be up here. That's what I'm saying. It gets tough. It gets tough. Because if you really think about it, Jimmy Butler gets some consideration. But Ron Artest gets a ton of consideration. I'm just trying to be fair. I like Mo Cheeks. Obviously, I like Pippen and Payton. You could probably take Gary Payton out and put Ron Artest in. You could easily do that. But yeah, but I'm not putting Kobe or Jordan in the top 5. Were they good defenders? Yeah, but I can't. He says my top 5 defenders:
perimeter defenders, you got Rodman, Pippen, Kobe, Hakeem. Hakeem, perimeter defender? Ooh. Ooh-wee. Man, oh, man. Boy, Jesus. Boy, outside of 10 feet, boy, they was cooking Hakeem. I don't know if I can do that one. You said Hakeem? And I would struggle to put Rodman in there. Rodman defensively was good. He was a pest. Sidney Moncrief would be a good one. Young Africa. But Young Africa, I got to go with the people that I favor. Really, I mean, you got to put those 2000s guys in there that's really going to dominate that. So you got the Pippins. Ron Artest could easily be in there. And I got to have a little bit of bias towards the 2000 defenders on the perimeter because they had to deal with so much, man. They had to deal with so much. You said Allen, Artest, Pippen, Kirilenko, Prince. Now, I don't know if I could put Prince in there. Tony Allen is for sure a lock for me. Ron Artest could easily be a lock. At least include Dumars. And I think Tony Allen's a better defender than Joe Dumars. Pippen's a better defender than Joe Dumars. I would even say Gary Payton's a better defender than Joe Dumars. All right. Ron Artest is a better defender than Joe Dumars. Like I mean, Kawhi Leonard in his prime is a better defender than Joe Dumars. There's a ton of players better defensively than Joe Dumars. Sometimes, and that's not to Joe Dumars' fault. That's just because of size. These guys could do everything that Joe Dumars did defensively. They just bigger and stronger and could do it at more positions. I got to take them guys over. I mean, I would like to put Bill Russell in there. He was great defensively in his era. I just don't know. I mean, based on the way we see basketball today, it's hard for me to put Bill Russell in there. But I mean, if you're just talking, I mean, if you include prior to 1980, you would have to put Bill Russell in there based on what they did in their own era. Luol Deng was a good defender. Well, LeBron scored a lot of points on Kawhi Leonard because that's what a great offensive team is going to do. They're going to set screens. They're going to put LeBron in a ton of actions with him, getting him in a head of steam to the rim. And I'm not going to get mad at Kawhi Leonard because a team is running a offense through LeBron and LeBron's putting up 25 to 30 shots a game to get his points. Nobody's stopping LeBron. Great scorers, guys that can score the ball, nobody's stopping them. I didn't hear y'all getting mad at Joe Dumars because he didn't stop Jordan from getting 35. Right? I didn't hear y'all getting mad at John Starks or the Derek Harpers, all these guys that hand check. I didn't see y'all getting mad at them because they didn't stop Jordan. But these guys were able to make him inefficient at times and make it hard on him. That's all you can do. Hey, John Wick, people are crazy. Was there ever an individual defender that had lockup ability one-on-one versus the elite? If you have that, if you just talk lockup ability against an elite player, it has to be Tony Allen. I think he's the only one. I think he's the only defender. If you're just talking on-ball defense and nothing else, he's the only defender that you could throw on a superstar and really kill his point total production. That's the only one. No, Gary Payton, Gary Payton just did a video on Vlad TV talking about how John Stockton would just walk away from the game, giving him 27, 16, 5, and 5, and he didn't know what the hell happened. The man just asked me a question, one-on-one, lockup ability. I'm not giving that to GP. That's got to go to Tony Allen.
You got to go to Tony Allen. I mean, if Kevin Durant walks away, Damian Lillard, you got guys. These are some of the greatest scorers in NBA history. Talk about this man Tony Allen being clamps. I mean, and then let's not forget Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday defensive prime is tough. I mean, who in here? I'm taking Drew Holiday in his defensive prime over Joe Dumars all day. Oh yeah, Jason Brown. The defensive top 10 of all time. Oh, Ben Wallace and these guys. I'm talking about 2000s guys are going to dominate that list. All right, 2000s guys are going to dominate that list. So, hey, but yeah, look, y'all, I got to get this one shut down, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. We're going to be back live tomorrow morning. Yeah, he said facts. Drew Holiday. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's crazy the players we got to really consider. And players today are asked to do so much more defensively. So their versatility is crazy. So that's what makes defenders of the day, man. Just what they do is remarkable. Hey, but y'all, look, it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. Salute to Kobe Jordan pulling up late, man, giving us some good laughs. He sure enough gave us some good laughs to end the stream, man. But we're going to be back, y'all. We're going to be back later this week. We're going to try to keep these streams going. Got some new sponsorship deals to offer, man. We got a great partnership with a crypto company where, look, y'all, they offering memberships to you guys. And everybody makes money. All you got to do is download the app. It's a free app that you put on your phone. Bitcoin mining. I'm still kind of new to the Bitcoin mining, but you literally make money. And the more people that sign up for the memberships under the FYF community, everybody makes more money. So the more people that click this link and get locked in for the Bitcoin mining, the more money everybody makes. So we're going to be talking about that more tomorrow. We're going to have a representative over here talking about it. We're going to see what they talking about. Hopefully they talking good talk, man. Maybe we can get something going. But it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We're going to be back with more sports and news. Till then, it's FYF Sports, man, and we out.